Okay. The January 6, 2016 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting's been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. Please, everyone, will you please take your seats and come to order? I don't know. It's a party. What? We can't start unless you all take your seats, please. Rabbi, I love you to death, but Rabbi, release our councilman. I know you must have been feeding him or something. Anyway, Happy New Year. We will continue on with this. These proceedings are being recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed caption for hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital Channel 69.9. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 4:30 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If, in fact, the alarm should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the back of the chambers. Go out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we do have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward to our city clerk. If you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with today's agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Rabbi Yitzwine Young Israel Aish of Las Vegas, and remain standing for our pledge. Thank you.
Good morning and Happy New Year. All right, we'll keep everyone standing just for a couple minutes, not too long. I want to share with you just a quick story. It's not earth-shattering, but it's true nonetheless. There's a fellow, he comes to work every morning, he does his job diligently, but he always shows up whenever he shows up. You know, he saunters in, 20 minutes late, a half hour late, that kind of thing. Finally, his employer says, that's it, next time he comes in, giving him his papers. Well, that week, our fellow, he shows up 20 minutes early and again does the same thing the next day and the next day. Boss comes up and says, you know, Fred, what's going on? You know, what's the change? Fellow says, you know, this weekend my wife came home and informed me that she's pregnant with our first child. And I said, I've got to make some changes. And this is one of the changes. I will be here on time. Now, such a thing is a little uncommon, but it's not unheard of that a person has a moment of gratitude and is inspired because of that gratitude to make a positive change in their life. And this is the beginning of 2016, and we're all hoping for positive changes. You might be aware there's a man who lived about 1,000 years ago, Maimonides. He was one of the great lawmakers of humanity. His silhouette is actually in the Capitol building in Washington. There's silhouettes of 12 great lawmakers. 2 of them are Jewish. One is Moses, and the other one is this fellow Maimonides. He took all the tenets of Judaism compressed into 13 principles of faith. And the first principle that he identifies is he says that I'll believe with complete faith that the Creator creates and guides all creatures, and that He alone made, makes, and will make everything. When we look at the Almighty, we say this is a God who not only just created the world, but He creates the world. If you think of the first verse in the Bible, everyone knows it. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. If you look in the Hebrew, it's actually a little different. It says, in the beginning of God's creating the heavens and earth. In other words, that our perspective has always been that God creates and recreates and recreates. So I don't know what happened to you yesterday. Might have been good, might have been bad, might have been whatever. But a person can wake up in the morning, say, thank God I'm alive, and today is a brand new day. Today, whatever happened yesterday, that was yesterday, because God is creating me anew today. So as we go into 2016, there's going to be a lot of people that will come to these chambers with great hopes for themselves, their families, and all of Las Vegas. And please join me in answering Amen when we offer up a prayer to the Almighty that God should give all of you great insight to not only make the proper decisions, but to give the right kind of encouragement to inspire and motivate people to make our community the most wonderful community it could possibly be. Thank you for coming. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Rabbi, and I think tomorrow night at 5 o'clock, if you'd care to give a State of the City speech, we'd appreciate it.
I'll be there at 5:20.
No, 20 of 5. Thank you, and Happy New Year. All right, we'll do our pledge. Thank you. And now we'll continue on with the ceremonials. I know you're back at school. Marcy, you're back at school.
Oh, yeah. And then I gotta take off and go to school.
Bob has to get a cane, which may be a golf club, but he's getting it because he can't see.
Okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead. Councilman Coffin's going to join us. Councilman Ross will be coming in a little bit later. Excuse me. Right, Councilman Coffin is going to be coming.
Yes,
Well,
he is.
correct. Okay. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for the first item, I have the great pleasure of recognizing the first Citizen of the Month for 2016. Oh, good, she came here. This lady has been such an integral part of our community for so many years, and it's an honor to have her here today with us. Please help me welcome, at the beginning of this wonderful new year, our Citizen of the Month, Hannah Brown. Hannah, please join us. You look New Year. Hannah has served on more committees and given her time to more groups and charities than we have time to mention today. Most recently, she's been an invaluable member of the Las Vegas Centennial Commission, helping to oversee funding for historically based projects in our community. Born in Arkansas, Hannah moved to Las Vegas with her mother at the age of 6, and I know your math is now going to run. In 1954, she attended Rancho High School in its first year, and it was there she served as student body secretary. Interestingly, this was the first year that Hannah had attended an integrated school, for Las Vegas, as you all probably know, was a very segregated town. Rancho was rezoned during her sophomore year, which placed her at Las Vegas High School, from which she graduated. As a 15-year-old, she was employed as a sales associate by Larry's Music Bar, which later became Larry Wilburn's Sight and Sound Center. I remember that. As a young adult, she became manager of the store and remained in that position until she accepted employment with Western Airlines in 1968. Starting with Western Airlines as a reservation sales agent, she moved forward with the company to become a station manager. After Delta Airlines purchased Western in 1987, Hannah received several managerial promotions, including the position of regional manager director with Delta Airlines in Atlanta, Georgia. In 1994, she wisely returned to Las Vegas with Delta and began her active work in the community. In 1999, she was elected president of the Urban Chamber of Commerce, and under her leadership secured $2.2 million to build an incubator multi-purpose business center and permanent home for the chamber. In September of 2007, the Urban Chamber Board of Directors named Hannah President Emeritus in recognition of 10 years of service as a board member and 8 years as president. Bless you. She is the past president of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women, the Las Vegas chapter, and an active volunteer for so many causes throughout Southern Nevada. So, Hannah, thank you so much for everything you do in our great community, and on behalf of the city of Las Vegas and its residents. And I want to present you with the Citizen of the Month plaque, which we have here. Thank you very much. And it says, City of Las Vegas, Citizen of the Month, presented to Hannah Brown on the 6th of January, 2016, with the seal of the city and signed by the full council and me as mayor, and we congratulate you. And let me see, I have to say something else. I know the plaque. In addition, you have to look to your left. Did we uncover this beautiful sign? Wonderful. Your name will be posted on the City Hall sign on Main Street for the rest of the month. Unfortunately, right by City Hall, you can move in traffic. The jam, hello there, Tina, is further south. So you can drive by and see it. And so we'd love to hear from you. Tell us something. We're just so proud of you, and we thank you so much for everything you've meant to this city.
Well, thank you. I tell you, it's such a, as you said, I did wisely return home and couldn't wait to do so because I came back home from Atlanta, and that convinced me that Las Vegas was really where I belong. But yeah, as you've heard me say so many times, I'm so proud to be a product of the city of Las Vegas. I was raised here from a 6-year-old kid, so you got the math, right? And it's just been more than I can even explain. I do a lot of volunteer work, as you stated, but it helps hopefully people that don't have a voice for themselves, and it just gives me, it's so rewarding for me. And I have with me today Minnie Me. That's my daughter. She used to be little, but
Please?
yeah, but yeah. And many of my friends that are here to support me, and I'm so grateful to them because it's so special to me that I would be recognized.
Well, we're just so proud of you, and lucky daughter.
Yeah.
The genes go on. So
I
let's
know,
go
huh?
get a picture
Yeah, all right,
taken.
okay.
And thank
Yeah,
you all
okay.
who really, you really have an example here of how meaningful it is to be part of this city. Get involved, do something, and make it the great place it is. So we'll take a quick picture. And congratulations, Hannah, and for everybody who's come down to celebrate this woman. For those of you who are watching on TV, we hear your applause. One more?
got a month to drive down my street.
Yay, Hannah. It's wonderful. And for those of you who've been long friends or new friends of Hannah's, I know she's grateful you came down here to be with her. She's a special human being and certainly exemplifies everything that we talk about that we want the city to continue to be. So thank you, Hannah. For our next item, I'd like to invite our Detention and Enforcement Director, Chief Michelle Freeman, to join us up here, as well as our City Manager, Betsy Fretwell. Power to the women. Sorry, guys. Hugging is fine. Are we going to pass through hugs all along? Happy New Year. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better. And today I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Year of 2015, we are in 2015, is Christopher Fry. Christopher, come on down. Where are you? This is a big deal. A whole year. Congratulations. So proud. This is a familiar face. Marshall Fry has been with the city since 2001. And we do have great employees here at the City of Las Vegas, but we often take for granted what public safety officers face on a day-to-day basis. Marshall Fry was recently faced with a situation where lives were on the line, and he quickly responded without thoughts for his own safety. He ran toward the danger to help our citizens, and we can't express our gratitude enough for what you've been doing. Let me tell you what Officer Fry did. While on patrol recently, he came across a building complex that was on fire. I hope it wasn't Mrs. Gonti's.
I don't believe it was.
It wasn't. Okay. He rushed to the burning apartment and was met by a wall of flames. He called out, and when no one answered, he noted that the adjoining apartment's door was ajar. He entered the apartment, which was filled with smoke, and was able to help the people who were inside to escape. Because of Marshall Fry's actions, no citizens were injured, and the complex was ably evacuated. Through the entire ordeal, Marshall Fry remained calm and showed he was a true hero as he assisted the citizens that he was with. Marshall, I want to thank you for all that you do to safeguard our community, and I can't think of a more deserving Employee of the Year. Yes. And when Marshall Fry was up here in November to accept the Employee of the Month award, I know he was nervous, but now he's had a couple of months to get regroup, and I think we've cured him of that, so we're going to hear from the Marshal again to see how he's done. And certainly I'm going to first ask our City Manager, Betsy Fretwell, and then we want to hear from Chief Freeman. So Betsy, please.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, many of you have probably heard the story about Chris, but Chris has just done an incredible job for the city. We're lucky to have him on our team. It's kind of interesting to be up here with all of our uniformed individuals from the Marshals Unit lining the back of the room here, and also some of our incredible firefighters that are here for another recognition in a few moments. We're really blessed in this community that we have such committed public servants that, as the mayor indicated, will run into danger instead of away from it to protect all of us. We're really lucky that we have that high a caliber employee. So it's with great honor that we recognize Chris today. Many of you may or may not know this, but the reason why we have an Employee of the Year celebration is because of one of our former employees who actually worked as a custodian, loved his job at the city. His name was Willie Davis. He left a gift to the city of some stock when he passed away to enable us to recognize some of the stellar employees that we have. And that's why we're here today, to recognize Chris, and we're able to do it shower him with some nice gifts as a result. I think it's really important that the community know that we are a values-driven organization at the City of Las Vegas. And I believe, as I've mentioned, as we've talked about former employees of the month and of the year, that these values are embodied in their actions. And I will tell you that Chris embodied ownership when he ran into that building to make sure that he got all of those individuals out in time to save them from what could have been peril before our firefighters could ably get there and respond to the fire. This is an incredible act of bravery. I believe it completely shows what ownership is about, because he went beyond the call of duty to take care of our community. So with that, I say thank you, Chris. He is a very shy guy, and he told me this morning he can't believe that he's up here again. But you know what? This was an act of heroism, and it's a really important thing for us to recognize what our employees do for our community every day. Every day. And some of them completely are invisible to folks. This one was very visible. But you have a great team of employees serving this community. I'm fortunate to have the opportunity to help lead this organization, and I feel blessed to work with all of them. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Freeman and let her talk a little bit more about Chris.
Thank you. I don't really know how to follow the city manager and the mayor after their kind words about Chris. I feel honored to be standing here today, and as the rabbi said this morning, I really do believe in those words, and small acts of gratitude or small acts of things that happen through your life allow you to see other gratitude and allow you to be grateful for things that you may not have realized. And I am so grateful to be standing here next to you, Chris, and to be part of such an incredible team. I couldn't even wish for something different. I appreciate you so much, and really, like they said, Chris is so humble, and he, has reserve about being up here, even just standing here. I know that you do. And next, knowing, oh my God, I'm gonna have to speak next. But this moment you deserve. You got Employee of the Year. Employee of the Year.
Yeah. The best of the best of the best. It gets no higher.
That's incredible, and I thank you for your hard work, dedication, and your true dedication to excellence, and you really truly show building community to make life better. You're a great example, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Chris.
Well, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank you, Chief Freeman. I want to thank the mayor, Ms. Fretwell, and the council, of course, and the committee that selected me. I know you had 12 other employees, or 11 others to select from, and you decided to pick me. And you could tell I'm a little nervous. This is a great award. I am very grateful for it. It's a little overwhelming, and I don't know what words to put into it, but yeah, I'm very grateful for it, and it's very appreciated award by all of you. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And also let you know, deputy marshals are out there every day. If you ever need them, they're in your parks, they're in your community centers, they're in the city buildings. They will help you out. Just give them a stop anytime you want. Thank you all very much.
We have over 3,000 employees. I just asked our city manager, you talked about all these wonderful goodies and treats. Where are they?
I believe he's already spent them.
Ah!
His wife was with us at the original presentation. I believe she took them with her.
So if you look, maybe we can put them on our website, Mr. Riggleman, so everybody can see that it's real. This isn't phony. We don't do phony here. Because I was going to say you could have the podium if we have nothing to give you that's worthwhile. But we're very proud of you, and we thank you. And for everybody that's working in any type of rescue and protection and safety, God bless you all. Thank you very much for everything you do for this city, our residents, and even as you spill out into the county. We're all one. So thank you all, and we're so proud of you.
Thank you, man.
Really great. I love it. I just wanted to see crystal or something, some big crystal something. Okay, for our oh my goodness, this is special day. And for our final item, I get to invite our wonderful fire chief, Willie McDonald, to join us here at the podium. Chief McDonald is here today to help us recognize one of his top firefighters for what she has accomplished. Boy, this is Ladies' Day, too, except for Chris. I love this, Chief. Thank you. Wow. And what she has accomplished in the Firefighter Combat Challenge. I'd like to ask firefighter Jackie Palmer to come join us at the podium as well. And her crew. Angie Whippler. Here, who are all? Would you introduce each one, please? Here's the mic, and then I'll go through all this stuff.
Come up, please. I'm going to have you introduce your crew.
Huh?
I'm going to have you introduce your crew.
How you doing, Beth?
So can we introduce everybody if they stop moving around?
We get pushed around sometimes.
Well,
Captain Hubs
tough
is going to
guy
introduce
here.
all of his crew members.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I'll go from the far left. Firefighter Bunting, Firefighter Stiebel, our engineer, Bill Winder, and fire paramedic, A.J. Bilalami. And way down, I didn't see, I'm sorry, Cindy. Cindy Kennedy, another engineer who drives air resource at Station 10. Also, Jackie Palmer, who we're here to represent with.
Okay, I'll take it back.
There,
Thank
please.
you. And I want you to know, 10 is around the corner from where I live, walking distance, so I love it. And I watch the best station, in my opinion, always, and Councilman Anthony will love this, you're always at Smith's buying food. No, the whole battalion. In 10, you have to cook. Everybody has to cook. It's part of it. That's your job, correct? Yes. So, anyway, let me get on. That's not about what we're about. We are about Jackie, who's an incredible, incredible person. Let me tell you a bit about her. She's been with the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue since 2006 and is currently assigned to our fabulous Station 10. Every day, she and her fellow firefighters and paramedics are out in the city protecting our citizens. That's impressive enough. But in her spare time, Jackie likes to compete in the Firefighter Combat Challenge. This event brings firefighters from around the world to compete together to determine top firefighters. They compete in an incredible obstacle course that you will not believe, even if you saw it, and I have seen some of these competitions. The challenge seeks to encourage firefighter fitness and demonstrate the profession's rigors to the public. Wearing full gear and an oxygen tank, pairs of competitors race head-to-head as they simulate the physical demands of a real-life firefighting task by performing a linked series of 5 endeavors. The tasks include climbing the 5-story tower, hoisting, chopping, dragging hoses, and rescuing a life-size 175-pound victim as they race against themselves, their opponent, and the clock. In October, Jackie represented the city of Las Vegas at the challenge, and she won the competition. Not only did she beat all comers on the obstacle course, but she broke the world record in this event twice. You are awesome. Whoop. In her semifinal run, she recorded a world record time of 2 minutes and 5 seconds for what I just read you. I mean, it's incredible. 2 minutes and 5 seconds, and then because she's from Vegas, and we always go big here, she came back in the finals with the time of 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So Jackie, oh my gosh, woo! Congratulations on this amazing accomplishment, and thank you for representing the city of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue and all of us who call this home so well. And most importantly, thank you for going to work every day to protect everyone in our community. Now we want to hear from you, but before you get the microphone, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. I am so proud of Jackie's accomplishments, and
as you know, how proud I am to be a member of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue and the great things that all of our folks do. It is amazing to be able to recognize Jackie for the amazing feat of winning the World Championship in the Firefighters Combat Challenge. She not only won the World Championship, she also, because of the 9 regional events that she took a first place in, she was the 2015 Grand National Champion as a result of that. And she competes with some ladies, some of which are, the oldest is 49 years old. They call themselves the Golden Gals. And they're a relay team, and they're also world champions. And as a result of being in Montgomery, Alabama, and that's a fire department that actually is able to support their folks in the combat challenge. The Golden Gals took on the relay team from the Montgomery Fire Department, and they beat them. They were men. So she is amazing. Her dedication, she's a great firefighter. She's a great paramedic, and she serves with this crew. They all love working with her, and they all love serving with her and encouraging her efforts and helping her prepare. But she serves in our busiest unit. And she does it proudly, and she does it excellently, and she's just a great employee and a great person. So I'm so proud. Congratulations, Jackie.
Would you say a few words? Would you say, I mean, knowing how strong, but I have to ask one thing. Was it 3 years ago that I went to the competition opposite the Stratosphere? 2013. We did not have one here last year either, in 15.
We'd love to have one in 2017, and we're working with your office and the city manager's office to see if there's an opportunity for us to bring the World Challenge here to Las Vegas in 2017. Money? Just a minor little bit.
How much? Everything's money. How much, you know, I wish I could put my hand in Oscar's pocket and pull it out. How much is it? How much?
$120,000.
Anybody out there who has 120,000 or even a piece of it? Would you please contact Betsy Fretwell, the City of Las Vegas, on our website, and any contributions? We need to have this here again. I mean, my goodness. Oh, good. I'm not allowed to be fundraising, but you know, when have I ever listened to anything I'm supposed to listen to? So please, would you have just a few words? Tell us when did you start this? Were you always very athletic and always in competition, or what?
I think just first, so in case I don't get in trouble, Chief Wiki, this is all because of you. I'm here because of you, sir. It's all due to you. So, I started competing in 2007. As soon as I got off probation, Worlds came back to Vegas, and they just put out an email that said they needed women to do exhibition relay. So I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And I've been doing it ever since. And I've actually I started doing the individual about 4 years ago, because if you do the relay, it's 3 to 5 people that are involved. Tandem's 2 people, and if you really hate yourself, that's when you do the individual, and it's just 2 minutes of pure pain and misery. So if you go faster, it's over sooner. That's the point of going faster. No, I've been the female that's actually won the female division for the last 4 years. She's been amazing and hasn't actually lost a race, so it's been kind of a goal to see if I could beat her, and it's been awesome. I've had tons of support from these guys. I could not have done it without my crew. They've been there for all of my training. They have to watch me. They chase me down. They give me words of encouragement when they feel I'm slacking. My partner, Dieter, he's been the victim of most of my training. AJ's been a huge support. James, Bill, you guys. Cindy has to refill all my bottles all the time. And Captain, just making sure I've got time to train. You guys, they've been amazing and a huge support, and I couldn't have done it without them.
Wonderful. That is so exciting. Talk about an athlete, too. And Chief, I know you've got one more little thing I can tell, because she's really paid the due right there. So that means earn more money for her, and so we can get it back here.
I just wanted to share that Jackie has been invited to a World Invitational in Dubai this year by invitation only to compete in the World competition. That's in February? March.
Yeah, I know. That's my hotel.
Yeah. So it's pretty incredible what she's done and the recognition that she's brought to the department. So, Mayor, may I say one more thing? So 41 years ago, on January 6th, 1975, I was a senior in high school, but this man started working for the city of Las Vegas. 41 years ago. This is Chief Larry Whitcliffe. He's he looked this happy then. And he's dedicated himself for 41 years to this community, and I just wanted to recognize him. Yes.
Can I make one comment, please? Acknowledging that I appreciate this, but there's one person in this room I've known almost all my life, and she received an award up here earlier, and that's Hannah Brown.
So, well, that concludes everything. We'll have our eyes on you. Chief, please make sure we all know times and what to watch and how we can, is there some connection we can make through our website or somewhere. But thank you all for everything that you do. And what are you serving for dinner tonight? Okay. See you at Smith's. Thank you all. We just are so grateful for everything that you've done, and especially for being in support so beautifully of this wonderful talent. So thank you. Okay. We'll continue right into council right now. No break. Okay, everyone, I'm sorry I was at fault there by running around. So,
Councilman Pierce, unfortunately, it is going forward, and it's going to be another amendment to the proposed second amendment.
okay. Yes. Okay, we are on agenda item number 8. If everyone will please take their seats. Okay. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We'll set the time at 1 minute. So please come forward, and there will be, of course, on certain items, opportunity to speak, and then, of course, at the conclusion of council, anyone can come down.
And all of these are going to be
And please say your name for the record.
agenda item 40, the dog.
Okay, and what's that one?
Spinella wants to.
My name is Erwin Raymer. My name is Erwin Raymer. I'm the CFO of Acrylic Tank Manufacturing of Nevada, and I am here to have something to say.
Please, and what's your agenda item?
I'm sorry?
Which agenda item?
In regards to the dogs and cats and...
Okay, that's agenda item 40, okay?
40.
And we do have a very large number of cards that as we get to the item, we will go ahead and address it, and probably ask you, as we have done in the past, to get representatives, because I think with the emails and comments that have been made throughout the past month, there's probably going to be a lot of repetition. So please make your comments for the 1 minute, and then we'll welcome you back.
Well, being that I am freedom of choice, I am appalled by the fact that they want to take away the rights of people to purchase dogs, cats, potbelly pigs, et cetera, and who knows what else. We have the #1 show on Animal Planet called Tanked, okay? And if they took away the fish, there would be no aquariums. The fact is that this employs a lot of people selling for Petco, PetSmart, and various other companies. And I'm just appalled at the fact that they want to take away the choice from dogs, cats, and fish, or animals, by the people to make those choices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishes to be heard under this portion? Okay, hearing and seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 9. Something's buzzing. Am I supposed to know what that is? Okay. Agenda item 9, business items for possible action. Any items the council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Your Honor, I have agenda item 54, SUP 60423, applicant owner 3101 North Rancho Drive. The applicant has requested that item be withdrawn without prejudice. That's the only one. That's my motion.
Okay. Since your staff was telling me, when is it going to be obeyed?
It's been, agenda item 54, the applicant has requested it be withdrawn without prejudice.
Okay, there's a motion then on agenda item 54. Please vote and please post. Thank you very much. No, not thank you very much. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 10 for possible action to approve the minutes by reference to the November 18th and December 2nd, 2015 regular city council meetings. Is there a motion, please, to approve those minutes?
There is, Your Honor, a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you. Please vote and please post. And what is this?
That's agenda item 30. I'll get you.
Okay.
I don't mind doing that.
Okay. And at this point, we are going to move on to agenda items 11 through 29 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward? Please advise.
Mayor, I want to pull forward agenda item 11.
Okay. Well, since it's forward, we will do that, but we will have a discussion. Anything else? Any other council members' numbers? It's all right, don't worry, Councilman, I'll protect you at all times. What, are you reading through? Anything else to be pulled?
Oh, no, I've already.
We're good? Okay. Are we all happy down there? Good. All right, so the agenda then will be 12 through 29.
Motion to approve the consent agenda items 12 through 29, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve 12 through 29. Please vote and please post. Unanimously carried. Now, agenda item number 11 is requested by Mayor Pro Tem Ross for possible action to approve the ratification of the Commission for the Las Vegas Centennial Funding allocation of $300,000 for the production of 2016 Eldorado Rodeo in partnership with the Professional Bull Riders Association, the PBR, at the Las Vegas Village. That's at 3901 Las Vegas Boulevard. Commission for the Las Vegas Centennial, Clark County. And fund requested in the amount, this is the background, was approved by the Commission for the Las Vegas Centennial at the December 14th, 2015 special board meeting for the production expenses related to 2016 Eldorado Rodeo to be located in Las Vegas Village at 3901 Las Vegas Boulevard. Per the operating agreement with the Commission for the Las Vegas Centennial, any funding over $100,000 must have council ratification.
Thank you, Mayor, if I may.
Please.
I think it's significant to pull this item off the consent agenda because of the historic nature and value of Eldorado for Southern Nevada and its unique, now new unique relationship with PBR to continue that rich tradition of our heritage. And I would ask, with your permission, Mayor, to invite Esther Reinke to the microphone to discuss that relationship with us right now, if you approve.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Reineke.
Good morning, Mayor
Good
and
morning.
council members. Esther Reinke, City of Las Vegas employee.
So would you tell us a little bit about this exciting potential?
So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ross, for bringing me forward. All of you that know me know that Eldorado has become near and dear to my heart. We brought it back thanks to Mayor Oscar Goodman in 2005 during our centennial. And in 2009, thank you to, at that time, Councilman Ross. He said, if we're continuing Eldorado, we need to do the rodeo. So from 2009 till now, I've become a rodeo producer and a parade producer. It's a great addition to your resume. And this past year, because we haven't had a permanent location for Eldorado, and it's been a little bit of a challenge keeping it going, and the funding that is required by our Centennial Board to build an arena every year and tear it down, we were presented from the PBR, the Professional Bull Riders, to enter into a partnership with them, which will keep Eldorado alive at least for another year. So we are very happy that in May of 2016, Eldorado will partner with PBR. It will have hopefully a lot of added value with that partnership. It will be held down, unfortunately, not in our city limits, but it will be down on the village, which is located across from the Luxor Hotel on that new event site. So we're happy that Eldorado lives. I fought hard to keep it going, and we'll have another awesome parade on Saturday, May 14th, and a rodeo, and I hope everybody buys tickets and participates in the parade and goes to the rodeo so we can keep this very rich tradition event alive in our community.
Thank you for the good fight. I mean, it really is exciting and goes so far back in the history of our community, 1934. And so it really is for us to lose those wonderful events, and thank you for fighting for the rodeo portion of it. It really has been exciting. We've had some bad weather in the past, and hopefully that's going to be gone, and we will at some point in the near future be able to bring it downtown where it belongs.
Yeah, we hope it comes back. I certainly want to thank our Centennial Board members, and Councilman Coffin and Councilman Barlow and Mayor Goodman sit on that board for approving the funding again. They approved another $300,000 to keep this going, and without that support, Eldorado would have died a long time ago. So I absolutely appreciate you guys for continuing this.
And if I
Thank you
may,
very much, Esther.
May I
Yes,
express
please.
our appreciation to you, Esther, for becoming that rodeo producer as well, because to longtime Native Nevadans and Southern Nevadans, that's a very important tradition for us to remember our heritage and what built our great city, helped build it. So, council members, thank you very much for your commitment to Eldorado
And
as well.
Hannah Brown.
And
She
Hannah
is a
Brown, yeah.
member. Or did Hannah leave? Hannah Brown, who we recognize today for everything she's done, has been on that committee for a long time.
Yes.
And I want to mention the Elks as well, because it was their commitment and understanding of the
Absolutely.
importance of this event for Southern Nevadans in Las Vegas. So I commend them as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
With that, I would like to move to approve Agenda Item 11.
Thank you. This motion to approve, and thanks.
Thank
Ms.
you very
Reineke.
much. Thank
Please
you.
vote and please post. Nicely done. And that carries unanimously, and we don't have to move it forward. Here we are on Agenda Item 30. And so this is an administrative report here. Report actually by David Swallow on behalf of Tina Quigley. You're both going to do it, so come on up. This is the report by Tina Quigley, General Manager of the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, the RTC. The final Transportation Improvement Business Plan, TIBP.
Good job.
TIBP.
TIBP, that's good.
This is Wards 1, 3, and 5, Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Barlow, and Coffin. So please have at it. We're all waiting to see how smooth and wonderful
Everything's
transportation
gonna be
is
in
going to
there.
be able
Well,
to access in
It is a
Southern
30-year
Nevada.
plan. I'd like to point that out right away. But before I'll introduce David, and he'll come up and give the presentation. I'm going to need to head out. But I really wanted to take a couple minutes, if I could in the beginning, to thank the city and for your support throughout this endeavor. We've actually been working on this for about 3 years, and Betsy's been at the table all the time, cooperating, collaborating. And I really have to give a shout out to some members on your team. Jorge Cervantes, absolutely amazing. That guy, talk about collaborate, you talk about the values of the city. You have employees who truly do demonstrate that, whether they're in this chamber or not. David Bowers, Mike Jansen, these are people who are really making a difference in our community and contributed greatly to this overall regional plan. I love working with the city because they look past their jurisdictional boundaries. A lot of times they are very focused on the region as a whole, and that makes things so much easier in our world. So, a little bit about the history of the TIBP, the Transportation Investment Business Plan. It was about 3 years ago that for the first time ever, Rossi pulled together a group of us who had really never in the past sat down together at one time at one table, and he gave us very clear, he communicated very clearly to us that we were getting to a point where we needed to, in order to stay globally competitive at continuing to bring in new conventions and to keep the ones that we had to start focusing not just on what happens within the walls of the resorts or the walls of the convention center, but also the experience that the visitor had as they moved around to those different destinations. Other places are starting to market themselves as being places that are easy to get around, and that is not something that we can do right now. So he pulled together taxis, limos, the city, the county, the monorail, the RTC, the airport, the Chamber of Commerce, the resorts themselves, and said, all right, guys, take your blinders off. This isn't about you. Get out of your silos. This is about us as a whole. How are we going to work together to become a competitive destination? So over the past 18 months, we've been working with a consultant and with a lot of members on your team, and we now have a final document. It is out on our website for review by the public, and in March, it will come back to our board for final adoption as part of the RTC's directive. But David will walk you through some of the specific recommendations that surfaced as part of this effort. Thank you.
Well, and I want to compliment you. Everywhere I've gone, owners of hotels, the executives of many of the really conglomerate hotel chains of how fabulous you and your team have been open to listening to their needs and bringing them information. I hear it time and again when I'm out around the county. So just thank you, Tina. You've done a great job.
It really is a fun time in Southern Nevada because we're at that tipping point where we know that we have the ability to make a difference and to actually bring about some change. So it's a lot of
So
fun.
in addition to Rabbi Wine's going to be addressing tomorrow night's State of the City, I got you included too. Because we know we're all part of the whole. And if one piece has something going on, it's going to affect the
Exactly,
whole,
well-
and transportation's key. So
Appreciate it.
thank you,
All
Tina,
right,
great
thank you.
job.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Good morning. And Happy
Good morning,
New
Mayor,
Year.
members of the council. I'm David Swell, Senior Director of Engineering and Technology with the RTC, and I'm glad to be here this morning to talk to you about a really exciting plan. If I could get the, yeah. You like the clicker? Oh, perfect. Thanks, David. So, as Tina mentioned, this has been a very collaborative effort, and we, at the RTC, as well as a number of the folks that have been involved, have actually enjoyed some good, tough conversations that have happened over the years. But in this case, it just seemed to be a lot more collaborative as to, acknowledging that we do have some challenges with mobility, particularly in the core area of the valley, and that we need to address those challenges together. I'll read this text just for the folks in the back who can't see it. In an increasingly connected world, seamless accessibility and mobility is no longer considered an enhancement by the global traveler. It's actually a baseline expectation, especially for cities who compete for tourism. And so that is, if you look at what Las Vegas's economy is based upon, particularly the geographic center of the valley, what we call our core area, going from north from downtown, south to McCarran Airport, west to Valley View Boulevard, and east to Maryland Parkway. These are just some quick facts and figures about, we have over 41 million visitors that came to Las Vegas last year. Of those,
Did the Review Journal tell us a fib and said that Rossi had reported it's over 42 million?
Oh, that's outstanding. Even better. Even better.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted, Mayor Pro Tem saw it and he said, I thought we were over 41.
Yep.
We are.
That's right.
Okay. Sorry.
Thank
Didn't
you.
interrupt.
Thank you. And so you can also see by the wages and benefits, this is integral to our livelihood for the people who live in Southern Nevada. So if we're going to remain globally competitive, we had to get together and say, really acknowledge what are our challenges, what are the travelers experiencing as they come to Las Vegas, and experience is the key word here. Because if you look at our economy, it's based on the Las Vegas experience. It's very unique. You can't find it anywhere else in the world. And the interesting thing is you have to come here to get it. So we need to make sure, that being our #1 export, that we preserve and enhance that experience. That result, as Tina mentioned, there's been a number of folks involved. Aside from the gamut of the resorts and the taxi cab companies and all the GES and Freeman who set up conventions, to the convention organizers, LVCVA, a number of people have been involved from the unions. This has been a very collaborative effort. We've had over 150 stakeholders that came to our meetings that we really followed up on with one-on-one meetings to get from them what are their needs and how can we address those needs. And that's resulted in the Transportation Investment Business Plan. I'm just going to kind of highlight some of the key recommendations of the business plan. There are 5 areas that we're focusing on, but first and foremost, what's not listed here is we want to focus on enhancing and really maximizing the efficiency of the infrastructure that we have today. We have a good solid base to start with. We want to bolster that, whether it's our roadway network, whether it's our transit system. We want to look at ways to maximize the efficiency of what we have before we start investing in other things. But there are areas that we can invest in to really create a more seamless, integrated transportation network. The 5 categories of recommendations include high-capacity transit. We also have pedestrian improvements, surface street or roadway and freeway improvements. And then, of course, we're looking at what we call public policies or recommendations. These aren't specific projects that require capital investment. These are more of programs that can kind of turbocharge those recommendations that we have before you. I also want to distinguish the recommendations that we have are kind of separated. We have the group that I'm going to go through in great detail, and I, as part of the whole shock and awe principle, I'll just throw the dollars right out in front. The recommendations that we're presenting here total about $7 to $12 billion if implemented over the next 30 years. That includes not only the capital investments, but also the operations and maintenance of some of the systems that we'll go over. Separated from that, part of this includes planning and kind of the pre-development of a light rail system that I'll go into detail about. But the cost of the light rail, other than the planning part, as we talk about construction and actual operation, we think that can be separated out of this $7 to $12 billion. So that number is separate and distinct. So the $7 to $12 billion amount is really focused on everything except for the construction and operation of the light rail. And the reason why we separated it out, because the light rail system that we're proposing is in a corridor that's very unique, and it has characteristics that make it attractive for other investment opportunities that are above and beyond what we would see normally for public infrastructure projects. So the categories, the projects have been kind of collected into what we call suites. These are groups or constellations of projects that are directly related to a certain purpose. Suite 1 is to look at how do we enhance visitor mobility from the airport to and along the Las Vegas Strip and then to downtown Las Vegas. That connection is integral to our economy and our well-being, and we think it warrants serious focus. As you can see here, one of the primary recommendations is the light rail system. As I mentioned, light rail is unique in this. It has a unique opportunity in this corridor, but it's the technology we decided after looking at the gamut of different options out there. We looked at urban gondolas, we looked at monorails, subways, things like that. But in the end, light rail is a very flexible transit technology. It can be, you can add capacity through frequency, but it can also be expanded to different parts of the valley. So that as we look at implementing something on the resort corridor, connecting the Strip to downtown, in the future we could also expand upon that system. So this could be kind of the starter system for us. It's also a proven technology. It's been in place for about 30 years now across the country, so we think it has some reliability there. And so in addition to that, light rail has this attractiveness to it that people want to ride it. We see that real estate developers like to build around it. So again, it has a number of different attributes that make it beneficial for this corridor. When we look at how we use our existing infrastructure, I mentioned that we want to maximize efficiency. And if you look at what we, just as an example here to give you some scale, you take one travel lane and you look at how many cars you can carry on it in a typical day, not 24 hours, but peak periods and then some non-peak periods. You're looking at about 35,000 cars a day. If we were to take the same lane and use it for bus rapid transit, we could see increasing that to about 40,000 or more passengers per day. When we talk about putting a light rail system on, you can see it jumps dramatically from anywhere to 70 to 140,000 passengers a day. So a very efficient use of an existing asset. What Las Vegas does very well is transit. In fact, we're recognized as one of the most cost-efficient transit agencies in the country. If you look at the top 50 bus agencies across the U.S., they have what's called a fare box recovery ratio. So this is the amount of money they take in for the dollars that they spend. Across the U.S., amongst the top 50, the average fare box recovery ratio is 27%. In Las Vegas, we're nearly double that at 50%. In fact, we have the highest fare box recovery ratio of any of the bus agencies that I'm talking about. When you look at the Las Vegas Strip itself, where we operate our Deuce and our Strip and Downtown Express, our fare box recovery ratio is 163%. So you can see there's a lot of opportunity there because it has a lot of ridership. In fact, it has nearly a quarter of the overall system ridership occurs between the Strip and downtown Las Vegas. But it also represents over a third of our revenues. So, it's a very important corridor for our valley, for the visitor experience, but also for the revenues that help support our system. The other things that make this unique is it's in a very concentrated area. You have a high density with tens of thousands of hotel rooms, so, over 100,000 hotel rooms. You have the hundreds of thousands of employees. You have consistent travel patterns and such. So we think there's some neat opportunities with the light rail system here. You can see a map that kind of lays out how it would connect to the airport, come along the Strip to and through downtown Las Vegas. The dashed yellow lines represent different alternatives for how we connect to the airport itself. These would have to be teased out in future studies. Say if we do an alternatives analysis or an environmental document, we can narrow down these alternatives. But they include using the existing airport connector tunnel There's actually a third tunnel that exists today that might be available. Other options are to use Tropicana or Harmon Avenue. Ultimately, we want to get to the Strip and connect to downtown Las Vegas with the system. In the future, if the area around Cashman Field were to develop, you can see here we depict, illustratively a potential extension to the Cashman area. Aside from the transit, the airport to Strip and downtown connection also relies on vehicles. The majority of visitors that come into the airport take cabs to get to the Strip. Whether you're taking a cab, taking a bus, a shuttle, any kind of service today really relies on the same roadway infrastructure. And that's good because we can maximize the efficiency of the roadways. At the same time, it makes us vulnerable because if you do have an incident, a crash, or some congestion, say an event at the Thomas and Mack Center, that can really inhibit the access to and from the airport. What we're proposing here is actually doing an elevated couplet system that uses Koval Lane and Swenson Street to connect to and from the airport. This is kind of a limited access facility. Think of it as a mini freeway that would connect to and from the airport. When we look at other infrastructure improvements, we also need to consider the pedestrian. Pedestrian trips on Las Vegas Boulevard are nearly equal to the number of auto trips, so the pedestrian movement is critically important for our visitors. What we're recommending here, and this is just shown as reference, this is kind of a circular pedestrian bridge. I want you to keep this in mind as I go to the next slide. That type of structure we're proposing at Sahara Avenue and Las Vegas Boulevard. Not only to provide an efficient facility for pedestrians to move around there, but we're really trying to separate pedestrians from vehicles for their safety, but also to maximize the capacity of the roadway. Once we separate those, everybody can move a little bit better through that intersection. We were talking about a circular bridge structure at this location at Sahara to act as also a gateway between the Strip itself and downtown Las Vegas. In addition to that, we have 6 other pedestrian bridges noted.
Excuse me, if you would, for 1 second, a question by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Swallow. Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Mr. Swallow. The elevated circular structure at Sahara, can you go back, that slide right there, that is quite significant, I think, especially for our audience and folks that are watching this at home, that this is the kind of direction we've talked about going to cover all the circles, or I'll cover all the corners. What is okay, this is the estimated cost of just one of these circular structures?
No, I'm sorry. The costs there reflect all the pedestrian, all the roadway, and other types of improvements that are part of this Project Suite 2, so movement on the boulevard.
Okay, through the mayor to you then, Mr. Swallow, what is the cost of this structure alone just for Sahara Boulevard?
We haven't done a detailed cost estimate on it, but it would be in the $10 to $20 million range, I imagine. Again, we have to go through this in detail, and it really depends.
Well, I say that because as I'm listening to the plan, the multi-year plan, this would be significant as a cornerstone to get started with, especially between the city and the county. If the city and the county and RTC or somehow we shared those costs, and this was that cornerstone of the long-term transportation plan. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
So that would be very interesting, Mayor and Council, if one day, sooner than later, we could actually get this structure built on that corner, especially with the advent of Rock and Rio, coming on a every other year type basis or every couple of year basis, and the growth of that corner right there with the SLS going on as well, and where we meet with the county and the gateway into downtown. I think it would be quite significant to start with that project first.
And also, Mayor Pro Tem, it's more about where are we going to get the funding to get this on and get it started, all of it. I'm sure that's part of what you're going to be addressing in the future, of what your plans are for the legislature in 2017, as well as what you're expecting from the municipalities and the county to put forth. So thank you. Yeah, I think it would be terrific.
So you can see here we also have a number of other pedestrian bridges along the Strip that we're recommending, as well as in downtown, which I'll touch on a little bit later. The other improvements to help movement along Las Vegas Boulevard, but also to connect between the conventions facilities and the Strip and downtown, really focus on, again, we're looking at transit options, pedestrian options, and roadway options. So going into Suite 3 for the convention connections, you can see here, and I'll kind of walk you through this map. First are the transit improvements. As we started this conversation, the topic that kept coming up was how does the Las Vegas monorail fit in? And the Las Vegas monorail is sometimes, positioned as it's not located in the right spot. But when you look at the monorail as a convention connector, it's perfectly located to connect to our 3 largest convention facilities. It has a station today at the Las Vegas Convention Center. It literally goes right by the Sands Expo and Convention Center, and with the blue extension shown near the bottom of the screen, could connect to Mandalay Bay and its convention center, thereby connecting the 3 largest properties, as well as all the meeting spaces and the hotel rooms in between. So we think the monorail has a very important role in the overall system, particularly as a convention connector.
Is there consideration or was there discussion about it going from the airport and coming down to Cashman?
We did talk about the monorail going to the airport or extending to downtown Las Vegas. In the end, we thought that the light rail was a more appropriate technology for that type of connection.
Thank you.
In addition to the transit improvements for these convention facility connections, we think it's also important to reinforce pedestrian safety, again with more pedestrian bridges at the 4 locations that you see here on Paradise, and then over off of Sands and Koval and Trop and Koval. Again, these are meant to connect to these large facilities, but also facilitate movements that are outside the strip area. Finally, the roadway improvements that we're proposing as part of this suite include extending Koval Lane south to Reno, Giles, and Hacienda, trying to get folks off of the main arteries onto these secondary access points. I think a lot of the taxi cabs know about using this route, and a number of the locals do, but we think it could be enhanced to add capacity and become more that back-of-house access. And extending the capacity improvements north on Koval Lane, north of Tropicana, up to Sands Avenue. Another concept just adjacent to that is the extension of Howard Hughes Parkway, which currently stops at Flamingo Road going south, but taking it further south to Harmon Avenue and Tropicana Avenue. Again, trying to create a secondary access point to help diffuse traffic a little bit more on these side streets. One of the other proposals was to look at extending the one-way couplet on Paradise and Swenson from where it ends today at Harmon north all the way to Sahara Avenue, which is kind of important when we look at how that connects to what the city is doing with Main and Commerce and the one-way couplet there. The 4th project suite was looking at how do we connect the Valley's workforce to our main employment center. And so just kind of walk you through real quick on, this is the real efficient way to do this, in addition to what we're already doing through our fuel revenue indexing and our motor vehicle fuel tax programs, is to bolster or complement the roadway improvements with transit connections. We already have some, 4 existing express routes that use the freeways. We're looking to add to those express routes on 95 Summerlin Parkway, but taking that, instead of going all the way to downtown, now using Valley View and Harmon to get a direct connection to the Strip and to the university from the western part of the valley. You also see a connection going up North 5th Street to the VA hospital, and ultimately could go to the UNLV campus north of the Beltway. We have Flamingo Road shown there, and as you know, Flamingo is already under construction. We're already adding shared bus and bike lanes on Flamingo and looking to improve that whole corridor as far as the transit experience. Charleston Boulevard, which is also a recommendation of the city and the mobility master plan that you put together. We think Charleston's a very important corridor for us, going from the west all the way to the east. And then, looking at going south from Las Vegas Boulevard, either on South Las Vegas Boulevard and to Blue Diamond Road, or to using the Southern Beltway connections to, again, add more express services. Again, trying to connect the larger part of the valley to our central core. The 5th project suite was how do we improve access from I-15 to and from the resort corridor. And this includes some connections off of the 95 and downtown that I'll go through in a little bit. But looking at I-15 itself, this is a rendering of the Tropicana Avenue interchange which you can see with the new stadium there will need some improvements. That is noted in here. Some of the other ones I want to walk through that are important for accessing the Strip, particularly for residents, one is Valley View and Harmon, which currently stop at the Union Pacific Railroad just west of I-15. We think that's an important workforce connection that can be, the county already has design done for an interchange there to bridge over the railroad, and we think that's a really important connection. In addition to that, you see we're looking at taking what is being done as far as Project Neon on Martin Luther King Boulevard and extending that south to Meade Avenue, and then adding at Meade Avenue kind of an HOV, what we call drop ramp. So basically coming from the center of I-15 onto bridges that cross over I-15. Again, more for, not just for commuters going to and from work. This could provide a secondary access for cabs who, again, have, more than one person in their car. Other drop ramp locations are proposed at Hacienda Avenue and Harmon Avenue. Again, these are meant to kind of pull traffic away from the major interchanges and provide some secondary access points between the freeway and the Strip. Looking at downtown Las Vegas, this is what we call Project Suite 6, and really looking at how do you improve circulation and access to and from downtown. First is the transit improvements. Includes a proposed downtown circulator type trolley. This is something that you, the council, had noted at your special work session late last year, and think it's a very good idea, and we have it noted in the plan. In addition, you can see a few.
With the mayor's permission. Thank you, Mayor. And Ms. Brentwell, didn't we not discuss about perhaps this in next year's budget as an item for the downtown circular?
We're working right now on a game plan for that. Yes, so we were directed at the workshop to try and figure out a funding model, and we are working on that not only with RTC but with the Downtown Alliance members.
Good.
To work through that entire issue.
Because they're, Mayor, they are shareholders or stakeholders as well in the downtown corridor, so I think that's significant. Thank you, Ms. Brentwell. Thank you, Mr. Swall. Thank you, Mayor.
Some of the other proposed recommendations include the pedestrian bridges and shared pedestrian and vehicle crossings that really provide a better seamless link between the downtown proper and the Symphony Park area, bridging over the Union Pacific Railroad. One item that I don't have shown on here, was shown on the larger transit map, is the proposed Maryland Parkway transit improvements. And that's a study that's currently underway right now. We are in the environmental process. We are, our initial recommendations that we plan to present at our next set of public meetings is for an urban light rail system that would connect along Maryland Parkway from the airport to the university, Sunrise Hospital, to and through downtown Las Vegas, and also to the Las Vegas Medical District. We think that's a very important connection, thereby, providing access, seamless access between the Medical District, the Sunrise Hospital, and the university campus, but also connecting to what could enable future more affordable housing in the downtown area for those users. Some of the roadway and freeway improvements we're looking at in downtown, a couple interchanges were proposed, providing access from the US 95 or 515 at City Parkway, as well as at Maryland Parkway. And then looking at, of course, the connection there at Charleston, again, an HOV drop ramp that would provide access directly from the freeway down onto the surface streets. You can also see there creating what's called the Neon Gateway, providing access across Charleston Boulevard at Grand Central Parkway to Industrial and Western. One other item is the blue square that's shown on your screen. As I mentioned earlier, we were talking about extending the one-way couplet on Paradise and Swenson. The city has the one-way couplet that you're currently developing on Main and Commerce. This square is right at Las Vegas Boulevard and St. Louis, where we could maybe do a little bit better interface between those two systems and make it a more efficient connection between the downtown area and the convention center. Finally, the last suite of programs and policies, this is our last set of recommendations, and again, these are meant to not just be projects per se, but actual initiatives or programs that we could carry forward. What's really important to the traveler to Las Vegas, whether they're visitors here as tourists or they're here as, on business, going to conventions, is how to get around. And so we think a transportation navigation program is something that could be implemented that includes kind of wayfinding, signage, linkages with mobile phone applications and things. We want folks, before they come to Las Vegas, to know how they're going to get around. And as soon as they get here, whether they come in via the airport or the freeway, they're going to know where they want to go and how to get there and what options are available to them. Maybe not every trip has to be made by car or by walking. Some may be by transit or other types of options. Second recommendation is to create a resort corridor mobility association. The city and the county do very well in coordinating with convention and event organizers on traffic control measures and things like that. But there's a lot of other things going on. The utilities might have some work. Maybe there's some landscape maintenance with the landscaping on the Strip. Other things that are going on that aren't necessarily coordinated together as we have big events come to town. We're talking about creating this Resort Corridor Mobility Association to talk about what's upcoming, have all the key stakeholders in the room, whether it's the hotel properties, the convention centers, the event organizers, the city, the county, NDOT, police, taxi cab authority, taxi cab companies, everybody in the same room to say, here's what's coming, how are we going to manage this event? And together look at managing it collaboratively. It also could be a forum for carrying forward the recommendations out of the business plan into the future. Some of the other things that we're looking at is providing better connectivity between, these large tracts of land, the super blocks as we call them. In downtown Las Vegas, we enjoy a relatively good block size, less than 3 acres per block. When you look at the top 20 properties on the Strip, the average property size is 70 acres. So 70 acres versus 3 acres. You can imagine how much that really pushes access out to the major corridors and really forces traffic to kind of go around these big tracts of land. We would like to kind of break those up and provide a little bit more access to, again, diffuse traffic through those. And other than that, looking at how do we meet demands, with private transportation services. The Taxi Cab Authority has a number of medallions out on the street. How can they anticipate events, provide maybe temporary medallions in anticipation of those, working with the other, transportation network companies to also prepare for those. So again, these are just program and policy items that aren't necessarily projects, but are certainly ways to turbocharge any of the recommendations that we have. And so with that, here's the web address for the plan. The plan is over 2,000 pages. The front end's a little bit easier to read. I encourage everyone, though, to take an opportunity to go through the plan. We have a place for you to put your comments. We'll collect those comments now through mid-February and look to incorporate those comments into the final document.
Thank you. We're excited, and we wish it would all be done in about 10 months. So and I'm sure the arena is really hopeful you're going to get something moving very soon, because that really is very challenging, that area. I know our council are going to have questions and comments, so I'm just going to start down with Councilman Coffin, if that's all right, please, and just ask you all to keep them relatively brief, please.
Thank you, Mayor. To you and through you, I want to make sure that you understand it's a statement, but I hope it begs a question, and that is this. There's a long, long history in our community. I'm speaking of the Valley, of focusing exclusively on the Strip. In fact, I notice, even though some of our maps here that you've presented and in the written literature are valley-wide, most of it is dead ends at Sahara, which is the city limits. And I know that the golden rule will apply over the years as this comes, and those who have the gold will rule. And that means the Strip. And the Strip is very Strip-centric. It can't see beyond the Strip, and so it considers itself to be the lifeblood of the Valley, and it is true. Most of the jobs in this town are created through employment and or spin-off money from Strip employment or our downtown casino. So that's a given. What I want to make sure is that we don't have these situations develop again in the future, and this is after I'm gone. I'll be recycled before this is finished. But the city of Las Vegas has had a couple of bad experiences. You know, the People Mover downtown, which started and then was, frankly, bulldozed, and hardly anybody knows it happened. And then the monorail, which stops at Sahara. Some short-sighted people didn't see their way to a conclusion. And I think if we start from the beginning with a really, truly valuable, valley-wide system, as I think you're illustrating, then, and stick with it, I think we'll have success. I don't see, in other words, let me get to the funding, because the funding is important. Those who pay, again, the golden rule, will call the shots. I don't see us going very much deeper, if at all, into the room taxes. That's generally been the golden goose for us. We've gone there, and I hope that's not the exclusive provider of funds for this, because our rooms are already expensive, and the tax is getting pretty high. Our sales tax is pretty high. I think we're talking about property tax here, and I think we're going to have legislative approval to assist us, the whole valley, on this, to allow us to raise the property taxes to pay for part of this. But in order for support for that to happen, you're going to have it benefiting the most people, not just the businesses, not just the casinos and the retail along Las Vegas Boulevard. And so my plea is try to get this on the record from you guys, that there will be this effort to make it valley-wide constantly and everything, and not pull up short of Sahara. You know, it's where really a demarcation line exists. It's like a wall, a transparent wall. Money wants to stop at Sahara, and we've got to keep it going. And we have great plans which will benefit the Strip, and they need to be reminded of that. Truly do. The Cashman Center, 60, 70 acres, what's going to happen there will be a big draw for people to come to town to stay at the Strip too. So I just want to make sure you have my opinion on the record, and I know you'll give me a short answer, because that was kind of a question, but it was more of a speech. But I really wanted to make sure that you had my feeling of my experience, my 65 years of living here. I've seen us start and stop too many projects short of the goal. We can't afford any more halfway measures. This is it. This is the big one for the valley. Your comment.
Sure. Your points are well taken. And in fact, I don't mean for the focus of this effort that I just presented was on the geographic center of the valley, going from Cashman south to the airport. But that was really to drill down on what is affecting our visitors' experience. At the same time, it ties into the rest of the valley. What we're recommending in this plan would be incorporated into what we're doing through RTC Southern Nevada Strong effort, incorporated into our overall master plan. If you recall, back in 2002, we did what was called the Transit System Development Plan, just taking transit for an example. That looked at the valley, the whole valley. And in fact, we've implemented a number of those recommendations that resulted in the 4 different express lines that are operating today, the 3 different BRT corridors that are operating today that cross the valley's jurisdictions. When we look at funding options, we agree. We think the room tax is an important revenue source for what it's used for, as is a number of the other funding mechanisms. At the same time, we have to look at, are there other ways to approach this? A couple of the legislative recommendations in here include providing more enabling legislation for public-private partnerships, as well as developing a state infrastructure bank to kind of look at how do we fund infrastructure projects and not so much be focused on the jurisdictional boundaries, but looking at the valley as a whole system and where it makes the most sense to make certain investments. So your points are well taken. The recommendations of the business plan will be incorporated into our overall master planning for the valley and carried forward and vetted more in detail through those efforts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow, yes?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so very much, and thank you for the great presentation. I'm glad that you mentioned the global aspect of looking at the valley as a whole, because, of course, although in your presentation you centered on those key locator transportation key points, but speaking from the light rail system, the and I have a high interest in it because the governor has appointed me twice now to the Super Speed Train Transportation Commission. And having that light rail system being a part of our conversation for the last 6 years now, I'm highly interested to understand the corridor that you spoke of in relation to the light rail corridor. That's question number one.
Yeah, and if I could, I'll just flip back to a slide that shows where that connection is. If you look on I-15 towards the southern part of the area here, you see a blue line crossing I-15. That represents, the thicker blue line is the extension of the Las Vegas monorail to Mandalay Bay. The lighter dashed line is the potential future extension of the monorail to the high-speed rail station. This is the location that the high-speed rail system had cleared through their environmental process. And of course, we're also talking about having the light rail system on Las Vegas Boulevard itself in this area, so there are opportunities for a couple different connections.
Okay, great. And secondly, from the standpoint of public transit and light rail being at the forefront of this conversation, the municipal governments, when it comes to the public-private partnerships, I know you mentioned that there's great opportunity for private development to do this, but I believe that the onus really is on the municipal government, being that private development looks at one, for example, infill development, whereas the RTC, the Clark County and the City of Las Vegas and the other municipalities that surround us, the neighboring cities, we have to look at it from a global standpoint as far as connecting all cities, because as I stated in many conversations before, all roads lead to downtown. Right? And so for that, I'm looking at what do you propose in relation to North Las Vegas, specifically with the Faraday going out at the apex and all of the synergy and the number of people and the populace growing out in the far north east section to include the far northwest, all moving down either Las Vegas Boulevard, I-15, the Martin Luther King corridor to include Rancho, basically all those corridors, specifically Martin Luther King is another one. 1 million motorists annually commute down Martin Luther King, and the connectability of creating some other alternative mode of transportation to assist with the gridlock that's occurring specifically in those crunch points as they basically maneuver into the bottleneck of downtown.
Sure. I'm going to skip to this slide just for reference because it does show the larger part of the valley. If you look at we weren't proposing in this freeway improvements necessarily connecting to Apex or where the Faraday plant may be located. At the same time, we do think that's important, and it will be incorporated into our overall master planning, through our regional transportation plan that we coordinate with the city and the county and NDOT to develop. But looking at the transit connections that you see here, we already have express service on I-15, going from the Veterans Hospital up there near the Northern Beltway. It stops over at the Cannery, where we have a park and ride agreement with the Cannery Hotel, and picks up folks there. Hops on I-15, comes directly into downtown Las Vegas. Same thing on the west side, northwest part of the valley. We do have our Centennial Hills Express and our Westcliff Airport Express, both coming from the northwest and western parts of the valley, respectively, to and through downtown Las Vegas, ultimately connecting to other parts of the Strip, the airport, and the university. As you see here, we're also looking at, using Charleston Boulevard, and I apologize, the eastern part of Charleston is not shown here, but we're also proposing going east of Nellis Boulevard on Charleston with the same type of system that we're proposing to the west. We already have Sahara Avenue, Boulder Highway. We have the Henderson Downtown Express that starts as far away as Boulder City, comes through Henderson via the freeway, and then to and through downtown Las Vegas via the freeway. We're looking at doing these other express routes to the other parts of the valley in the southwest that currently aren't served today. So we agree. We think we need to have these type of connections. We don't have, as part of this effort, to show you a lot of the roadway improvements that maybe the city of North Las Vegas or Las Vegas are proposing, but those are integral to any plan we do. Again, this was more focused on kind of connecting the region to and from the core area, including downtown.
Is there an opportunity or future, something that you could put on your radar for the future, for example, somewhere park and ride in North Las Vegas to assist with the amount of traffic that continues to grow annually on Martin Luther King? Because with that corridor, for example, you mentioned I-15 and Rancho, with them being approximately 5 miles apart, give a little, take a little. But that we consider Martin Luther King to be that bridge out of North Las Vegas. In the morning and in the afternoon, I can just continue to see the increase of traffic. And so if there's a way to alleviate some of that traffic by having a park and ride, a park and share opportunity, I would like to see you place that on your master plan at a sooner date than later to assist as that population continues to grow out of North Las Vegas, moving into the city of Las Vegas, into the downtown.
Points well taken. And, fortunately, we've had the opportunity in the past, and what we'd like to do is partner with the private development to create park and ride facilities. I mentioned the cannery. We also have a park and ride facility at the Eastside Cannery, one at the Suncoast Hotel, one with Fiesta Henderson. We would look for opportunities like that on Martin Luther King Boulevard or any of the areas where we have these transit routes. It's a good suggestion. I'm happy to take that back to our transit folks to have them consider that in their plans.
And great presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
I just wanted to add that I do think it's a very good plan. I think you've worked very hard. You've presented it well. I do think we need to keep the attitude that the previous two councilmen mentioned, and that is that we have to go not beyond just where the casinos are. And in meetings I've attended where we've talked about bringing out Charleston, which my understanding is has some of the highest ridership on buses right now, and also has some of the highest job opportunities out there if you went down Charleston all the way to Summerlin. And keeping an eye on that for some of the other things we're talking about for within the corridor of the casinos. But thank you very much. It was a good presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Beers, at the end.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you run back to the slide that had the percentage fare box recoveries on it, please? Thank you. Good-looking PowerPoint, by the way. This is kind of triggered off of the discussion we've been having, you've been hearing us have about servicing residential areas versus the tourist corridor. If you took the Las Vegas Strip corridors, I guess probably on a national scale, extreme performance out of your stats, what does our fare box recovery rate look like except for the Strip corridor?
Are we? I go from memory. I'm just talking from memory, but we typically are in the 40+% range overall. We're able to do that because we partner with the private community, with our private contractors to deliver cost-efficient service. We also structure our routes to be very efficient, providing service to a greater number of people. And because of that, we tend to keep our fare box recovery ratio up in the 40 to 45% range.
And
on regular routes, aside from the Strip itself.
Right, but the Strip provides, was it a third of the revenue, or?
Yeah, 34%, if I recall correctly.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Anthony. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and Councilman Mr. Swallow. Thank you, through the mayor, to you, of course. It's about time, and I say that with love in my heart, because it's about time that the local jurisdictions and organizations and multi-jurisdictional bodies got together to take a really hard look at transportation in our region. And some comments that Councilman Coffin made about, what were our planners thinking decades ago? All of the local governments lived in silos, and they were planning for their own little jurisdictions. And leaders in government today cannot do that. We have to see Southern Nevada as a region. So as we plan in the city of Las Vegas, Councilman Barlow makes a good point. How does that affect North Las Vegas? How does that affect Clark County? And I wish the other local jurisdictions were thinking the same way, like-mindedness, that we are a region now and have to start acting like a region and do what's best not only for our customers, the tourists or the business people coming here to convention/tourists, because they do both at the same time, but also residents valley-wide, including that, the Apex, because Apex is just going to grow, and I think that's going to be an integral part of the discussion down the road. I know certainly the mayor will probably talk about this, and that's going to be funding, and I'll let her do that, but I think it's important to recognize that we can't continue to think in silos. We are a large government with other local large governments, and we need to think together and collaboratively. And I congratulate you and the effort by Ms. Quigley, certainly Rossi Rollencaller and LVCVA, and all of the other stakeholders that participated in to get us to this point. And now you can talk to money with the mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
I love money, especially if it's well spent. And I said to Councilman Mayor Pro Tem, I said, all we need to do is have our own currency system set up and print shop right here. We'd love to have it. But anyway, it's really exciting. One of the things that I constantly hear from people now, because we're all so attuned to this, that hopefully they can purchase, and I've mentioned it to Ms. Quigley, that they can purchase and access everything for ridership, because that's just a database, and that people can do it, purchase their monthly ticket or whatever, and get that access information. But I know we're all excited. We want it to happen now, and so timelines as you project out and realizing what Mayor Pro Tem said about the funding, I know that's the key. The plan looks so exciting, and when you appeared before us, and she appeared before us with a report the last time, I mean, the energy and excitement, you could just feel it. It's up here. We're ready for it tomorrow. So whatever we as a council can do to help and support and have input, we're here. So please know that, and we thank you so much, and thank everybody that's been involved with this enormous undertaking. So thank you.
It has been a very positive experience, and thanks to you and the City Council and the staff. We fortunately have had a very good collaborative experience the last 18 months as we've been working with everybody. We do have a number of programs and projects that we've recommended that, you know, whether they're short-term, mid-term, or long-term, all of them need to start now. And what's going to make it successful is you know, whether it's the city or the county or the RTC, taking the lead on the projects that we've identified as recommendations and really seeing those come to fruition.
Well, and I think the other piece is knowing that Rossi Rollencotter, the president of the LVCVA, we were both, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, and I were on the LVCVA at the time, the discussions, constant discussions about how do we move people around this community. So the fact that you've gotten so far in just 3 years, and then again the compliments from everybody with whom you're working about how you're so open and listening and hearing, because so often we tend to just have an idea and close out everybody else and don't listen. But the response from executives and from people hearing about it, everybody just says tomorrow, tomorrow. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Great report. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 31. This is a report by Allison Mikos, HR analyst, that's Human Resources Analyst on the City of Las Vegas 2015 Americans with Disabilities Act Title II Self-Evaluation and Transition Plan Update. You don't look like Allison.
I don't look like her at all. Dan Tarwater, Human Resources Director.
Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Happy New Year to you. This item, we'd like to give you a quick presentation and show you what we have done over this last 12-month period. This Title II Self-Evaluation Transition Plan relates to basically facilities and barriers. The barriers that we have in the entire city of Las Vegas, where we're responsible for identifying those barriers and rectifying them in facilities like this. Our roadways, streets, parking, all of those areas. It's a monumental task. And so we're tasked with identifying barriers to ensure all aspects of civil life are accessible to persons with disabilities, and that fits right in our core values, which is building communities to make life better. And so keeping with incredible women, I'm going to introduce Allison
I want to know about
Mikos.
the bribe. And is it edible, really, or it's just for show? For those of you who are watching on TV, it's our seal. I thought it was a piece of soap, but it isn't. It says, building community to make life better and accessible to all, and they are cookies.
These were Allison's idea, and she gave these to all the people who participated in our survey process as an incentive and a thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you, yes.
I have to jump in because Betsy introduced me to Allison by way of yesterday, and she said that Allison was a nice lady. And as I see here, building community to make life better, giving us a cookie high in sugar and saturated fats as we prepare for our New Year's resolution, I'm not sure if she's so nice, Betsy. Thank you, Mayor.
No, and you don't have to eat it. You could put it on the wall. So please continue, and thank you, Mr. Tarwater.
I'll introduce Allison.
All right. So good morning, Mayor and Council. Ali Mikos, analyst for the Human Resources Department. Before I get to the presentation, I'd like to take a moment to thank and make my acknowledgments for all of those involved. A project of this size involves and affects all corners of the city, and many employees provided their time and support to the development of this plan. I'd like to acknowledge those employees and their level of engagement and commitment, which truly characterize the entire project. I'd also like to recognize the Human Resources Director, Dan Tarwater, who supported the project with his leadership and knowledge and was involved with the process from start to finish. And he wanted to ensure a successful and meaningful outcome that will provide long-term benefits for the city. So my many thanks. I was selected as one of the employees for the Strategic Analyst Program at the end of last year, tasked with managing and completing a high priority project for the city. My assignment, as Dan explained, was the Americans with Disabilities Act, which involved reevaluating the city's compliance with the law's requirements and updating the city's transition plan for accessible improvement efforts throughout the city. So the Americans with Disabilities Act, or the ADA, is a comprehensive civil rights law for people with disabilities in both employment and provision of goods and services. It is built on the belief that all individuals, regardless of circumstance, are entitled to equal treatment in American society. The ADA just celebrated its 25th anniversary, and in the time since its passage, the law has brought the principles of disability civil rights into the mainstream of public policy and has resulted in people with disabilities gaining access to a wider variety of services, programs, and activities across America. Access to civil life by people with disabilities is a fundamental goal of the ADA. To ensure this goal is met, Title II of the ADA requires state and local governments to make sure their programs and services are accessible to people with disabilities. It prohibits local governments from discriminating against people with disabilities or from excluding participation in or denying the benefits of public services or programs. It dictates that a public agency must evaluate its services, programs, and practices to determine whether they are in compliance with the non-discrimination regulations of the ADA, and it requires the development and maintenance of a plan for eliminating the identified barriers which may prohibit a person with disabilities from enjoying all aspects of civil life. So those were the objectives. In order to maintain compliance with the law, I had to prepare an updated self-evaluation of the city's public programs, practices, and facilities, with the purpose of identifying the potential barriers to accessibility which need to be addressed, and then developing the barrier removal solutions to provide the framework for the continuous improvement of city programs and facilities. To achieve these objectives, more than 100 employees participated in a comprehensive assessment of our public facilities and programs this past spring. The results of that self-evaluation provided a complete picture of the city's areas of needs and a cost estimate of $14.7 million to address all of the barriers identified. Recognizing the city has limited annual funds and cannot immediately make every public facility fully accessible, the list of identified barriers was prioritized to determine which removal projects would have the greatest impact for our citizens first and which barriers could wait a bit to be addressed. The subsequent transition plan offers a budgetary goal of expending $980,000 annually to eliminate the high to medium priority barriers in our public areas within a time frame of 10 years through regular maintenance and replacement activities, department budgets, and capital improvement projects. So in order to identify the high, medium, and low areas of need, the barriers had to be prioritized to determine their impact on limiting accessibility. Barriers were scored on a variety of criteria, and the sum of those scores conveyed if that barrier was a high, medium, or low priority for removal within the city. Barriers which don't obstruct a person's ability to participate in a city program, like a drinking fountain that is functional but not ADA compliant, got a lower score than a barrier that potentially restricts access to critical city services. Barriers which can be readily addressed through general maintenance activities, like replacing a non-compliant restroom sign with one that includes Braille or the International Sign of Access, got a higher score than a barrier improvement effort which requires advanced materials and planning efforts. Ensuring accessible services and programs are equally distributed for all residents throughout the city also was evaluated and scored accordingly. And finally, the order of necessity was given a score, because without an accessible entrance, there is little value derived from improving access to goods and services within that entrance. So once a proposed plan for addressing the identified barriers was established, the public was given an opportunity to inspect the methodology used during the self-evaluation and to review the prioritized barrier removal schedule. The related documents were available for examination here at City Hall and on the city's website, and public feedback was solicited. I distributed information about the updated evaluation and transition plan at public events like the Inspired Not Retired Active Adult Expo, and provided presentations to the Senior Citizen Advisory Board, the Park and Recreation Advisory Board, the Planning Commission, and sent notifications to various local advocacy groups encouraging public commentary on the updated draft. The general reaction from the public was enthusiasm and approval that the city is being proactive in our compliance efforts of improving accessibility for all of our citizens. So moving forward, the transition plan will facilitate the planning and implementation of necessary accessibility improvements over the next several years. The plan will be a living document because it will receive routine updates to keep the content current and relevant by documenting when barriers are removed and alterations have been made, and when we've successfully hit the annual goal. The plan and subsequent updates will be published for continued public feedback, and the related records will be maintained to ensure full compliance with the law. And finally, I have a short video segment produced by KCLV, which summarizes the entire project and the city's ongoing commitment to improving accessibility.
It opens up everything to you. It ensures that there's no physical barriers to entry and even no social barriers to entry. The protections offered by the ADA really make my life so much more comfortable. I believe I bring a lot to the city in terms of my education and experience and training. And if it's not accessible, you know, for example, if the elevator is not working and we're trying to manage a fire in the fire alarm office upstairs, I can't be a part of that, and the city loses my skill set and my expertise, which could be a problem. So it's extremely important that facilities are accessible so you can have the people who you've invested in be a part of what you're doing.
From curb ramps on our sidewalks to automatic doors entering City Hall, the City of Las Vegas has done its best to stay compliant with ADA regulations. Regulations that prevent discrimination against people living with a disability, like city employee Chris Sproul. It's a reality that affects so many, from city employees to members of our community. But ADA regulations are intended to promote equal opportunity. Throughout the years, the city has maintained ADA standards, including providing hearing equipment at City Hall, making sure the city's website has an option to increase text size for people with visual impairments, and even offering adaptive programs that ensure those living with mental or physical disabilities can be an active part of our community. But now, 25 years after the law was enacted, it's time for an update.
Now my eyes are open to all these things. You can spot, you know, what's not accessible very quickly, and your world can get very small very quickly when the things aren't accessible.
The city has just completed a much-needed self-evaluation and transition plan, a requirement set forth in Title II of the ADA. Earlier this year, more than 100 employees participated in a comprehensive review of public facilities, programs, and practices to identify the city's potential barriers. 146 public facilities were surveyed. An example of a barrier that needs to be corrected is the counter at the Las Vegas Senior Center, which is too tall and is currently non-compliant. In total, more than 1,900 barriers were found. Now that we have identified them, it's time to correct them, starting with projects that will have the greatest impact, eventually working our way down to those with less impact. It's a process that will take time, but this is where the public has helped by letting us know which projects should be on the top of our to-do list. So how much will this cost? This transition plan proposes a budgetary goal of expending $980,000 annually within a 10-year time frame. There are changes that make a world of difference for people like Chris.
It makes me proud to know that they're willing to do what's right and to allow me to do my job to the best of my ability.
It's our way of building community to make life better and accessible to all.
Wow. Awesome. Beautiful.
Any questions?
Yes.
Okay. We never are silent up here.
Yes.
Councilman.
Great presentation, by the
Thank
way.
you.
And thank you so very much for the fat cookie. The last slide, or the last piece of the video, 900,000 annually for the next 10 years? Okay, help me understand that piece.
The $980,000 is what we viewed as a budgetary mark for going after these barriers. And I'll give you...
let me stop you there. Let me just rephrase my question, because I don't think I said it right. The 980,000, is that inclusive of the 1,900 infractions? Or are we going to pay 900,000 annually over the next 10 years, meaning 900,000 times 10?
We have budgeted for, and will continue to budget for that 900,000 plus, because we think that's what it will take to remedy the current barriers and the ones that we continually find. The good news is that most of the dollars that we believe would be budgeted for a project like this are already in our annual CIP program.
Okay.
So for instance, last year, if we were to match the barriers with what we believe would be a budgetary number, the city spent well over $1 million in recovery for these barriers anyway. So the good news is the city all along in their CIP program is actually fixing the things that we believe need to be fixed going forward. We just we had to identify that number over a long period of time to meet the code and the law. They require us in the future to put some budget number in there based on what our findings are as a requirement, a compliance requirement. The good news is every year for the last many years, the city's CIP program has really paid for those.
Right. And so in essence, if we were to take care of everything today, the infractions would be $10 million.
14.7.
14.7 is what we identified early on in that.
14.7 million.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman, please.
First, I'd like to say that I really am pleased that whenever there's an ADA problem in our ward, whenever I've contacted, it was immediately attended to, and we're very grateful for that. One question I have is, we have many of these sidewalks in the older areas that are not very wide, and there's difficulty in getting wheelchairs. If there's a light post or some sign or something up there, they can't get the wheelchairs there. Sometimes they can't go on to the land that's owned privately, and of course you don't want to go into the public street. And I wonder, particularly in the medical area, where there are a lot of people in wheelchairs coming, is that included in your $9 million, and will that be worked on?
That is not included in the $9 million, but that is...
Excuse me, what was that? It is not?
That is not included in the $980 million, $980,000. That's for the structural barriers. But I actually, in fact, the medical district, I have spoken with people in Public Works. They have done an entire assessment of that area, and that's part of the Big Five and a lot of the improvements that are going on down there for the sidewalk and the right-of-way improvements.
Well, I knew they had done that. We'd been on those committees. But I don't know who's going to help provide the money for it. And when you say structural barriers, isn't a post that prevents you from getting a wheelchair through, isn't that a structural barrier?
I should have said in the built environment. So in our facilities, our buildings, in our park areas, and our municipal buildings, and our administrative buildings.
Well,
But
I hope that
there is a plan for the roadways, sidewalks, what you're talking about in
Out
our
of Public
public works
Works.
structure. Absolutely.
And we're getting it. But
Absolutely.
as I said, I appreciate very much when we've had to, where we've done a great job, I think, where we need to have, the sidewalk slanted so that we get the wheelchairs through and everything. And the only problem we have now is that they can't continue on some sidewalks. So I just want to give it a push.
The past improvements that we've made in those areas are included in the transition plan. It's one of the appendices. I believe in the 19 years I looked over, I think there were about 3,400 just curb ramps that we have recorded improvements or remediation to improve accessibility.
And I think if a person who does not have such a disability one time would take, a day in a wheelchair or on crutches or something like that, I think it's a great learning experience as to how difficult things are. You would never think that that was such a big barrier, that counter, and yet it is. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Really wonderful report.
Mayor.
How much is being funded by the federal government of the 900, anything?
Well, the 900 that we have identified, I'd have to ask Public Works what funds would be coming out of the federal side of it. We didn't get into that part. We just went in and did the cost analysis to try to come up with our plan to meet the code.
So as you go forward, though, for the forthcoming budgets, that will be a piece that you
Absolutely.
will check with David Bowers and Jorge.
Absolutely. And just so you know, since this is a living document now, every month we are updating this document. So when a project is finished, we put it into the plan and show compliance. And then as funds come in, we also show where those funds are being placed for these projects at the same time. So there's multiple funds by the end of any fiscal year.
And how does the public stay current? Is that all on the website that they can, on a monthly basis?
Oh, absolutely. And it'll be a vibrant website. We've made it kind of fun. And we'll still continue to reach out to these advocacy groups and ask for their opinions, always ask for their input. It'll be a constant, ongoing, and that's why we call it a living document.
Wonderful. Thank you. Great. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, ma'am. For sure, you don't have to ask them for their comment. It's forthcoming all the time. I hear it a lot. Because obviously Ward 3 east of the freeway is all older and we don't have nearly enough sidewalks. Councilwoman Tarkanian touched on it because part of her district is almost as old as the other side of the freeway. And, I kind of wonder how long it'll be before we get a lawsuit of some kind that, really hits us hard about this and requires us to spend a lot more money than we've currently budgeted, which is practically zero for sidewalks. And we do it on a, piecemeal basis. And when we can find it. Or in a neighborhood where if the people want sidewalks, they can tax themselves. We set up these little taxing districts. Well, that's kind of another way of getting around things, and it's not very charitable to those who can't afford it. So ultimately, we're going to have to do something. This is like the transportation discussion we already had earlier. They hand in hand. 2 legs or 2 wheels or 4 wheels. It's, people got to move around. We beg for grants. We beg for federal help. We do all we can. But ultimately, I think we're going to be taxing ourselves as a community. And that's, again, after I'm recycled. But I got to believe we got to start now because we will have some lawsuits that may force us to spend too much too soon. And we can't afford that.
By the way, one of the attachments that you have is the actual self-evaluation plan. It's 340 pages long. I realize you probably haven't gone through that, but in there is all of our projects prioritized. Those can also change and move depending on the need.
Jorge Cervantes, Executive Director for Community Development. Over the last couple of years, we've been doing well for the last 10, 20 years. we're doing a lot of roadway projects, and anytime we do a roadway project, whether we're repaving or reconstructing, we take advantage to go ahead and try to bring our sidewalks up to standards. But in the last 3-4 years, just sidewalk work alone, irrelevant to roadway projects, we've invested about $8 to $9 million in sidewalk improvements. Most of them in Ward 3, some in Ward 1, but about that much just specifically improving our sidewalks to bring them up to ADA.
And I have recognized that, and the people really do remember that. But that's just a drop in the bucket. I know it's sad, but in fact, that bucket has holes in it too. We keep putting a drop in and half a drop falls out because age of the existing sidewalks. We're just a rapid cycling city. Anyway, I wanted to throw that in because it's over and above ADA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And no necessity for a motion here. It's just a report. So we will now move on to agenda item 32. Discussion for possible action regarding the ratification of Lisa M. Morris-Hibler as Director of Youth Development and Social Innovation, $152,518 annual salary and benefits general fund.
Mayor, I have to start this item off with a little story. So when I was still working at Clark County, which is more years ago than I'd like to admit right now, I ran into a very enterprising intern who was working for Yvonne Atkinson Gates. This was in the late 90s, maybe early 2000s. I was immediately impressed by her tenacity, her smarts, and her wit. When I moved to the city in 2001, I was thrilled to find out that she was already a part of this team. And she was working in the Neighborhood Services Department at that time. She then steadily rose through the ranks and has been a deputy director in 3 different departments in our city. She's currently the Community Services Deputy Director. She has been the Deputy Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services, and was the Deputy Director of Neighborhood Services prior to that. Lisa Morris-Hibler is an incredible asset for the city of Las Vegas, and I'm really pleased to ask for her ratification as the new director of our newest department of Youth Development and Social Innovation. Lisa has done incredible work on a whole spectrum of issues, and I think it's important for you all to be aware of that, and for the public and the folks that she will continue to work with and lead in our organization. She's been acknowledged by so many community groups. I'm not even going to go into that, but it's all for her leadership and her commitment to this community and her commitment to making things better for the people who live here. It's really evidenced in her community work. So much so that she was appointed by Brian Sandoval, to our governor, to the Advisory Commission on the Administration of Justice for the state. She's also serving a 4-year term for the Juvenile Justice Commission, and she's on the Family Services Department Citizens Advisory Committee. So it's not just here at the city that she's recognized for her leadership and her talent. Our state has recognized that and tapped into it, as has our county. She is very well educated. She has her undergraduate degree in environmental studies from UNLV, and she topped that with a master's in public administration. She also got her PhD from Laverne University in California. And most recently, she got 2 different accreditations, one from the Judicial Administration Graduate Certification Program at Michigan State, and then she just most recently completed the ICMA Leadership Program, which is the city manager's leadership program at the Senior Executive Institute at the University of Virginia. Lisa is a great contributor to our city. We're lucky to have her on our team and that she continues to stick it out with us. I'm glad for that. I'm always worried she's going to get stolen from us. I'll say this. We already have seen great things from Lisa, but I know in this new role, she's going to accomplish fantastic things for the families and the kids in this community. And I can't think of a better leader to help us usher in this new department than Lisa Morris-Hibler. So Lisa, welcome. Congratulations. We're looking forward to great things.
time, take the microphone. I mean, I think you have an absolute huge audience, but I have to say up front, from the moment I first met you, I cannot echo strongly enough exactly what Betsy has said. You are someone who takes charge. You're totally loyal, totally focused. Anybody that asks of you something with which you agree to undertake, you complete it, and it is thorough. You've done an outstanding job. You go to so many of the meetings, whether it's this Blue Ribbon Committee on Kids for the foster care, whether it's this new tech committee that's looking at the reorganization of the school district. There is nobody better. And to clarify the record, the city of Las Vegas is not taking over education. This is what we do, is to support our families, our children, keep them in school, and do things that we can do to make sure that we have wraparound services. And this is the woman, and including the neighborhood services and so many other people and groups, our social service nonprofit network, that stand with you and appreciate everything you're doing. So I've said enough. Take the microphone. Gives you time to breathe, and just know this wonderful audience that loves you.
All right. Well, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. I had just told the Chief Freeman I was going to hold it together up here, so I'll do my best. Today is really very emotional for me because it's my anniversary date. I've been here 19 years. Awesome. And I sort of feel that my career has come full circle because when I was first hired right out of UNLV, I was a Management Analyst 1, and I was asked to put programs together for child care improvement and tutoring and mentoring for kids, and also helping to find corporate sponsors to help scholarship kids into CSN. So I really feel like I've been given a new opportunity to make a difference in the community. I just want to say a personal story because the importance of education was instilled in me at a very young age. I remembered stories that my father would tell me because he was born in 1933. He's a man, he doesn't care about me telling his age. And he was born in Pigeon Creek, Alabama, so he wasn't afforded the opportunity to go to school until he was 12 years of age. But he went on to serve his country in the Air Force, and he retired after 25 years. And he had served in 2 wars, and so I understood the sacrifices that he had made. And I watched my mom, who didn't have the opportunity to attend college, to go on to become the first African-American woman to serve at the City Council and the Planning Commission in the small town of Adelanto, California. So both were certainly an inspiration to me and my sisters. And I appreciated every sacrifice that they made, and I took advantage of every opportunity that I could to succeed, but also I would take the time to help others succeed as well, because we were raised that service to the community was a part of our core values. The city is a place where people begin and end their careers, not because they don't have opportunities, but because we have a chance to build community, to make life better. And the city should be applauded for all the things that they've done to create an educated workforce, because we have one of the best programs here for employees that can come in at entry level and can work their way up and can access our tuition reimbursement program. Plato stated that the direction in which education starts a man will determine his life. And to me, that is a pretty powerful statement, because while we have some excellent educational opportunities here in our community, not everybody is able to take advantage of that. That Nevada currently lacks the ability to meet 66% of the need for children, for child care for children 0 to 5. Many families can't send their kids to early childhood education simply because it's not accessible or they can't afford it. So the city's role in early childhood education and the development of high-quality programs is critical to improving the long-term academic outcomes of our students. And the educational support provided through our collective impact enhances the overall efforts to see children reach their greatest potential. And I'll take that criticism any day. I close with this. John Dewey believed that education is not preparation for life. Education is life itself. I salute each of you on this city council for being willing to use your position as both a bully pulpit and a champion for change. Your commitment and responsiveness to our constituents and ensuring that our children are healthy and supported to succeed in school and life demonstrate that we are committed to tackle the social and urban challenges required to improve the vitality of the Las Vegas community, to ensure that Las Vegas remains iconic, world-class city. We embody all the principles of an all-America city. The Department of Youth Development and Social Innovation is not only about providing educational support, but improving our community through engagement, collaboration, resource alignment, innovation, and partnerships with resident stakeholders, faith organizations, private sector, and philanthropists. As visionary leaders, your decision to create this new department will certainly be a part of your legacy. There are too many people that influenced my life and contributed to my success to name. However, I would like to thank you as the mayor and council for your continued support, City Manager Betsy Fretwell and the City Manager's Office, my mentors, Mark Vincent and Dr. Barbara Jackson, and so many colleagues, peers, and friends. I'd also like to thank Steve Harson, who has been my boss for 15 years. Thank you, Steve, for never clipping my wings. This work is not for the faint of heart. I can't believe this is recorded too. Oh my gosh. Oh man, I better pull it together quickly. And without my village, I would not be able to dedicate myself to these issues, work long hours, travel on behalf of the city, and attend weekend events without negatively impacting, thanks David, I'm closing up though, without negatively impacting my family. As a mother of 3 young children, I'm so grateful to my husband, to my parents, my sister, for their unconditional support and unwavering love. And thank you for entrusting me to lead the Department of Youth Development and Social Education. Thank you.
And with that, let's make it happen. Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, would you please make this motion?
It is a pleasure and a privilege to make this motion, and I move to ratify Lisa Morris Hibbler as the Director of Youth Development and Social Innovation.
There is a motion. Please vote and please post. Obvious. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mayor.
And family.
Mayor.
Yes, please, Councilman.
Mayor, Dr. Hibbler failed to mention not only is today her anniversary date of 19 years here at the City of Las Vegas, she is celebrating a birthday on tomorrow, so happy birthday to you as well.
Well, that sure is exciting, and you sure get it. So we are so lucky, and congratulations, Mom, Dad, family, sisters, everybody, and husband. You got some beautiful children, and they have nothing but bright futures ahead of them. Congratulations, Lisa. We are so proud of you and look forward to every day with you. So thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 33, discussion for possible action regarding a Fourth Amendment to retail lease between the City of Las Vegas City and Eat Here LV LLC DBA MTO Cafe located 500 South Main, Las Vegas, to reset the fair market rent beginning January 17, 2016, and outlines energy-saving measures in which landlord and tenant share in the cost. This is Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Mr. Arndt, hello.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. And as a fellow director of LISA, just wanted to extend a congratulations. This item before you is an amendment for the restaurant MTO Cafe across the street. With me today is Ben Sabori, who is owner of the restaurant. The restaurant started back in May of 2013 when Ben and his team worked to put in the interior improvements, and put in a restaurant in a city garage. It's not a small undertaking, and they remain open and remain successful. We've had to adjust their fair market rent to account for a couple things during the opening of the restaurant. One was we had roadway improvements occurring right immediately in front of the restaurant, as everyone knows. In addition to that, the space is expensive to operate. It's in the middle of a city garage versus a retail shopping center, and so there's some additional expenses that Ben and his restaurant otherwise would not have. Looking to see what was fair, while the roadway improvements were going on, we dropped the rent to $1,500 per month, triple net, meaning that Ben and his team have to pay all the operating expenses, and that's rent or income into the city. And we reduced that to $1,500 while the roadway improvements were going on, from an original rent of $4,417 per month. We're looking now to increase the rent back up, but because of the operating expenses in the space, and because this really is a restaurant in a new part of downtown, in the sense that there's not a lot of development happening in the immediate area just yet, we're looking to rework the rent to what makes sense, what's fair, and can keep the restaurant up and running. And so we're looking to adjust the rent to a new fair market rent for the balance of the term of the lease, which will run from January 17th of this year through September of 2018, to a rent of $2,356.38 per month, which is the lower of two appraisals. We did two fair market appraisals, and that is at the lower of the two appraisals. We have been working with our City Public Works team as well as Nevada Energy to try to figure out ways to make the space more cost-effective from an energy perspective. And to that end, the tenant, our restaurant, is going to be doing some window improvements and also doing an awning installation on the Main Street frontage, which we will believe will reduce energy costs. And the tenant's going to pay for that. We are going to reimburse our tenant 50% of that cost, the city as landlord, and we're going to cover that through the city's parking enterprise fund. And that's essentially coming out of the rent that's coming into the city. So there's no impact to the city's parking operation or our budget otherwise. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Ben. And I know we're coming up on the noon hour, so I want to hear how he's building lunch to make life better for everyone. And for those that are still in the audience, I want to hear from Ben if there are any specials, not just for city staff, but maybe for any of our audience here in person.
And Mr. Arndt, he's been so successful. You know, he's out in Summerlin, in the new development downtown Summerlin. So hopefully we do better now. Still, we're more intimate. But anyway, please welcome. We're so proud, and this is such a good move.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, for the record, my name is Ben Sabori. I'm the owner of MTO Cafe across the street. And I want to, first of all, thank the city for being incredibly not only helpful, but aggressive in the sense that they have been able to work hand in hand with us and help us look at all aspects on how we could make this work for both sides across the board. And I'd like to thank Bill and Julie and the whole entire team for everything that they've done to date. I'm here to answer any questions that you guys may have. I am going to take advantage of the fact that Bill did make a good point. Anybody here today, please make sure you come across the street to MTO. We are right in the parking garage for lunch, as well as all city employees. In case this isn't known, I know you have a lot of new staff members across the board, but anyone working for the city has a 10% discount across the street also.
Anybody working for the city or any
Is that
city
good retroactively?
resident?
Can that be applied retroactively?
Retroactively? I can make it up to you in cookies.
The food's excellent, and it really, I mean, I felt terrible as we were going to improve and widen the sidewalks and make it ultimately a better area to walk through and be. You really were encumbered by that, and I think this is really justified, and I'm so glad that, did you approach Ben, or did Ben say, hey?
We actually, I think we talked with one another. We were talking through the entire process as the road improvements were occurring.
Yes, Mayor, we're in regular communication as partners, so Julie Quisenberry is our retail expert on our team, so she talks to Ben on a regular basis because we want the restaurant to be successful.
Absolutely. So congratulations. I mean, hopefully this will go through. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you. Yeah, recognizing, I think, the design of the building probably caused us to underestimate the amount of power needed to, to really run a successful business, or even one that would have a chance to be successful. I think that it makes sense that we continue to adjust with in essence, this is an escalation, and you'll come out of that soon. I do want to ask you this, though. How much of that power bill is for catering services? That, in essence, that's what we're doing. We're talking about, underestimating the utility charges at the very first. Well, how much of that is due to your catering business, which you take out of the building?
So we kind of have a combination on our catering business. Running it, we're able to run a bulk of it during operations. And then for the events that we actually do that are after hours, if it benefits us to be more cost effective, we run it out of the Summerlin operation, or it's off-site catering that we're doing completely. So for today is a great example. We have a food truck running around 2 parts of town throughout the day today. We're doing a catering event in the Grand Canyon right now for a company, and we have both restaurants up and running at the same time. So it just really depends on where it is. But we've been very efficient in how we use power and our resources downtown.
Well, you've made MTO a good brand, and I think you're going to keep it going. And so I'm happy to have you here where you are. I just wondered, though, one of the things we talked about when you opened was that you were going to try to promote the business at the Smith Center with all the activities that go on over there, and there's even a sign on the back of the parking garage to face the Smith Center and that overpass, that pedestrian overpass. All of that kind of had in mind a synergy for you as well as the city. And, I just don't know whether you're taking advantage of that because you're not open in the evenings.
We're not open in the evenings, but we have taken advantage of it in the sense that for every performance that occurs at the Smith Center, we've actually wound up becoming the go-to company for feeding all the performers, and as well as all of the back-of-house staff that's working those events. So we've done well in that aspect, but I agree with you. I think there's more that we could do, and we're definitely looking at that now here in the future as well.
I hope so. It's a natural market built in. Thank you very much. I move for approval of item 33.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 33. Please vote and please post. Happy New Year to you. Motion carries. Good luck. We look forward to seeing you. And on to agenda item 34, discussion for possible action regarding the City of Las Vegas Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, CAFR, for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2015. This is all wards, Ms. Appleyard, but you must re-announce yourself as you well know.
Good morning, Vanetta Appleyard, Director of Finance. As you know, NRS requires us to perform an annual audit of our financial statements to be performed by the certified public accountants, and this year it was performed by Piercy Bowler, Taylor & Kern. Sorry. The audit was performed under generally accepted auditing standards and generally accepted governmental auditing standards as well. It includes the comments on review of compliance as well as with state statutes and internal performance. And with that, PBTK issued an unqualified or an unmodified opinion and found no instance of material non-compliance, which means our financial statements fairly present our financial position in all material respects. The one big thing that changed this year was the implementation of GASB 68. This requires us to put on our books, we had to book our liability of the unfunded liability that PERS shows for us, our proportionate share. This standard does not impact the amount that we pay, and it does not change, it only changes how we report the pension liability on our financial statements, and it was done in order to provide more transparency to the public. The impact of this, as you can see, was we recorded $480 million in liability in our funds. Because we also have a proportionate share of Metro, we recorded an additional $269 million. So for a total, we booked $677.8 million in additional liability on our books this year. And we know this came as no surprise to us because all along the rating agencies have been factoring this in as they review us, as well as the financial community. So we do not believe this is going to unduly impact us moving forward. I also wanted to We also wanted to show you that our general fund, we ended the year, as we reported to you in December, we're pretty much in the same spot that we had said with our Financial Oversight Committee. As you can see, the net operating number shows that we produced $20.5 million in revenue. Once we did those one-time transfers and other transfers out, we ended the year with our fund balance changed in the general fund of just an $800,000 negative.
Yes, Councilman, please, Councilman Beers.
Thanks. Could we drop back to that? There you go, right there. So if we recorded 450 million-ish in new liability for the unfunded PERS liability, shouldn't there be an expense?
The expense for the PERS liability is going to be at the government-wide statements. So this is the general fund itself as a standalone, so it'll be at the higher level.
Thank you.
And that shows like here. So as you can see, our net position, last year we had $3.4 billion in net position. With that recording of that $600 million in liability, our net position changes to 2.8. And that's where it would be reflected at the government-wide statements. And with that, we can see our general fund revenues did increase. The C-tax revenue came in so much higher last year, or this year, I should say, for reporting purposes. And our general fund expenses, that large increase was because of Metro as well as our contractual obligations and some modifications and expansions that we did in our budget. So that left us with a general fund balance of $120 million, which is still within our 20% aspirational goal. And with
yes,
Mayor,
Councilman
if
Barlow.
you will, just go back one quick. As far as the general fund balance and our general fund meeting at 20%, how much above the 20% are we?
We're right at 20% with this $120 million.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And with that, it concludes our presentation on the
Thank you.
CAFR.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments from council? Hearing none, Mayor Pro Tem, may you
Thank you,
please.
Mayor. Appreciate it. I would move to accept Ms. Alpiar's report on the CAFR and our general fund.
Thank you very much. There's a motion.
you.
Please vote. Thank you. And then please post. Thank you. That motion carries. We'll move into agenda item 35. Right. Advance item, discussion for possible action regarding the approval of medical marijuana dispensary establishment license Silver Sage Wellness, LLC, DBA Silver Sage Wellness at 4626 West Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian, and because I have a son who is in the medical marijuana area, I'm going to be abstaining and turn it over to you, Mayor Pro Tem, this one and the next agenda item, if you would, please.
Thank you, Your Honor, and the agenda item has been read into the record. Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Director of Planning. Item 35 is in order for your approval. Both the state and local inspections have been completed. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, and yes, would you like to identify yourself, please?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. David Figler, 615 South 6th Street. I'm the attorney representative for the Silver Sage Wellness, LLC. Two of the owners, the majority owners, are present here today, Pam and Jim Blasco.
Okay. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I'd just like to say we're honored to have the Lasco family involved with the project in Ward 1. And I know they've worked very hard for this, and I know they have some really humanistic goals to do with what they're doing with this business. And I wish you lots of luck, and I move to approve the item.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 35. Please vote. And please post. And motion passes with the mayor's abstention. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much. And
Thank you.
I'd be remiss if I didn't thank both Ms. Duddleston and her staff over there. They've been amazing, as well as Mr. Perigo and staff over at Planning, and Councilwoman Tarkanian and her staff. Just amazing getting us through this effort. It's a beautiful facility, and we look forward to participating in the community.
That was very
Ditto.
nice. Mr. Figler. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
so
much. It's been a pleasure.
And we all agree. Agenda item, moving on to agenda item 36. This is an abeyance item, discussion for possible action regarding the approval of a medical marijuana dispensary establishment license from Desert Air Wellness LLC to Desert Air Wellness LLC, doing business as Sahara Wellness at 420 East Sahara Avenue. This is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. Ms. Duddleston, please.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Planning Director. This item is in order for your approval with one change. I do have for the clerk's office at the meeting when this item was initially heard, there was an order issued in court to remove Susan Lira as an owner. Those changes have been made both at the state, and everything is in order in licensing for your consideration of approval today.
Thank you, Ms. Duddleston, for that. Mr. Brown.
Good morning. For the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me, as you can see, is Lucy Stewart, also the applicant and its members. We ask that you follow the recommendation of staff and approve our application.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Nice to see you, Ms. Stewart. Nice to see all of you, as a matter of fact. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I am very proud of this group at 420 Sahara. They have been the long shot in the race, in the horse race. They thought they were out, then they were in, then they were out, then they were in, and now they're really in. And we wish them the very best, because not only are they new to this business, but they are also all owned by ladies, and that is not an easy accomplishment in this day and age, and especially in a business that requires so much capital as this one does. And I know they've been stretched, and they've begged and borrowed. They've done all they could to succeed, and I was there at the first little spade full of dirt, and I know you're working hard on the inside, and pretty soon it's going to show on the outside. So make sure to invite us all. I know there's a party coming up here.
Saturday.
Is it this weekend?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, a little bit of a, what do we call it? It's not a ribbon cutting.
Yes, for
Or it
the,
is
for
a
the
ribbon
opening. That was for the groundbreaking that you were at.
Yeah, well, okay, we want to keep with you, so I hope all of us
Everybody's invited to come.
can come there. It'll be a safe and sane party. Thank you.
Councilwoman, did you want to say something?
I move for approval.
Do you have anything to say, Councilwoman?
No,
Okay.
I was with this group when they first started out. All women, all together. I just thought it was wonderful.
Okay, there is a motion to approve agenda item 36. Please vote and please post. And the motion passes with the mayor's abstention. Congratulations. Yes,
May
Mr.
I
Brown.
just take less than 60 seconds to do a
Absolutely.
few kudos?
Absolutely, Mr.
Okay.
Brown.
First, the applicant has asked me to thank particularly Councilman Coffin. He stood with us when we needed someone to stand for us and make sure this applicant was treated fairly, and we're deeply appreciative. To Director Duddleston and her great staff, particularly Darcy, this is a simple procedure today, but it's a very arduous task getting through this procedure. They were always accessible to us. They answered our questions, and they helped us go in the right direction. And on our side, my colleague Lucy Stewart, I'm going to change her name to 24/7. She's always available. She was always there to help make this application work right, being the land expert that she is. And last, but certainly not least, I'd be remiss if, on behalf of our group, if we didn't thank Amanda Connor. You need in this business a compliance expert. She is a compliance expert extraordinaire. Most of you know that I know this process pretty well. For anyone in the audience or on television, you need someone to guide you from local municipalities and through the state. She's your lady. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mayor, it's all yours.
Thank you all. And this is agenda item 37, which, before I read it, I have cards from Jim Spinello and Dr. Files and Mason Van Howling, all of whom would like to speak to this. Agenda 37, R2 2016, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution supporting the addition of a second Level 3 trauma center in southern Nevada, located in the northwest region of Las Vegas, and this is in regard to all wards. I gather, Councilman Beers, that you are going to be addressing the council. And so please have
Thank you,
at
Your
it.
Honor. Just to be heard better, it's sometimes a little hard for me to hear my colleagues up there, so just to be heard a little better, I wanted
Okay,
to come
two
down
things.
here.
You have to announce who you are.
I am Bob Beers, Las Vegas City Councilman for Ward 2, and the current year chair of the the Southern Nevada Health District.
Thank you.
On behalf of the city, serving on that board with Councilwoman Tarkanian. The matter before you has to do with our system of regional trauma centers. The world is broken up into 3 categories, levels 1, 2, and 3. Level 1 is the most serious and proficient injuries. Level 2, less, and level 3, even less than that. And based on your injury, you are transported to the appropriate level of trauma system. And our paramedics, for example, are all well schooled in how to apply that matrix to that injured person in order to have the best possible outcome. So a couple of background elements. There's a map that I have a copy of, and I think there's an electronic copy back in the back. There it is. UMC is currently the most proficient trauma center. It's a level 1 trauma center. Level 2 trauma center is Sunrise, and the level 3 trauma center is St. Rose out in the southern end of Henderson. And one of the rules is that you always want to have less than a 30-minute transportation to a trauma center. And last night, for example, it would have been just flat impossible to get from Tule Springs to St. Rose in 30 minutes. So based on that premise, a couple of different companies have come forward and asked to be certified as a level 3 trauma center. That would be equivalent to St. Rose. 2 of the 3 applicants are in the city of Las Vegas, and one of them is in Henderson. The health district is who makes this decision about which one would become the designated level 3 trauma center of these 3 facilities. We're here today with this resolution before you for consideration to state that the City Council believes, if we agree with this resolution, if you all agree, that we really ought to have the next level 3 trauma center in Northwest Las Vegas because of the proximity issues that, to me, this map makes clear. The 2 applicants in the city of Las Vegas are highlighted as red marks on this map. And the downside to this, by the way, the reason that the health district might decide to not allow a level 3, a new level 3, is the reason this is overlaid on our system of delivering trauma care is because trauma is quite the specialty and very expensive to stand up a response for trauma. To have a response for trauma in operation all the time costs a lot of money. And so if you're not going to have any customers, it doesn't make sense. And so there's one issue that the health district is grappling with, which is, should we expand the system of trauma? And if we do so, do we dilute the existing trauma system? Do we hurt the existing trauma system? I'm not trying to get into that debate today, merely saying in our resolution, if the health district does decide to expand, we think it should be up in that Las Vegas corridor rather than an additional level 3 down in Henderson. There would be one amendment to this if you decide to process this motion or this resolution today, and I will have Brad address that for you when we get there.
Okay, thank you
With
for
that,
that.
I'd be happy to answer any questions. And
Okay.
I'll send there's a line
I
behind
think
me.
yes, and I'd like to just start off with this couple of things. Understanding that, of course, the Southwest and the Northwest are exploding in population. Understand why the discussion has come here. But what is the data support? What is the funding support? Having had a personal experience with UMC trauma within the past couple of years at the highest level and being transported from the Summerlin Hospital there, the equipment, the staffing, the training. You mentioned the word diluting, and wondering, and knowing you and Councilwoman are on this, what is it, the regional trauma?
Southern Nevada Health District. There's actually there's another appointed board or statutorily created board that actually goes through all the data, sorts that out, makes a recommendation to the health district, which we should be seeing over there sometime toward the end of this quarter.
So you have not gotten the data yet. I mean, even though all of us who are reasonable understand the growth and the need for probably level 3. But my question is, one, what is the data? Is this premature until the data goes from one place to the health department, then to the communities? And that's a question that's, more,
And,
I don't know if you're in that position to answer that.
I'm really not, and I don't know how much time is going to be between the smaller panel's recommendation and the consideration of the health district, and whether or not we'd have time to consider this at that time or not.
Well, and my follow-up is knowing knowing the cost. I mean, just knowing that my son was wheeled into Trauma 1, and there were 12 people on that gurney. They had everything right there in process. These are people who've worked together, trained well together. You mentioned it, is hugely costly. And so the first issue is what does the data support? What's the cost of it going to be? And you mentioned the word dilute what we have in place to support this. So those are questions, and I'm wondering if we got the cart before the horse, knowing the need in the Northwest and Southwest to be able to respond.
I really don't have enough information to be able to answer all of your very extremely valid concerns. That's what this large group has been sorting through under the umbrella of the health district for 4 or 5 months, I think. And part of the answer is both of the applicants inside the city of Las Vegas are investing their own money if there's money to be invested. I also think, and they may be here to speak, that this may be more of a formality is the wrong word. I think both these facilities already stand up very significant trauma emergency rooms. It may be that it's not very far from where they are today to where they would need to be with this designation.
Well,
But
what
I don't
I'm
know
going
the
to
answer,
ask,
but those are the
okay,
guys.
because of those comments in response, and I know we all want to speak to it, I think it's wise to hear, because I see Jim Spinello and Dr. Files, both UMC, and Mason Van Helling. Maybe we should hear their testimony, so we have the full input first, then go out knowing the growth of the community, and it's going to do nothing but continue.
Mayor, I have a question for the councilman now.
And with your permission, well, Councilman Kaufman.
I have questions for the councilman as well.
Okay, so let's go ahead and have the full report, and then we'll, if you just won't don't come back up here. If you just have
That
a
was what I
seat.
was going to say. I was going to say that
Can
is
we
a lot
ask
more
those
comfortable.
questions?
Now, please have a seat, and let's start. And
So
gentlemen,
then do we have to keep jumping him up from the chair?
Okay.
Every time
well,
we
we'll
have
have
a
other people speak as well. So if you will introduce yourselves and make your comments, and then we'll expand from there, please.
I have to tell you, Chuck.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jim Spinello, 900 South Pavilion Parkway. There is more here than it seems. And intuitively, more often seems better. In this case, there's a possible consequence of diluting those number of trauma cases that occur in this community to the detriment of the Level 1 Trauma Center that is the regional expert and provider of that service. But there's another element to this that I think you at least ought to consider, put in the background. The experts behind me can give you more of the actual information. This really has not worked its way up to the health board yet. This is at the lower level of those who deal specifically in the area of EMS and trauma. That level of appointed board is working through this issue. They've already had one meeting on it, and they're going to have at least one more. You would have time between a recommendation decision that comes from that board and goes to the full board to review it. But here's something to consider. These hospitals have emergency rooms now. And if you are transported to one of those emergency rooms, you will be charged what you would be charged in an emergency room. If they have a trauma designation, those charges will automatically go up, regardless of whether the treatment you receive was any different than the treatment you would have received as a ER without those designations. So there's a business reason why these requests are being made, and there's actually a couple more in addition, so that the board is going to have to wade through all of those. But I'll leave it to Dr. Childs to provide you more of that actual expertise of how that process works, and frankly, who is involved in that decision, including the American College of Surgeons, who has something to say about whether or not there's an actual need there. So with that, I will sit down and let the experts speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Mason Van Houweling. I'm the CEO of UMC for the record, and I'm accompanied by Dr. John Fildes, who is our trauma director for the UMC's Trauma Center. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss and dialogue on the trauma system that we have currently. Trauma centers are critically vital to our community. We know that the right care at the right time saves lives. Our trauma center has been serving this community for decades. In fact, UMC being the level 1 trauma center, we have a 96% survival rate. And some of those patients that we've been able to save had a less than 1% chance of surviving. The trauma center that's working today is solid and working well. It meets all the national benchmarks, response times, patient transport times, and patient outcomes. In fact, all 3 trauma centers that are operating today are actually operating at lower than their historic volumes. Though recently there's been a desire to double the amount of trauma centers that are in our city, in our community. And although more does sound better, placing trauma centers next to or on top of other hospitals can have a devastating and potentially impacting the viability of the existing programs that serve our community today. Trauma centers should be placed in a systematic, geographic needs assessment that is cost-effective to the community. If this is not done correctly, this could potentially harm the existing programs that we have today. We believe that there is not a need to double the amount of trauma centers in our community. Now, I will acknowledge that there is an extreme amount of growth in the Northwest, and particularly the Centennial Hills area, that needs to be investigated. Currently, our Regional Trauma Advisory Committee is evaluating and taking that issue on, and we'll be making a recommendation to the Health Board. So with that, I will be open up to any questions for Dr. Fildes and myself.
And Dr. Files, and then we'll take the questions. So Dr. Files, good afternoon, Happy New Year. Please announce yourself. And
I'd be happy to. My name is Dr. John Files, and I'm the medical director for the UMC Trauma Center. Have been for 20 years. During that time, I've also served as national chairman of trauma and medical director for trauma programming for the American College of Surgeons, and also served as a consultant to the CDC, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and the Health Resource Service Administration in Washington. So I know a great deal about trauma systems, and we're a growing community. There's no doubt that we're going to need to expand at some point. The issue that's facing the Regional Trauma Advisory Board this month is that 3 new centers have applied to enter our trauma system, essentially doubling the number of trauma centers in our system. And that would be too much too fast. My concern here is that the resolution being considered today may serve as an invitation for many hospitals, more than just those that have applied, to assume that they are being invited into the application process and to bring even other hospitals to the table. I would ask that we consider adding 1 trauma center at a time so that the good and bad outcomes can be assessed, and that we do this in a scientific manner, the same way that firehouses and police stations are located in the community, and that we look to serve the citizens of our community the best way we know how, and see if we can't eliminate perhaps some of the commercial interest that's been seen in medical markets like Denver or Florida, where the rush to create many new trauma centers has created tension and economic problems in the healthcare industry. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, what I think we'll do then at this point, was there somebody else that you said? I'm just going to, I've heard down here that the requests, but we're in a data gathering and reporting process at this point. So, and that's what you're advocating, let it through and then make the determination, realizing the Northwest as far as the city goes.
I
needs
agree.
it?
I would say to let the process follow its regulations, but with regard to what you're considering here today, my only concern is that it appears to be more of an open invitation, and that all hospitals serving the North and Northwest may see it as an invitation to apply to become new trauma centers.
The constituency on the preliminary, I just asked Councilwoman because she's on the same board, the health. The other board, the RTAB,
The Regional Trauma Advisory Board.
who is that made up of elected officer? Who's on that board?
That board is made up of stakeholders in the community, representatives from each of the 3 trauma centers, governmental, non-governmental EMS agencies, healthcare payer, a citizens representative, and a few other individuals.
And so they collectively, with physicians then, make the recommendation to the health department?
That is correct.
And at that point, it's open, anybody can be applying, is what you're saying?
They would apply. They'd be considered by the Regional Trauma Advisory Board. The Regional Trauma Advisory Board would deliberate and offer an opinion to the Board of Health, and the Board of Health would decide. If they decided that a hospital should move forward, that hospital would then go to the state and complete the trauma center application process, be visited by the American College of Surgeons, and then begin to see patients.
So the input from the city through this resolution would be helpful in that processing, that we are supportive of X, or doesn't make a difference, or would be detracting from the process?
Well, I think there would be 2 tenets. One would be to let the process follow its regulations, but I'm not against the notion that a trauma center should be considered in the Northwest.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's start, I'm going to start with Councilwoman because she's on the board. Or do you want to defer down to the end?
I'll defer.
Okay, Councilman Coffin, you start.
Thank you very much. Recognizing age has its limitations.
Because
I'm a veteran of the old comprehensive health planning days of the 70s, where this town had a board which decided who would get a CAT scan. And the fights were enormous because the cost was huge, and planning meant that we could only afford one in the whole valley, so somebody had to get it, and then it advanced to the legislature, the fights of the 80s on cost and mandating savings and so on. Well, now we get to where we've had UMC level 1 for a long time, and it's just served us really well. But level 3, I'm not sure that would hurt UMC, and I say that, and I'm speaking of it as a taxpayer because taxpayers support UMC. I don't know if the testimony is totally correct that simply designating trauma on an existing facility means that the prices will go up. Certainly, they're going to advertise that they are a level, and that gives somebody an edge if you can say you're a trauma center, regardless of what level. But aren't some of these hospitals already at a level 3, 4, or 5 that, without having to say they are? Aren't they, in fact, because there's 5 levels. I don't know if anybody's a 2. I guess that map showed somebody a 2, but there's 5, and I remember this well. I would think that every ER in this town is at least a 4 or 5. Am I right or wrong?
In Nevada Revised Statute, NRS 450B, we only recognize 3 levels, 1, 2, and 3. Other states, particularly in the Midwest, recognize 4s and 5s. But it's true that all hospitals in a trauma system see injured patients, but it's not true that all hospitals in a trauma system are trauma centers.
Well, just, you're familiar with the capabilities of the ERs.
Yes.
And I've seen a few of them. Do we feel like we're well cared for out there on the rims of the town? So northwest, southeast, are we, there's several hospitals out there, so really, if we were to designate somebody or approve a resolution saying there ought to be a level 3, I just wanted to know if in the medical profession there already is literally a level 3 out there somewhere.
There's not one which is designated.
I know that. But in terms of services provided and the environment out there, well, I mean, what would you think about those hospitals out there?
I think that there's a need for peripherally located, low-volume, Level 3 trauma centers in our valley that function in the St. Rose model. To give you some idea what their operational characteristics are like, they see about 60 patients a month that are delivered by ambulance. 2/3 are discharged home the same day. Another 15% are discharged out of the hospital to a Level 1 or 2 center. And only 15% of the patients they see are admitted, which is 1 to 2 a week. And that's the operational characteristic of a Level 3 center.
Okay, okay. Your Honor, I'm going to need more time to decide whether or not to put my name behind a resolution on this, except to say that I don't fear Level 3 designation to someone out there in terms of hurting our Level 1, which I really, really treasure. I think that's the best, and certainly the bills that county commissioners have to pay because of it, reflect that. So anyway, I'll let it go for now.
Okay, thank you. And Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just trying to get a level of understanding as to the resolution, and I guess this is more so for Councilman Beers. Councilman Beers? Back front and center on the hot seat. Thank you, sir. I'm just trying to get a level of understanding as far as the resolution coming before our board, and if in fact this same resolution will be requested of the Clark County Commissioners to include the Southern Nevada Health District Board, which I also had an opportunity to sit on for a number of years as well.
A number of us are, a number of you are alumni.
Right. So the question I have is, will the resolution also come before the Clark County Commission as well?
I don't know the answer to that question.
And the Southern Nevada Health District?
My understanding is the final arbiter of the panel collective decision that is about to be announced or about to be made.
Has this discussion come up at the Clark County Health District?
Not yet.
Okay, so then why is it coming before our body first?
Because I happened to be the chair and was sitting there watching, looking at that map, and I thought to myself, the Northwest residents probably ought to have a Level 3 trauma center closer than St. Rose de Lima.
And I couldn't agree with you more. As far as the capital cost, the fiscal impacts that the doctor spoke of, to include, of course, I know we have a hospital, Summerlin Hospital. We have the Mountain View Hospital that we have also that services somewhat of the Northwest, to include Summerlin. The impacts of fiscally, how has that basically shaken out, or who comes to the resolution of what those impacts will be and how they will affect other hospitals in the system, to include UMC, who's already struggling as it is from a financial resource standpoint?
I think I heard, Beers, you're not the subject matter expert. Why don't you defer answering that question to the doctor?
Be happy to.
Please.
Okay.
Because I don't know, honestly, I don't know yet.
Okay.
When an individual is injured in our valley, EMS responds to the scene and assesses them. If they have physiologic derangements like low blood pressure or altered mental status, or anatomic deformities like open fractures or injuries to the head, they're transported to the Level 1 or 2 trauma center, no matter where they come from in the valley. And those two centers would be at Sunrise and at UMC. And the reason that they're located like that is because the railroad right-of-way, the I-15 and Las Vegas Boulevard, are a strategic barrier in the case of disaster preparedness.
Okay.
So there needed to be something on both sides of that divide.
Okay.
If you are injured in a way, for example, fall from standing height or fall off a bicycle or perhaps in a low-speed motor vehicle crash, then and you don't have any anatomic or physiologic derangements, then you could be transported to any one of the trauma centers or a Level 3 center. Someone injured in the Northwest would not be transported to St. Rose. They would come down to UMC and be seen there. The creation of a Level 3 trauma center in the Northwest would care for those patients in their community. And as I said, almost 85% of them are either released the same day or transferred to a higher level of care.
Okay.
The problem, or my concern with the resolution, though, is that it doesn't address the speed with which these applications are coming and the number of centers that are trying to enter at once. And I just would ask it be considered that these centers come in one at a time so the impact can be gauged.
Right. And so for that, the councilman is standing before us requesting that this resolution be brought forward. And I don't disagree that there needs to be some level of trauma facility in an area that we believe is underserved today. However, there's a sign on the mayor's desk that says without facts and research, you're just an individual with an opinion. So we are of the opinion that that is the case. So the question that I have is, are there any facts or data or research to support the resolution here before us today, so that we're in a position to make the appropriate vote for the sake of the citizens that the councilman represents?
There are, and they will be reported out at the Regional Trauma Advisory Board in about 2 weeks.
They will be?
They will be.
In about 2 weeks?
In about 2 weeks.
Okay. So in essence, this resolution could be possibly quite premature without having those facts and that data today. Would that be of your opinion?
That is an opinion, yes.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
From reading the item, it appears to me that the one thing that's being done is just saying to those who would collect the facts and the data for us, because I feel we all feel up here we don't have what you have in that area of knowledge, and certainly that would need to be done. Is it just a suggestion, Mr. Beers, for them to consider that area? I mean, it says that the...
Yes, that is the plan, Councilwoman. But you know what? Having heard your questions today, it's been very helpful. I would suggest that we obey this for 2 weeks.
Until after.
And prepare an amendment that we could consider in 2 weeks, where we add language emphasizing a one-at-a-time, careful, incremental approach to not risk the system as a whole. Because that makes sense to me, and seems to make sense to you as well.
Would you feel, Doctor, that would be the best thing we could do?
I would think that's very helpful.
Because we, of course, would want one in an area that we feel needs more help, but you would have the facts for all, and the idea of just saying one at a time would be good. So I would agree with that then. Thank you.
If I might, I'm going to ask Councilman Anthony, but I would ask you, because to me this is critical. I mean, obviously it is. It's critical need. I have to be at the U.S. Conference of Mayors on the 20th. In Washington. I really would like to be part of this decision, so would you consider, if that's what you choose to do, is ask for an advance, could you move it to the 4th of February, 3rd of February?
Your Honor, with your permission, do you know about how long will elapse between the release in 2 weeks and the health district taking the matter up? I haven't heard that.
Well, I don't, but the Regional Trauma Advisory Board is a publicly noticed meeting, so the data will be available on that afternoon, and then it'll be forwarded to the Board of Health at their next scheduled meeting.
Which will be a week later.
Correct.
How about if we obey it for 2 weeks, and then in 2 weeks we obey it for 2 weeks if we can? If it ends up on the health district, it may end up on the next health district agenda, which is going to be a week after our next meeting and a week before our first February meeting.
Well, then I'd probably I'm going to ask Councilman Anthony and Mayor Pro Tem to speak to the issues too, because that might enlighten you further as to where we're headed. But I would want from our city clerk to be included in the conversation by phone, So what number it's agendized for, unless there's a decision by that time that you will then being abated again. So if we may, with your permission, both of you would like to hear from Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for coming down. It's good information. I think the map, though, kind of it states the obvious to me that if you live in the center of the city of Las Vegas, you have 2 trauma centers available to you. If you live in the south, you have a trauma center available. If you live to the north, you don't. I'm not in a position to pick which hospital should have a trauma center, but I think pretty confident we need a resolution saying we need a trauma center in the northwest part of the city of Las Vegas to serve those folks up there. I don't think we need 2, but you know, I don't know how you put an application in or how many people can put an application if 5 hospitals put an application in, but I think the city needs to make a statement that we need 1 trauma center of whoever puts an application in up in the northwest part of town, because the folks that live up there, I mean, it's all down to the transportation of the patient, and if you live in the way northwest, it takes a long time to get a trauma center, and a lot of things can happen during that time period. So I don't have a problem obeying this for 2 weeks, but we need to make a statement about having the trauma center up in the northwest part of the valley.
If I may, I'm on public record in 2005 as predicting that the next trauma center would come in the north.
Okay, good to hear that.
But I would ask for a one at a time approach, because there are many unintended consequences in this, and sometimes the hospitals that do come in can't survive the startup, and I don't want to see any of the hospitals damaged, and I don't want to see the confidence of the public damaged.
I'm with you 100%. So, so who, if 3 hospitals put in for a trauma center, how do you determine which one, if you decide to just give 1, which I believe should be the case, how would you determine which one gets a trauma center?
The methodology would be like this. All EMS runs would be geo-referenced to pickup point, and a PIN map would be created. The pins would be removed that automatically have to go to the level 1 or 2 center, leaving only level 3 patients for level 3 trauma center. Those clusters would be developed in order to determine where the most efficient location was, and those patients would be referred so that the center wouldn't be overwhelmed. The center would receive a reasonable number of maybe 70 to 100 patients per month.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. One last question that I have before I give it to Councilman Ross, Mayor Pro Tem, because that's the ward up there, and I know he's been very, very concerned. The Veterans Hospital that's in North Las Vegas, are they have any level of trauma there, or no? Just an emergency room?
At this time, they do not. There has been interest expressed to me by Michael O'Callaghan Federal Hospital.
That's what I'm talking about.
I spoke to them a few years ago, and they were interested in standing up a level 3 that would be staffed by active duty Air Force personnel.
So that would be perhaps part of future mix.
If we're going one at a time, that would be part of the future mix.
And the last question I have for you, you did say that UMC Level 1 had a 96% save rate? Is that what you called it?
If you arrive with signs of life, 96% of patients are discharged alive.
That's incredible.
It is.
And what is the percentage, based on data, thank you very much, Councilman Barlow, on the data for trauma 2?
It's near the excuse me. It's near the same. Nationally, survival at a well-prepared trauma center should be in a 95 to 97% range.
And one last piece that I want to ask, for those who are transported to level 3 nationally, one would be the rate, but how many of those patients have to be transferred to a level 1?
15%.
15% generally are transferred out of a level 3 into. And a survival rate, or that's the wrong word, whatever you call it.
It still is. The system has to the system has to calculate its preventable death rate. And for example, if the center was over-reliant on, say, level 3s, and there were many transfers that delayed definitive care, the system would probably experience higher mortality rates.
And I'm sorry I lied, Councilman, but you're going to have it in a minute. Having had a son who was transported after an incident to one of the hospitals in the Southwest, emergency room. All the hospitals have emergency rooms, correct?
Correct, yes.
So it's then taking that emergency room and upgrading it to what we're discussing is the level 3.
That's what's under consideration.
Okay.
Again, understanding that all hospitals in the trauma system see injured patients, but not all hospitals in the trauma system are trauma centers.
Okay, because
They
he
all
was
work
transferred
together.
from there into trauma, and that
Correct.
was critical timing, critical.
And
I
and
understand
that actually
saved his life.
demonstrates excellent system function.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. And first, let me commend my colleague, Councilman Beers, for his leadership as chairing the Southern Nevada Health District. It is imperative that you have foresight and understanding the needs and challenges that confront our entire city, just not your ward and the region in general. So thank you very much for bringing this to us as a resolution. Dr. Files and Mr. Van Houweling, let me express to you, both of you, my gratitude, my family's gratitude for saving the life of my daughter-in-law, and one of my nephews because of that level 1 trauma center. And I understand your concern about opening the floodgates to all of these applicants wanting all these level 3 trauma centers. I can certainly tell you by that map that's displayed before us where the need lies. If you will indulge me, Mayor, I'd like to read a letter that I have sent to the Chief Executive Officer, Saj Palarkat of Centennial Hills Hospital, who is with us today. And with your permission, once I've read the letter, perhaps he can come up and answer a lot of the questions that we have as council members. Yes. With that, Your Honor, and I will put this into the record with the city clerk as well. Thank you for taking the steps to make Centennial Hills Hospital a level 3 trauma facility for residents of the Northwest Las Vegas Valley. As the elected official representing the Las Vegas Ward 6 covering the immediate area surrounding the hospital, I see this expansion as critical to the health and safety of my constituents. Ward 6 includes the fastest growing neighborhoods in the entire Las Vegas Valley. This growth is expected to continue given the expansion of both Sky Canyon Master Plan Community, 9,000 homes, and Creech Air Force Base. In my district alone, over 1,000 households have a family member working at this base, not to mention this isn't in the letter, but the Nevada test site, which I know they named it something different. I'm sure your dad could help me with that, Councilman. The drive to the base from my district is approximately 45 minutes with no other medical facility available to take in accident victims. Sadly, our community has lost active duty service members taking this commute. I have pledged to do all I can in order to increase their odds of survival after an accident. Additionally, a level 3 trauma unit coordinates with the plans of the City of Las Vegas to add more fire stations within minutes of the hospital. Thank you again for undertaking this tremendous task to bring higher level of safety and service to our community. Please do not hesitate to contact my office. Now, I say that and read that, and I'll give this letter to the city clerk for the record. I can guarantee you, if I went to my residents in Ward 6, what they'd be asking for, and I think after they see this meeting, they'll start emailing and calling my office for the same. I mentioned Sky Canyon, 9,000 homes. I mentioned Creech Air Force Base, the Nevada test site, the proximity to this hospital. Not to mention Kyle Canyon, Lee Canyon. These are all very active areas where people get hurt, and it may not be a level 1. I certainly don't ever want to detract from UMC's level 1 experience ever, because I personally felt it. I've touched it, I've tasted it, I know what it's like. And I don't like being there, trust me. It's not something I want to go do. But we have an opportunity here to create a resolution, sending it to the health district that says, hey, we really want a level 3 trauma center in the Northwest, and Centennial Hills Hospital is the place it needs to go. Certainly Mountain View could probably serve that population as well, but that's the growth pattern of the city of Las Vegas. That's where we're going. I hope, I can tell you, if I needed to reach out to my constituents, they'd be down here telling us what they'd want. And we may need to do that, Councilman Beers, at the health district meeting when the time comes to make that ultimate decision. With that, Mayor and council members, with your permission, I would like to invite Saj up to talk to us and introduce himself and tell us what he's done and what he plans to do with
The question first, please,
Yes,
Mayor.
please, Councilwoman. That's a
How
question.
far, what are the miles between Centennial and Mountain View?
I can answer that question. My name again is Saj Palarkar. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Centennial Hills Hospital. The distance from Centennial Hills to Mountain View Hospital, it's about 6 to 7 miles.
So it's 6 to 7 miles. The concern I would have is that Mountain View is circled by homes and everything, and on one side Centennial is a little bare. So I'm just mentioning that question. Secondly, I would say that I know Mountain View would like one also, as you would, and I did not know that we would be having this today, and I think if we had invited one, we should have invited two. I'm just saying that. But I've been to Centennial, and I welcome you here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and welcome. Remember the ribbon cutting, so it's been a few years. Wonderful to see you. Happy New Year. And please, if you would, address as Mayor Pro Tem's asked.
All right, thank you. Thank you again. Good morning, almost good afternoon to the entire City Council here. I wanted to reflect a little bit on this map that's in front of you. Again, you see the detail behind the trauma system today. We've got the level 1 UMC, we've got the level 2 at Sunrise, and the level 3 at St. Rose. I do want to comment here, the distances that are listed here are the distances from Centennial Hills Hospital. So we are 15 miles away from UMC, we are 20 miles away from Sunrise, and we are 30 miles away from St. Rose Sienna. Mountain View is about 8 miles away from UMC. So I think that's very important, because if you look at it, years ago when St. Rose Sienna was blessed to be brought into the trauma system, they were 15 miles away from UMC. If you look at nationally where level 3 trauma centers are placed, they're placed on the fringes of the communities. So 15 miles to UMC from Sienna, 15 miles to Centennial in the Northwest. Again, geographically, this is what we're looking at and what the picture tells us. Secondly, it is a result of growth. You know, when we look at the growth within the area, certainly the housing divisions that Councilman Ross has also mentioned, the extreme growth, also the folks up at Mercury and the bases up to the north. These are certainly spurring that detail as well and having more readily available access. I will tell you that our hospital opened in 2008, and ever since we opened the doors, both paramedics and fire have been asking two questions. They asked about pediatrics, which we're not pursuing, but they also asked about trauma. And I kept on asking them, why are you asking us about trauma? And they said, you're the furthest north out. It would help us if we could transport to your facility and we save on that transport time. Me as a paramedic, me as a fire provider, I'm out to protect the entire community 20, 30, 60, 75 minutes sooner rather than transporting across the city. So certainly, as we have, and it's been described already, we've got a process with an application that went to the Health District, is being discussed at the Regional Trauma Advisory Board. We have letters of support from EMS as well as from fire to do this. So certainly this is not something we dreamed up and kind of came up with. It's based upon community support as well as the support from our paramedics and our local fire agencies. And then the last thing I would like to, or two last things I'd like to mention is our intention is to be a level 3 center. You know, part of the discussion today is that, listen, we love having UMC as our level 1 trauma center, and our intention is to be complementary to that. I will tell you, at the Regional Trauma Advisory Board, the Mountain View Hospital admitted that their intention is to be a level 2 provider. That is purely disruptive to the entire trauma system. Our intention is to be a level 3 provider. And then lastly, when you look at the other piece from an impact, from a current trauma system perspective, I think Dr. Files mentioned it before, St. Rose Sienna, I sit on the Regional Trauma Advisory Board as well, so I see all the statistics on a monthly basis. They see about 50 to 60 patients a month. That's maybe 2 patients a day. This will not disrupt the entire trauma system. It won't put any of the educational components that are going on at UMC at risk at all. So really our intention is to create this system as a result of community need and put that and bring that forward.
Thank you for coming forward. I think, you know, one of the things listening to Councilwoman who is on the board, it does, and not to say it wouldn't be Centennial, But it would be, and this should go to the professionals. I don't think we as lay people should be making that judgment. Should it be Centennial or Mountain View or whatever? So what they dialogue in those meetings as the credentials is, does it make a difference? Is there cost more in one hospital than another? Are they more well-equipped right now with the professional staff and the physical equipment that needs to be in a trauma facility? I mean, I think those are all pieces of what needs to go through the professional level to make the determination. Because I think you're hearing it clearly from here. There needs to be something in that growing population. And certainly in the Southwest, which is also explosive, they're adjacent to St. Rose. So that's taken care of, but it is that Northwest. And so to me, the whole thing is to say, is there a vote of confidence from us that we need something up in the Northwest at the right time, well thought out, based on data, to support, whether it's Centennial or Mountain View, that would be their determination. Because if you're, how many miles apart are you?
We're about 7 miles apart.
7 miles. But two, I mean, it would be, to me, it's up to the professionals. We're in way over our head, but we would give, I mean, to me, I'm ready to tell you right now, I could say would be in favor of the consideration of the board, and with the professional expertise and the data backing it up, to say the next piece, whether it's tomorrow or in 5 years, goes to up into the Northwest. And so, I mean, I can see that, and I hear it, and we all know it that serve here, but we're lay people. So, I mean, we really appreciate it, and having been out to your fabulous hospital so many times, not for care. Thank you, but you have a wonderful organization. So, any more comments, questions? Yes, Councilman, I see he's... Yes.
Yeah, if I can, and I too want to express my appreciation to your facility for an episode I had on Election Day a few years ago. If you remember that moment in my lifetime. So they've got some great professionals out there that do a fabulous job. And they didn't. Well, I don't think it was life-threatening at the moment, but it certainly could have been. But you know, you've got a great team out there. They do wonderful things, and we certainly don't want to detract from the medical district around UMC. We are so very excited as a city council and so very excited for Councilwoman Tarkanian to have that in her ward and help nurture that and grow that. This has nothing to do with that, nor do I think would affect that. So I think UMC is safe in that regard. And I think what happened, and through the mayor to you, Ms. Crockett, did you guys have your application in first, and then everybody all of us said, hey, we want to jump on the bandwagon?
Yeah, as soon as we put in our application, 2 applications followed pretty quickly thereafter.
Yeah, so I can kind of see where that came from and how that happened. But I certainly can't disagree with the mayor or any of the council members for that matter in regards to, you know, the data. I think the data is going to show that. I think if I reach out to my constituency, I know exactly what the response is going to be. Yes, councilman, get it done and help them to the best of your ability. And that's kind of what I want to do today. So, Councilman Beers, if I may suggest to you, I'm not sure we need to obey this. I mean, I'm ready to make a motion to actually craft a resolution in support, should the data recommend that Centennial Hills become a level 3 trauma center. And I don't know if you want to entertain that or not, through the, of course, with the mayor's permission.
Are you saying you want us to name it before we get the data?
I said for consideration. I think the mayor said it well, for consideration, should the data come back suggesting Centennial Hospital become the level 3 trauma center.
Whoever comes back.
Yeah.
If it comes back.
Or it could be as generic as that. And I think the data is going to show that, Councilman.
Mayor? Yes, Mayor, I would like to see the research that is coming back that the director spoke about in relation to a couple weeks from now, that information should be provided to us, because what I don't want to do is basically put this municipality in the middle of something that we have no true knowledge of in relation to the data and the research that an entity who is the expert in this area can provide us. And so for me, I'm voting on something I'm voting on something that I truly believe in my heart of hearts is the right thing in relation to the underserved communities when it comes to the trauma centers, but I would like to have the data to back up my ability to vote moving forward. And so I'm not in a position to do that today, so I can't support the resolution as it stands today, because I would at least like to have an opportunity to hear from the experts in that area as to the need and where geographically that need is really pulling from and where it needs to be versus picking and choosing, because I do know that there's a void in the southwest of Councilman Beer's ward to include the growth in the expansion of what's taking place out in the northwest. And in addition to that, from a regional standpoint, I know as North Las Vegas, for example, as they continue to grow and expand, and specifically, as we mentioned earlier in our conversation today with Fair Day coming out near Apex, there could be a potential booming growth there as well that will, you know, potentially grow another opportunity for a trauma center because of the distance that the gentleman from Centennial Hills has brought before us today. And so I believe that this isn't the board to basically pick and choose, and I would like to know what board from a geographic standpoint, and I'm not sure, Doctor or Director, if you can help me understand who makes the decision as far as where, in fact, geographically the trauma centers should be placed. I know it's not this board for sure.
Yeah, I think as described before by Dr. Files, the process is that anyone that wants to apply to be a trauma center, they submit an application to the health district. The health district reviews that application, then the Regional Trauma Advisory Board then reviews that. And again, that's a compilation of representatives from the individual 3 existing trauma centers as well as other community local experts. That group makes a recommendation which is sent forward to the Board of Health. The Board of Health, from my understanding, kind of makes that final decision in regards to approving or not approving.
And as of today, the Board of Health has not had an opportunity to review your application, let alone the other 2 applications that have come into the pipeline, correct?
That is correct.
So to me, we're putting the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse, I'm sorry. The cart before the horse without, you know, having the entities that are responsible for making this decision, giving them an opportunity to weigh all of the options and the research and the data that they'll have to collect. And I believe that's when the municipalities have an opportunity to come behind them in support of the decision based on what those decisions and outcomes will be from that further research. So as of today, I'm not in support of moving this item forward. I would be more so inclined for an abeyance to give us an opportunity to allow someone else to take the lead, and then we support those leaders in that regard, so that we can, you know, have an opportunity to determine whether we'll support that in the far southwest in Beers' area to include the Centennial Hills that you're representing out in Councilman Ross's area. So that's where I am right now, Mayor and Council. And thank you all so very much for being here and sharing that information.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem, please, you wish to, and I'll take my pad back.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Get a little greedy there, sorry.
Please.
I just want to state on the record, I just entirely disagree with my colleague. I think you don't have to live under a rock to understand the needs of your community and your area in the city of Las Vegas. Having represented Centennial Hills for the past 10 years, I have a very good understanding of what it lacks, what it has, and what it's got. And I think that we at this city council should display some leadership in regards to the health district and in helping them understand what we think should be done accordingly in the city of Las Vegas. And that's what leadership is all about. So I just want to put that on the record, Mayor. Thank you.
Well, that was certain wuzzy-wuzzy, the way you said that. We know who you are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, we're also representing the northwest part of the valley. I haven't heard anybody say that we do not need a trauma center in the northwest part of town. I mean, even the doctor said that he recommended many years ago we're going to eventually need a trauma center in the northwest. I don't know which hospital should get it. That's not my decision. Those are the experts' decision. But I believe that we need to make a statement today as a Las Vegas City Council that we want a trauma center in the northwest part of the valley, a Trauma 3 center to take care of the constituents that live up in that area. Because when these trauma centers were put in, the first 2 or the ones in the middle of town, there wasn't much traffic to get to them from the northwest. Today, the traffic is horrendous to get from the northwest to one of these 3 trauma centers, and this is about public safety and allowing our firefighter paramedics to get people that need medical care to the closest trauma center that they possibly get to, and there has to be one in the northwest part of town. So I'm in a position, Mayor, to make a motion that...
Before you do, could I say one thing? My sense is, and again, listening to all of us, we really see and feel the need in the Northwest, not being in a position to have the expertise or training or education to make the determination, because we, again, to repeat for the 9th time, the data to know. It's more of, it really has to go to the body of the board to take in all the information and then decide when. It may not happen for 3 years or 5 years down the road. So what I'm saying about all of this is we need to leave it to the experts to make the recommendation, and that we encourage making sure that the Northwest, or North as it's written here, is considered, strongly urge consideration in the evaluative process, that if there's going to be another trauma 3, level 3, that it first and foremost goes into that area. And that, to me, is the way it should be, rather than dictating which one or what year or what timeline. It really has to go to the board with all the information clearly to see the pros and cons. So with that, you may go back and make your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion that the city council pass a resolution stating that we need a trauma center in the northwest part of the valley.
If I could jump in for a moment, that's what this resolution does. And so rather than just vote on a hypothetical resolution, I would recommend that the maker of the motion move to approve Resolution R2 2016, and I have one amendment to that I need to make.
Okay, that doesn't actually state a hospital then. It just states that
What it states right now is that the city council, the closing sentences where the city council resolves as follows, that it supports the addition of a second level 3 trauma center in southern Nevada located in the northwest region of the valley to better serve the residents of the area and keep our community safe.
Okay, I'd like to hear the second amendment.
Yeah, the second amendment is on the second page of the resolution. There are several whereases. The last whereas on lines 6 through 8 is not accurate and it needs to be removed. And so with that amendment, I would submit it for your consideration.
Okay, then Mayor, my motion would be to pass that resolution with the amendment.
Okay. Okay.
Your Honor?
Councilman Coffin, yes, please, comment.
On the motion, then, I was hoping to get this in before the motion, but it's okay. I think it's a mistake to put our name behind a specific designation. I think I agree, though, with the need, and I suspect it's coming, because the future growth of this city will all be northwest. That's the only place we can go. It's the only, land will be able to get ceded to us from the federal government that we could actually use. And so, I mean, particularly with the new national monument coming up out there, Creech, all of the reasons point toward the northwest. So that's not an arguable point. I think it's a good point. But the question is, do you say level 3 in your motion, or do you say an advanced level trauma center? Because we don't know what the experts would say. I don't consider myself an expert here now to say that we would definitely want a 3. Maybe a 2 will be warranted. Do we then just say that people assume that we wanted a 2 because we said we wanted a 3? I mean, there's all kinds of ramifications involved in the public support of something like this beyond, it's just not a technicality. I'll have to vote no anyway on the position.
More. Okay, just for clarification, with your permission, Councilman Anthony, I'm going to have Mr. Jerbick reread the motion without the whats and whatevers.
See if it's okay with you.
As I understand, the motion would be to adopt Resolution R-2-2016 with the amendment that I made, eliminating lines 6 through 8 on page 2.
Okay, there's a motion, and you have to vote orally.
I vote yes.
He votes yes. Okay. Please vote, and please post. The motion carries. Correct? Yes.
Did you vote
Wait.
no on that motion?
No, you voted, if you are, no, you voted
I
incorrectly.
voted the wrong way?
Oops, sorry.
Okay, we have to, Councilwoman, we have to recall, a motion to recall somebody who made the motion, voted in favor. Councilwoman voted incorrect. Lee. So, excuse me, Mr. Jerbick, in order to recall it, somebody who voted for it has to recall it?
That's correct. The
Oh, so
councilwoman,
that
if
would
she
be
wants to, can have it
council. You need to
reconsidered right
recall
now.
it. Recall this agenda item 37.
I move to recall the motion on agenda item 37.
Okay. Okay, there's a motion to recall. Please vote. Okay, the motion recalls. Now you make the motion. Or anybody that's green can make
Your
a
Honor-
motion?
Your Honor, I would move that we obey this item for 2 weeks, during which time I will attempt to have the Health District schedule, if they do want to put this on the agenda for January, a presentation, and hold off on action until February so that we can accommodate your
My
travel
great travel schedule.
to the conference of mayors.
Great. Thank you.
And Councilman Beers, then that would also accommodate our getting the data from the experts.
We'll have, I think by then we'll have the report of the Trauma Advisory Panel.
Is that true?
Will you have the reports by then from the trauma board and everything into?
Correct, Madam Mayor. The next RTAB meeting is on January 27th, and then they'll make the recommendation to the next Health Department Board meeting, and then that board will vet out the applications and who's going to be awarded a Level 3 trauma center. And just to answer Councilman Kaufman's question, you have to enter the trauma center as a Level 3. You cannot come in as a Level 2. So back to your original motion, you would have to enter the trauma system as a Level 3, which Centennial Hills has put their application in for.
Yes.
All travel. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
input. So would you make that in a formal all right, so at that point, we're on board with doing everything right, Mr. Jerbick? So now
That's correct. I just
a
want the record-
motion's being made by Mr. Beers.
To obey this matter for 2 weeks with the intent of obeying it for, until our first meeting in February, if I can make all the stars align.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion for the item to obey to 2
January
weeks.
20th?
January 20th.
We'll get her on the phone.
Okay, there's a motion.
Well, hold on.
Wait.
Mayor, I thought you said you wouldn't be here.
We'll get her on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so there's a,
And one last question, I'm sorry, when does the report come in?
Correct. Just for clarification, the RTAB, Regional Trauma Advisory Board, does not meet until January 27th.
Right.
So
So we
you
need
are
it
in
to
fact
February.
still ahead of that
Right.
committee looking at the
We need
analysis
to
and the
February,
issues.
not the 20th of January.
no, wait.
27th at the RTAB, and then
You're going to be in no different, if I may, from what you have just said, Mr. Van Houweling, the meeting of the RTAB board won't be till after the 20th. It's the 27th.
yes, ma'am, the 27th, and they're reviewing all three
So
applications.
why
and will
can't you
make their
just push the whole thing
determination.
out to the 4th, and then we won't have to play games?
And the answer is because the Health District Board is scheduled to meet on the 28th. And so what I need to do is lobby the Health District to not put an action item on its next agenda. A presentation would be fine, but to delay the Health District Board action until the next fourth Thursday of the month, which is when the Health District Board is scheduled to meet.
Got that? Does that make sense? All of you?
So,
I understand that, but for me, I'm looking for the research from the experts. I understand the process of the Health District Board, but all of that will encompass even the Health District Board members an opportunity to review the research that has come in as well, because this isn't something that's small. This is something that's really going to impact the entire Clark County region. And so we have to look at this from a global standpoint and make sure that we have all the data collected in the research that is already in the process and in the pipeline. And they stated that after the 27th, it will be available. So it just seems like we're rushing this just way too soon, when in fact we can
So he's made a motion.
take off after the fact of the research coming back in, which will be appropriately done in February, in my opinion.
Okay, there is a motion to bring this back, a 2-week abeyance, which is January 20th. So please vote on that. Please vote.
Two-week advance, I don't think gets us anywhere.
Okay, and please post. And that does not carry. Another motion, please.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we obey this item until the
First meeting in
first meeting in February. February
Okay.
3rd. That'll be my motion.
February, there's a motion now to hear the item again, February 3rd. So please vote and please post.
This is how government works.
Yes. And it carries.
But that
So
will give us the
thank you very
data
much.
from
We'll
you,
see.
right?
So, and two,
Excuse
then
me.
you could talk to the people that, you
Yes,
need to talk
yes,
to as
yes.
well. Thank you, gentlemen, for, I hope nobody's coming to trauma today.
Yeah, we hope
I mean,
not. We do need to get back and
No, get back and work,
and
and
take care
thank
of
you for all that
patients.
you do. You
Yeah.
save so many lives, you do so many wonderful things, and we appreciate everything that you're doing. And out at Centennial, when are you, am I coming back? I want to see those nurses again.
Absolutely. We'll let you know.
Please, I'll lean on this gentleman to my right. Thank you.
Thank you all for
again.
the
Appreciate it.
consideration of the matter. Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to boards and commissions number 38. For possible action, Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, Richard Becker, term expiration 1/7/2016. Thomas White, term explanation, he has resigned. He was supposed to be going through 11/19/2017. Mr. Becker was originally appointed as a Ward 2 representative in October of 2012. He's eligible and wishes to be reappointed. Mr. White was appointed as a Ward 6 representative in 2014 November. However, he soon realized after his appointment he was unable to serve in this capacity due to scheduling conflicts. The options are Councilman Beers to reappoint Mr. Becker or appoint a new Ward 2 representative. And for Councilman Ross to appoint a new Ward 6 representative to fill the unexpired term of Mr. White. Councilman Beers, are you still in here? Yes, you are. How say you?
I say I would like to appoint Mr. Becker, reappoint Mr. Becker.
Okay, and is he willing? He said yes, he is.
He is.
So that's your motion to reappoint. Please vote.
We actually phrased it to him, "You are willing," rather than "Are you willing?"
Like that.
Yes, he is.
Okay, Mr. Becker. Well, don't we do them separately? We can do them together. Okay, Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. And with that, I would like your permission to invite up my new appointee, Larry Schultz, who's been with us all day long. Mr. Schultz, do you mind coming up here and introducing yourself to the mayor and council with her permission, please?
Well, I'll tell you, all your meetings going forward will be a piece of cake after how slow we move.
Hi, I'm Larry Schultz, and I'm very pleased to be here, and I look forward to continuing to be helpful to the city in this additional role.
Mr. Schultz has been an absolute godsend to Ward 6 and Centennial Hills in his service to our constituents out there. And I know him and his wife love living out there, and they come to every one of our events. They have a blast, and they're not shy to get their hands dirty. So with that, I'm asking the city clerk to give Mr. Schultz my cookie for being in the audience with us all day long.
Is Mr. Becker here, too?
Maybe he'd like one for his wife. I'll give.
Okay, thank
Let's
you.
give him one
And
for his
Councilwoman's going
wife
to give you two
also.
as well, Mr. Schultz.
Here we go, right up here. May I give that to
I
you?
could probably go without them to look at me.
I would move to
Okay.
approve Mr. Schultz. for
All right, so we
replacement
have for
support.
Councilman Beers, Mr. Becker, and for for Mayor Pro Tem, we have Mr. Schultz. So all in favor, please vote. And please post.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Oh, that's all right.
And the motion carries. Now on to agenda item 39. Congratulations, both of you. Mr. Schultz, unless you ran out of here. No, he's still here. He's getting his picture taken. Christine, okay. Agenda item number 39 for possible action, appointment and reappointment of members to the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, YNAP, Grant Review Board. The procedure for this board is appointment by the City Council. The Office of Community Service recommends the following. Appointments: adult representatives, Stephanie Johns, Harry Williams. Youth representatives, Nia Watkins, John Herrera, and Niqua Clanton, Carlos Vega, alternate. Reappointments: adult representatives, Becky Skousen, Vicky Skilbrad, Kimberly Reed, Christine Kramer, Deborah Reyes, David Alexander Lopez, Paula Zier, alternate. Youth: Carlos Rodriguez, Quisi D. Davis, and Sarah Richard, Elisa Winslow. Before I state my recommendation, I understand the councilwoman, you wanted to make a correction to the recommendation for one of your appointments.
Yes, the correction is not having Kimberly Reed, but having Ann Caponen.
Ann Capone?
Caponen.
Caponen.
N-E-N at the end.
Got that? Okay, and I gather you've spoken with her and she's willing and excited?
I don't know if she's excited, but she is going to do it.
Great. All right, so with that correction, that will be my recommendation. So please, if you will allow us to vote on that, and please vote and please post. This was on our, do we have enough peeps? Yeah, we do. Carries. Motion carries. Thank you very much. You will notify, the clerk will notify, I'm sure. Thank you. Okay, where I know everybody's been very patient, and I have a file, very large file here on agenda item 40, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2015-98. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-98, First Amendment, in order to prohibit pet shops from selling or disposing of dogs, cats, or pot-bellied pigs other than those obtained from an animal shelter, nonprofit humane society, or nonprofit animal rescue organization, and to provide for related matters. Mayor, before you begin your discussion, I have a meeting at the Regional Justice Center right now, and so I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Steed.
Does he accept that position? Good. Okay. Another card. All right, since we have so many people that are here, and of course we've had innumerable emails, I'm going to read. It doesn't mean that your name has to be on this list if you're going to wish to speak. What I'd ask, because there's such an outpouring, is that collectively you appoint a couple of people to speak to it. Yes? Okay. In no order, and if I can read them. Hani Levy, Brian Kenton, Paul Thomas, Debbie Coburn, Richard Sergio. In fact, I'm going to have our elected officials come up first with the courtesy of everyone. Senator Mark Menendo, Carly Scholten from the Animal Foundation, and Amanda Schwarzal from the Retail Association of Nevada, Amy Rouse, Dor Knetsgor, I'm sorry if I'm doing things to your names, please. Between my eyes failing, it's a challenge. Melissa Boyd, Kathy Brooks, Tamara Simon, Elizabeth Orrick, Nick Bennigan, Lizette Reyes, Ken Law, Jean Goldsmith, Bryce Henderson, Jeff Fausch, Christopher Beth, Abigail Anderson, Heather Carpenter, Dale Bartlett, Holly Haley, Adam Fawcett, Jay Moore, Vanessa Green, Casey Lee, Shannon Fessler, Stacy James, Rachel Roberts-Levy, Annie Labansat, Diana Mogensen, Jason Garrity, Nicole Chinsia, Deborah Tosh, Terry Parks, Clayton Freeman, Nancy Salazar, Regina Harmon, Jim Breen, and Adrian Breen, and Chris Nichols. So first of all, thank you all for coming down and waiting through today. And thank you for your emails and support one way or another on this issue. So I would like to welcome, if I may, in the following order to go first, because they are in service
Your
to
Honor.
the community. Yes.
On that subject, I have two comments. One is Senator Menendo asked me if he could speak later. He couldn't be present
Oh,
to
he's not
speak
here
at
right
the
now.
front. I don't know if he's changed his mind, but he wanted to speak earlier. And also, I just wanted to beg the audience's forgiveness.
Yes.
We're not taking a lunch break in order that we can continue this
there he is
hearing.
in the back.
Oh, are you here, Mark? Well, I know he needs to
Okay.
speak later, Your Honor, and I just wanted to say, I'm eating lunch, so I don't miss any testimony, and I think
Well,
others
and
on the
that's-
council will.
That's good, and I've asked our
So
council.
forgive us for munching.
Okay. We don't have a lunch break today, so I have suggested and asked our council, please take turns going to get some soup or whatever they can have for some lunch, but making sure we always remain with 4. And I see Councilman Anthony's down there and the 3 of us. More cards, Kristen Corral and Cheryl Prater. And Misty Rose Brown. Okay, so let's begin with, since you're sitting so far back there, Senator, we'll start with Councilman from North Las Vegas, Richard Churchill. You want to speak with Senator? Last.
That's a first.
Fine. And Crystal Kingham. Okay, and so that will be last. That will be last. Carly Scholten. One more. We like it, because these are all going to the clerk's office. Claudia Ramos Escobar. Thank you. Okay, so welcome, Carly Scholten of the Animal Foundation.
Thank
Please,
you.
Please.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, who's probably getting soup, and City Council. My name is Carly Scholten. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Animal Foundation. As the largest animal shelter in Nevada, the Animal Foundation is always supportive of any effort that will allow us to place more animals into homes. We take in over 30,000 animals each year, and we're looking for every opportunity possible to save those lives. The proposed ordinance is a significant step towards supporting our efforts to rehome those animals, to showcase the amazing animals that come into our care, and toward reaching our goal of eliminating the euthanasia of healthy and treatable animals by the end of 2020. We ask that the council consider approving this ordinance, and thank you for your time.
And now we have Amanda Schweifel. Yes, we're going to do that. Are you still here? Yes. It's like in a classroom. Nobody ever sits up front and close. Good afternoon.
Hi, Mayor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Council. Sorry it took me so long to get up here. I wasn't expecting to go second. My name is Amanda Schweistal with the Retail Association of Nevada, and I'm here to oppose this ordinance. As you will hear from our member, Mr. Fawcett, later this afternoon, Petland purchases their puppies from reputable breeders. We care about our puppies, and we find puppy mills abhorrent. We will do anything within our power to work together to close puppy mills, but this ordinance does not do that. Instead, it keeps breeders unregulated, it shifts purchases online and outside of the city's jurisdiction, and it does nothing to unburden our shelters and rescues. In the many jurisdictions that this ordinance has already passed in, there has been no evidence presented that it has solved any of the problems we are attempting to solve. There is, however, an ordinance that has passed in Nassau County that does solve the problems raised today. We'd be happy to comply with strict breeding and licensing regulations passed in Nassau County. This is more than a pet issue, it is a business issue. Our almost 2,000 members are worried about the precedent this sets for government to interject in the retail process without evidence based solely on personal beliefs that the city would use to shut down businesses. Instead, please adopt the language from Nassau County that I have shared with many on the council that further regulates our industry and maintains that Petland remains a good actor. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. And then I also have a card from Ken Lau. So in order to figure out how long, if you just look at each other, how many of you are here on agenda item 40, please raise your hands. Okay, seeing that, we have a couple of options. One is give you a couple of minutes and select a couple of leaders that we can give 5 minutes each to, and that would be no more than 4 of those. Or you can line up, and what we'll do to keep it orderly and give you each a minute. So, being absolutely trying to be fair to everybody, how many of you would prefer to have your 1 minute? Please raise your hands. Okay, everybody's looking. How many of you would be willing to go ahead and appoint 4 spokespersons? Then we'll give you time. Would you raise your hands again if you will go for spokesperson? Okay, spokesperson fails. So, with all of this, we're going to give you each a minute. We're going to line you up in the 2 aisles, and if you will help us, whoever can help us with the process, and we'll just go one from one side, one from the other. Oh, there you are, Felipe. And who do we have over on this side helping over here? And this is very important, which will not count towards your 1 minute. Does not need any address. We do not need an address, correct? So if your name is unusual, which I may have botched already, would you please, even though we have the card, would you just say your name? It will not count for the 1 minute.
Yes, my name is Eugene Goldsmith. I'm opposed to this ordinance.
Okay, turned on, please.
In my opinion, you're taking just to buy a dog, you're taking it out of the customer. You're making them going to a shelter to purchase a dog. It should be the customer's decision on where they want to buy a dog. I've had shelter dogs, 2 of them, and I've had dogs all my life. 2 of them I had to put down for parvo and for neurological problems. I'm here 5 years. I've had 3 dogs that I purchased from a store in Las Vegas. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention that name, but it's a puppy boutique. They're marvelous. One is a collie, which is a descendant of Lassie.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to do.
Okay.
We appreciate Mr. Goldsmith. And again, now we're going to go from this side. Just state your name, no address, and that will not start your minute. You get the full whole minute.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Elizabeth Orrick. I'm the National Manager of Puppy Mill Initiatives for Best Friends Animal Society, and we are in full support of this ordinance. The fact is, puppy and kitten mills are in business to supply pet stores because responsible breeders don't sell to pet stores. Shelters and rescue groups are full of purebred dogs, cats, puppies, and kittens looking for homes, and yet these are the animals that are dying in the highest numbers in our shelters at taxpayer expense simply because there isn't enough space to house them all. So does it really make sense to keep producing more? A pet sales ordinance is a reasonable way to address an endless supply of poorly and inhumanely bred pets from being imported into the city so that consumers are protected and fewer animals will have to suffer in order to supply the retail pet trade, and to relieve the burden on local shelters and therefore Vegas taxpayers by getting animals out of these facilities and into retail settings where they have a greater chance of being adopted by the public. This ordinance would not preclude anybody from buying a pet directly from a private breeder. I want to make that very clear. That's why more than 100 communities have already enacted this, and we really hope that Las Vegas will join them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Anula Wildridge. What's really significant and specific to Las Vegas is we have a serious animal overpopulation problem. Petco and PetSmart have recognized this and have partnered with our local shelter and rescue groups to promote and sell only adoptable homeless animals. They've demonstrated that they're responsible, socially conscious, and community-oriented, and I would think that their peers would join them and follow suit rather than fighting and combating us to continue cranking out more animals in an already overburdened system that we have. Since 2011, more than 75 cities have passed local legislation banning the retail sales of cats and dogs, and that ought to tell us something. This is a good bill. The former speaker who stated he was appalled that we're considering it, I think it's more appalling that we haven't passed such an ordinance and waited until now. So it's a good bill. I thank the supporters, and I urge you to vote yes on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your
Next,
Honor,
please.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Is Sarah Chowdhury in the audience? If she is, would she raise her hand? Not here. Okay. She wrote a letter asking it to be put in the record. I'm going to give it
Okay.
in support of the resolution. Thank you.
Yes, from this side, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. Kathy Brooks. City of Las Vegas has a problem, an animal overpopulation problem. There are presently tens of rescue organizations and an array of larger shelters across the valley attempting to tackle this issue, feverishly trying to home pets. Pet stores that sell animals feed into the problem by giving a platform to breeding mills and backyard breeders. For the record, I am not anti-breeder. A good, reputable, licensed breeder maintains strict quality control. A breeder like this would never place one of their pups or kittens into a retail pet store. Claims of freedom of choice are completely groundless. If somebody wants to get an animal from a breeder, there's nothing stopping them from doing so. If cost is an issue, or a breeder says no to them, perhaps they should rethink having the pet in the first place. With this ordinance, by restricting commercial enterprise to sell only animals from rescues, the City of Las Vegas helps strike a serious blow against those who perpetuate the problem of animal overpopulation. I encourage you to vote yes.
Thank you. Next, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Ramos Escobar, and I am a volunteer for Wagging Tails Rescue. We are a local rescue group here in town. In 2015, Wagging Tails adopted out 320 dogs, which were rescued from our local shelter, the Animal Foundation, owner surrenders, and rescued from the streets of Las Vegas. About 35% of these adoptions were puppies. And prior to finding these puppies homes, we spayed, neutered, vaccinated, microchipped them. Why do we do these? Why do we follow this process? It's the law. The law states that we must spay and neuter dogs and cats within 4 months of their age, within 4 months. There is proof Petland has sold puppies that have not been spayed or neutered within that 16-week period. We have a dog overpopulation in our local shelter. In the month of September of 2015, over 300 dogs were euthanized at the Animal Foundation. By passing this bill, we will contribute to this problem.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is James Breen with Wolfgang Bakery, co-owner. I would like you to support the ban of retail pet sales. I feel it's an outdated business model. With the Animal Foundation having so many fire sales on pets, there's an obvious abundance, and I feel that should be addressed. I think that's it. We'll put a Wolfgang Bakery where it says Petland, and I'll take it over.
Good afternoon. My name is Regina Harmon. I run the Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation. I'm just going to try to read this quickly. I am for the ban. I have been deeply involved in rescue for 10 years. The last time we were here, the owner of Petland stated that you cannot get purebreds in rescue, but I am a breed-specific rescue, and I am not the only breed-specific. I heard him state that there are no puppies in rescue. I currently have puppies in my rescue and have had many more. If he is so ignorant to think these things, he should not be speaking on them. Perhaps he should work with a rescue or shelter to see just what is there. Even though we are breed-specific, we often take in dogs that are not Beagle or Beagle mixes. Many of these are purebreds, and some are even called the designer dogs, which are mixed breeds. They currently sell many of these dogs for over thousands of dollars, and these dogs do not come spayed or neutered, which is the law. We have taken in Yorkies, Bichons, Poodles, Shih Tzus, Lhasa Apsos, West Highland Terriers, Papillons, teacup breeds, Pekingese, Maltese, Mini Schnauzer, and currently have one of these so-called designer breeds right now, which is a Morkie, a Maltese Yorkie.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down. please, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman, Las Vegas City Council members. My name is Paul Tomas, and I am the owner of Puppy Boutique. I speak with a great concern regarding this proposed bill. While the proposed bill claims that it is protection of the animals, it will only hurt the city of Las Vegas and not the puppy mills that it focuses on. Here's why. The majority of our customers already know the exact breed of puppy they want to welcome to their families, whether it is for the temperament, color, size, or any other reason. Banning all pet stores will force the consumer to buy from illegal backyard breeders and suspicious websites. This is money and jobs lost for Las Vegas. We care about our puppies. We clean and sanitize their temporary homes every day and welcome volunteers to play with all of them so they get exercise and know they are loved the day one. We go above beyond our customers by giving guidance and puppies transition into their new homes, being available day or night for questions and providing a vet who gives the bill.
Sorry, I'm sorry, no more. I'd love to have you be able to go on, but we made a
please,
vote and
I
we
urge
have to
you.
go with the population. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
coming down. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. My name is Annie Lavanza. I'm strongly in support of this bill. I was really hoping that pet stores would recognize that there is an overpopulation problem here in Las Vegas and that we residents are trying to get the numbers down of animals that are killed. And I would really hope that pet stores would work with us and appreciate this opportunity that they have to help us get the numbers down, and instead of profiting on them and bringing in influx of unspayed animals, take the animals that are so desperately in need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Hi, Mayor, City Council. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Tamara Simon. I'm a resident of the Las Vegas Valley, but I also work for Best Friends Animal Society and have for almost 7 years. In my local work with Best Friends Animal Society, I've been actively engaged with numerous rescues and shelter organizations in the area. I've held numerous animal events as well as events that have been open to the public and to help adopt out the animals in our valley, as well as to educate the public and gain some awareness for their issues, for the animal welfare issues. In my experience in doing outreach in our valley, I've spoken to many residents regarding their concerns for the welfare of our homeless animals and concerns about the flood of inhumanely and irresponsibly bred pets coming into our community from out-of-state puppy and kitten mills to be sold at our local pet stores. I've also personally spoken to many frustrated buyers of what turned out to be sick puppies that they have bought from pet stores. Please pass this much-needed ordinance and help promote rescue animals' lives to be saved and offered for adoption in our pet stores instead, and not to perpetuate the existence of mills in deplorable conditions
Thank you
of
very
animals
much.
who are bred forced.
Thank
you so much.
Please.
Hi, my name is Misty Rose Brown, and I'm an owner of a dog from Petland. I'm fully in support of this bill. My dog had Giardia and skeletal deformations when he was brought to me. I caught Giardia, which is an intestinal parasite that is communicable to humans, from my dog from Petland. Researched the symptoms. It's awful. I also have another dog bred by the same breeder that Petland purchases from, and it cost me $30,000 in medical bills, heart defects, skeletal defects, chlamydia in his eyes, ear mites in his ears that went untreated for so long. It caused severe damage to his inner ear canals, deformed paws, upper respiratory infections. I rescued him, but these are the breeders that Petland's buying from. The Humane Society of the United States conducted an investigation in 2008 and found that Petland retail stores were actually funneling sick and injured dogs to unknowing purchasers. It's a huge problem. We have 10 to 20 dogs euthanized in our shelters every single day. Why are we bringing in unspayed and unneutered dogs that add to our unwanted pet population? Every puppy that comes has a capacity to breed litter after litter every year.
Thank you
and
very
that's
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sorry. Next.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Deborah Toro. I am a business owner here in town, and unlike some of these businesses that bought a lease and then started buying puppies, I built mine with my own two hands. I groom these dogs, I groom for rescues, and I can testify to you that what these people say about these dogs is absolutely true. It sometimes takes me 2 to 3 years to rehabilitate a dog that comes from a puppy mill. I know for a fact they come from these stores here in town. My name is Deborah Tora, and I thank you in advance for making Las Vegas the greatest city that makes adoption the choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Deanna Mogensen. I support this bill. I firmly believe this is a step in the right direction. No one is trying to shut down these businesses, but rather trying to see that they are held to a standard of ethical practice. Puppy mills, backyard breeders, and these hobbyist breeders that these businesses are getting their animals from are completely unacceptable. Many people who want to support these Petland and such, they try to say that it's because they want purebred dogs, but what they fail to see is that the rescues get in purebred dogs all the time. We do have a lot of breed-specific rescues as well. And not only that, if you go on their website of Petland, you can see that about 30 to 35% of their animals are actually mixed breeds. They have one on there right now, a Boggle, I've never heard of that, Yorkies, Teddy Bear, like these are all made up breeds. Even though you put a fancy name, doesn't change the fact that they're mutts. And I don't know what kind of ethical breeders breed to a standard of the breed. They shouldn't just be putting any 2 dogs together and making puppies. And I'm by no way anti-mutts. I have 2 mutts myself.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. I'm not in support of this.
Excuse me, your name, please.
I'm sorry, Chris Nicholas. I'm currently employed with Central Pet, which is one of the largest distribution outlets in the United States for pet supplies. I see that the free market has a way of correcting itself. Over the last 12 years, I've called on over 100 pet stores in the tri-state area. Petland by far is the most quality, professional, and cleanest pet stores that I've been into. Each week I have the opportunity to be in Petland and witness the care that they provide for these pets. With myself being in the industry for 20 years, I can assure you that these pets are well taken care of, almost a nursery in a hospital environment. They are very professional and everything seems to be in order. I've witnessed many stores that have come and gone over the years. Petland has weathered these storms mainly due to the principles, practices, and policies of being mindful of the customer and most of all the pets where they get them. The stores who have gone away in the past are those that have less standards and poor practices. The retail customer through the free market here in this great country, the United States of America, should have the freedom to choose and to exercise liberty, which we all enjoy and love. Stores who do not adhere to these high standards through the free market end up closing through.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Salazar, and I'm in support of this ordinance, and I ask that you all vote yes today. Puppy mills and the pet stores such as Petland that support them are doing a great disservice to our community by contributing to our homeless animal population crisis. And as a community, we must do what's right and humane for our resident animals and the people of Las Vegas. Our local shelter euthanizes tens of thousands of animals every year, many that are purebred, healthy, and adoptable. There are many pet stores that are currently operating in Las Vegas and are very profitable without the sale of live animals. Therefore, it is not our intent to have Petland close, but for them to simply update their business model. The only responsible and humane solution that will greatly benefit our city is to vote yes and make this bill become law. The success of one national chain store company with 26 employees and their lobbyists should not dictate our local laws. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Adrienne Breen. I'm also the co-owner of Wolfgang Durango. I'd like to mention that I am in support of responsible breeding, not the chaos that we're seeing at these these pet stores. I've been a rescue for over 15 years, and we have no problem with people who are out there raising amazing dogs and putting money into bloodlines that raise healthy animals, not the sickly ones we're seeing at these stores. I think what a lot of people don't realize is that Lead is full of these puppy store dogs and their puppies. The ones that are getting returned for various reasons are ending up at Lead anyway. And I think that Petland might want to consider adopting a better model of putting rescue dogs in their store. They don't have to stop selling dogs just to put out dogs that are easily adoptable and don't have all these medical problems that are causing a burden on the taxpayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down. Appreciate it. Over here.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ken Lau, and I'm in support of this ordinance, and I ask that you all vote yes today. Throughout the many speakers today, you will hear facts, statistics, and testimony as to why pet stores should not sell animals from puppy mills and any other breeders. Puppy mills and pet store, including Petland, disregard the dog's health, both physical and emotional, in order to maximize profit. It is time that Las Vegas join over 100 other cities in the U.S. that have passed this ordinance in efforts to save thousands of lives. We already know that there have been investigations by the Humane Society of the United States in regards to Petland's poor business practice, and their consumer ratings and Yelp reviews are just terrible. It is time for them to update their outdated business model and give the people what they want. Every year, the Animal Foundation kills 13,828 homeless animals. Every day they kill 38, and since we have been here today, they have already killed 8. Some may like to lead you to believe that there are no purebred dogs in a local rescue. I'm here to tell you that there are 80 breed-specific purebred dog rescue in Las Vegas, 70 of which are actually rescue partners with the Animal Foundation. All of these rescue have beautiful dogs and available for adoption.
Thank you so much for coming down. Next, please.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Vanessa Green. I've been with Petland since 2011. Just wanted to bring it to a point. I have 3 Petland puppies myself. We've rescued dogs. We've had from breeders. Petland's very important to me. I know if this passes, then we will be shut down. It's really unfortunate, and I bring so much joy to people every single day. I'm changing people's lives every day. We get our puppies from USDA certified breeders. They're coming from great places. And if this happens and we're shut down, so many families will not have the opportunities that I see every single day. So many happy, smiling customers. We're just loving life. And we're a family here. It's a family-owned business. Joy's like my manager. She's like my second mom. If this passes, I think that it will really, really hinder us.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Rachel Roberts, and I'm in support of this ordinance, and I ask that you all vote yes today. I'm the owner of a puppy mill rescued puppy, so I'm speaking for him. Many pet stores with cute puppies for sale will brag and tell you that they don't get their puppies from puppy mills. They'll say that their puppies are USDA licensed breeders. What that actually means is that there are 5,000 puppy mills and only 120 USDA inspectors inspecting and regulating these operations. If all of these breeding kennels were checked one time a year, each inspector would have to thoroughly inspect 41 different breeders per day, which we can all agree that's not even possible. These standards of care required by the USDA are what most would not even consider humane. Puppy mill dogs that are meant for puppy stores or for pet stores and are bred and born into puppy mills or even spent their entire lives in mills rarely receive veterinary care in an effort to keep profit margins high. Due to the unhealthy and unclean conditions they are forced to live in, puppy mill puppies often arrive to pet stores with disease and infection. According to the state legislature, number 561.025, livestock
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. It was your vote. Please, next.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelica. I am an employee at Petland. I'm a pet counselor. The first thing I'd like to bring up is that the number of purebred dogs found in shelters has dropped to about 5%. The study was conducted and published by shelterproject.naiaonline.org and was published July 14th, 2015. Many of our customers want specific breeds, and they have educated themselves on the breeds that they want that fit their lifestyles and or health concerns. Our puppies at Petland are vaccinated, microchipped, and sent home with papers showing proof of where they came from, as well as health records and warranties. Our puppies, when people come in, they want to see some dog that they connect with, and we allow them to play and experiment with the dogs that they feel that they've made a connection with. It's like a baby. They get to choose who they adopt and what they fall in love with, not what is before them that they feel sad for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Happy New Year. My name is Jonathan Gomez. I have something written down here. I'm all for passing this ordinance. It's the right thing to do. It's for the better future and positive change for the innocent, abandoned, and neglected animals in Las Vegas. You got 300 plus dogs and like 400 plus cats getting euthanized every month here in our shelters. It's sad and frustrating because rescues are doing their best with helping and saving those animals in need. But it's hard to carry out this mission when you have pet shops buying from large breeders and puppy mills and sell some sick and some unfixed animals to possible irresponsible owners. thus only adding to the overpopulation of animals in our shelters. These pet shops can really help the rescue community. There's many puppies and kittens that could be provided by our nonprofits for sale. I believe their business will continue to thrive. The only difference would be they're getting their animals from the rescues. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. We appreciate it.
Good afternoon. My name is Chelsea Conlon, and I'm in support of this ordinance. I'm a volunteer at the Animal Foundation, and I can assure you that we see purebred dogs there all the time. In fact, one of my dogs is a purebred from the Animal Foundation. I'd really just like to echo what a lot of the other people are saying in support of the bill. As someone mentioned, Petco and PetSmart have been using the model where they take animals from the shelters and sell those to the public, and they're doing just fine. So I really don't see how this would hurt businesses. I think it's the only ethical choice. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
Good afternoon.
Yes,
my name is Shannon Fessler. I'm here as a parent, as a mother. I'm a mother of 3, and we live in such a disposable age. And I think that it would be a wonderful solution for our children, for us to be able to teach them that these animals are not disposable, that there's already, unfortunately, a surplus of animals out there in our community that need adoption and need to be given or brought into good homes. And yeah, I'm just here speaking as a mother. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down.
Hello, Kristen Corral, Nevada Political Action for Animals. I hope you guys received our packets with information on this issue. The topic of animal welfare is important, but equally important is the topic of bad businesses. And I think the point needs to be made that pet stores are notorious for bad business practices. In 2009, a class action suit was brought against Petland. The suit claimed that Petland's marketing of the puppies violated federal law and numerous state consumer protection laws by misleading thousands of consumers across the country into believing the puppies sold in Petland stores are healthy and come from high-quality breeders. In 2011, Petland settled the lawsuit, but the details of the agreement remain sealed. According to Consumer Affairs, Petlands nationwide have 494 complaints, and many of those are from Las Vegas. Now, I'm sure the Las Vegas Petland will tell you this has nothing to do with them. In fact, it's quite the opposite. If you go through the 64 Yelp reviews in the Las Vegas store, 45 of those are 1 or 2 stars. That means approximately 70% of reviewers were unhappy with their service. A lot of the negative reviews state that Petland and Puppy Boutique duped people into paying thousands of dollars for a dog that is 1, not really purebred, 2, not from a reputable breeder, and 3, sick and in some cases terminally ill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Stacy James. I am in support of this bill. As you've heard, over 100 cities have a similar ordinance. In 2006, the city of Albuquerque, New Mexico's council found that the people of Albuquerque should treat animals as more than just lifeless, inanimate chattel property, and recognizes that the relationship between human beings and animals is a special relationship that improves people's lives and reflects basic humanitarian beliefs. In 2015, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, documented abuses such as overbreeding with puppy mills and kitty mills, inbreeding, minimal to non-existent veterinary care, lack of adequate nutritious food, water, shelter, lack of socialization, lack of adequate space, and we could go on and on with that. The vast majority of the ordinances, close to 100 in the United States, were enacted and effective immediately. There are many examples of successful companies in Las Vegas that do not sell puppies and kittens from mills. As we know in the business world, as consumer requests shift, so do their product lines. This is the way of business.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but so it be. You can use this one. You don't have to go all the way over there. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Cheryl Prater. I can't believe I'm actually here, and I'm actually in support of Animal Foundation. I have been fighting with Animal Foundation for years, but for once, Animal Foundation and I agree this bill needs to be passed. First of all, I'm a Pomeranian rescue. Everybody calls me for Pomeranians. I have 4 right now that I need homes for, and I have just called today about a litter of puppies. So they can get the purebreds. I will help them, I will volunteer with them, I will offer my services. They don't have to give me a $4,000 donation. However, I'm not here to talk about the problems with puppy mills. They're going to come up and they're going to say, if you guys pass this, we're going to have unemployment. We're going to have to get rid of our people because we make our money off the lives of these dogs. Yet 20,000 a year are being murdered, unfortunately, by the Animal Foundation. So when they come up here and say this is going to cause problems with their investment in their business, laying people off, unemployment, I call bullshit. We're not telling you to stop selling dogs. We're asking you to pull them from Animal Foundation. We're asking you to contact us rescues so we can give you the purebred dogs that you need.
Thank you very much. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lizette Reyes, and I'm in support of this bill. I'm here on behalf of the thousands of puppy mill dogs who, as I speak, are in cramped, wired cages where they will spend the rest of their lives. They live in horrendous conditions, never knowing what it's like to get a cuddle, a belly rub, or to step outside in the grass. Their welfare is disregarded in order to breed, birth, and repeat. And once they are no longer needed, around 4 years of age, they are either abandoned or killed. Petland claims that they only buy from breeders with the highest standards, but the Humane Society of the United States has found that they continue to buy from known puppy mills and out-of-state brokers that deal with puppy mills. I would like to make it clear that we are not against pet stores or Petland, but we need to acknowledge that shelters and rescues are overflowing with pups who need loving forever homes. Bringing shelter animals to pet stores would offer a unique opportunity for people to meet these animals without having to go to a shelter, which for so many is very sad, and so they do not go. The more cities that mandate that pet stores only sell rescue animals, with fewer dogs that will spend years in shelters. I urge you to pass the bill. Thank you.
Hi, Melissa Boyd. I would just like to know, isn't our ultimate goal to reduce the pet population by finding our homeless animals pets or homes in the city? And I don't see why Petland is saying it's going to hurt their business. If they would take on the adopt and shop method of business, they would probably be more profitable than they are right now. And nowadays, in any business sense of the word, every business has to be able to adapt to the needs of the community. They do not abide by spay and neuter, which is mandatory here. I have a purebred black lab that was saved. It was used for nothing but breeding and then totally discarded. It was going to be killed. And then it was rescued, and now I have her, and she's the best dog in the world. The thing is, not all the dogs that everybody wants are purebred. A lot of them are mixed breeds. So please pass this bill.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor, we need her name again, please.
So sorry, ma'am, could you come back and give your name again, please, for the record?
Melissa Boyd, and I'm foster coordinator for a Home for Spot.
And Mayor, before he goes,
excuse me.
Before he starts, why doesn't the next speaker just come up to the microphone and be ready, and on both sides, we've got dual microphones there. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
My name is Nick Brannigan, and I'm here today in support of this bill. The one thing I want to be clear on, this is not an anti-business bill. This is a heart-centered bill. With the staggering number of dogs that are euthanized every year, anything we could do to to stop that is a great thing. We treat our dogs like members of the family when these pet shops treat them like commodities, like cheap pieces of plastic shipped over from China. They're not commodities. They're living, energetic, joyful beings, and we need to do what we need to do to stop them from being euthanized and allowing them to live out their full lives that they're supposed to live out. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, and please come up. That was a great idea, Mayor Pro Tem. Be ready to go, but don't talk. You go, please.
Hi, my name is Joy Moore. I'm actually a general manager over at Petland, Boca Park, Las Vegas. I totally understand about people having a choice, whether it's shelters, rescues, or a pet store. We have people all over the United States that come to our store and buy their puppies. Again, they have a choice. If they're not finding it at pets or at shelters or rescues, they do come to us. They take those dogs to wherever they live, Hawaii, Malaysia, Thailand, wherever, and they breed. So we do sell reputable puppies, and again, they're puppies, not dogs. I actually went on a breeder trip with the owner, and I can honestly stand here and tell you they are not puppy mill puppies. I was very amazed on what I saw. Very well kept. A breeder had a baseball field for just their huskies, large runs for their doggy de Bordeaux. I mean, it was amazing. I was in awe. You know, again, your shelter puppies do need homes. We find a lot of homes for our puppies, forever
Thank you.
homes. Okay.
Thank you for coming
Thank you.
down and speaking. Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
And you come right up to the mic so we're ready to go. Good idea.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Honey Levi, and I support this bill. Supporting puppy mills is supporting the rape, abuse, and exploitation and killing of innocent dogs. You represent the value of our moral value, so I urge you to vote yes today. Thank you.
Oh, she flew. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Nicole Trincilla, and I am in support of this bill. This is a moral and ethical obligation at this point. This isn't about money. You notice every single person that comes up here that is against it, the Fawcett's on down, everyone is for money. Nothing about morally caring about these animals go through hell, raping, and I mean, you don't look at it as that, but do you want to keep having baby after baby after baby? That's what these people sell. We have to get the rescues like Mr. Anthony proposed. Every Monday he said, we will give you everything you want. Come to the rescues, we'll give you the pick of the litter, take whatever you want. Just stop supporting these breeders. We have to get the puppies that are here already taken care of. Stop supporting the breeders. It has to end. Thank you so much.
Yes, we do.
Hi, Bryce Henderson, President No Kill Las Vegas. I'm here today to give our organization support for this ordinance. Petland states that all of their dogs come from USDA certified kennels. Let's be clear. Being certified by the USDA has nothing to do whether they live in humane conditions. A dog can live in a cage big enough to turn around in for its entire life, and that's acceptable by USDA standards. In fact, the only reason a breeder would want to become a USDA certified kennel is that they can produce in mass volume and sell directly to pet stores. That's the only reason to be a USDA licensed kennel. Petland says they'll no longer be able to stay in business if they cannot sell puppies, and I just don't buy it. There's countless pet supply stores here in town that sell pet supplies and not animals, and they're doing just fine. The truth of the matter is, Petland's model is dying. Over 100 other communities across the country have passed this legislation. This is not a precedent, this is a pattern, and it's on Petland. They haven't kept up with what the community wants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir.
Thank you. My name is Jason Garrity. I have owned pets my entire life, from abandoned to strays to rescues to shelter pets. Never have I bought from a pet store. It is common knowledge that dogs in pet stores come from puppy mills. I work in the pet industry that does not sell any pets. I have most of my life. From retail settings to dog training centers to volunteering at shelters. Legitimate breeders do not sell their dogs to pet stores. Legitimate breeders do not mass produce dogs. Legitimate breeders want to have a say to where their dogs go and who they go to. Legitimate breeders specialize in one, maybe two breeds. Both my parents and my brother have gotten dogs from legitimate breeders. With very little research and a few right questions, they found out what they were looking for in a small relative time frame. Never a health problem except old age. Even though I can afford the outrageous retail pricing, I choose not to as long as there is a perfectly good life to be saved. The time for millions of deaths to come to an end is now. The millions of deaths prior to this bill have paved the way for the right here, right now, and I support this bill.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Mayor. Is there a projector like Clark County where
I think if you put it on the table there, Mr. Riggleman, if you could help, please.
Oh.
Either way, straight.
Okay,
perfect.
Oh, are those good?
My name is Crystal Kim Han. I run Vegas Pig Pets. I've run Vegas Pig Pets for the last 8 years. I've been a pet pig owner for 10 years. I'm here for the amendment that adds potbelly pigs to the puppies, kittens, and dogs and cats on the list. I think it was an amendment to add it in. I would like to speak in favor of this ordinance because this is a picture from a pet shop. It's from a couple years back, but I haven't gone into pet shops since. Those piglets were 2 pounds. It's out of a Clark County pet shop, but this is what I've seen in city pet shops also, and so that's why I can't go in there. In Clark County, there's an 8-pound minimum limit, and they're still selling piglets like this. So this needs to stop, because that white one is dead, and that black one ended up on my doorstep, and it really needs to stop. They come out of pet shops, they don't go back to pet shops. They come to breed rescues like myself. So please vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Terry Parks, Las Vegas. Just want to say I'm supportive of this bill. It's been proven time and again that pet stores source the animals from puppy mills. Humane Society has done numerous investigations on Petland and other stores, regardless of what they tell you. These animals are coming from puppy mills. Any excessive breeding is called a mill, no matter what it is. It could be a beautiful house. It's a mill. I have seen hundreds of purebred dogs of all ages and breeds as somebody that's involved in rescue. The purebreds that we adopt out are fixed, vaccinated, and microchipped. Any of the ones that come from pet stores are not fixed but from the pet stores and are subject to backyard breeding for profit, which is the cycle goes on and on and on again. These pet stores are relying on the fact that some people just don't know that there are pure dogs sitting in the shelters. That's a list of purebred rescues, and I also have an additional list of another 40 rescues, breed specific. Thank you.
Sir, come on forward if you would too, please. Ma'am.
Amy Rouse. Petland customers are swayed by talk of papers and AKC registration. They think they are getting a better dog, but they aren't. Current lawsuits in several states confirm the problem with victim consumers who purchase pet store puppies based on this false perception that AKC certification provides some assurance of health and quality. We have over 70 shelters and rescues, most of them breed specific, with the exact same breeds as pet stores. We have one of the highest kill rates in the nation. It's an embarrassment to our city. Passing this ordinance is a step in the right direction. The last thing Las Vegas needs is puppies being shipped in from out of state by the truckload. We have plenty of dogs that need homes right here in our own city. Petland will tell you that only 3% of pets are sold from pet stores, but even 3% is far too much when these puppies are being sold unfixed. Pet stores are creating our illegal backyard breeders. These puppies create thousands of more puppies, mostly unwanted, and the cycle of full shelters and killing starts all over again. Let's not forget that we are talking about living, breathing, individual animals, not mixed breed or pure breed, but individual lives and not accessories. And we have the chance to do something right now to affect these lives and prevent consumers from being victimized by these pet stores.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Don Knetsker. This is Buck.
Hi, Buck.
Buck is my third Roddy. He's very good for getting up in the morning. People talk about not having the opportunity to get the breed that they want. He's the third rescue that I've gotten. I knew I loved Rottweilers. They fit my personality really well. They work for me. When people talk about, I need to be able to go and get my exact breed dog, and I need to go to a pet store and do it. I think it just kills me to know that there are such awesome dogs getting put down every day. One of the stats that Petland put out is only 5% of the animals are purebred that are coming from shelters. Well, that's 1,500 purebreds based on the Animal Foundation statistic of 30,000. All these purebreds are getting put down. If you want a specific breed, it's there. You just have to look for it. I support this ordinance so that people take the time to actually look for the animal that they want, instead of an impulse purchase that they have no issue with letting it get set aside.
Thank you very much for coming down.
My name is Clayton Freeman. That's my, excuse me, my dog Wrigley right there. We rescued him from the Animal Foundation, and getting him was a life-changing experience. And I never knew that the rescue community was so strong until I took part in it. And anybody who's out there looking for a specific breed should just go online and look at the reports. You can find them online, the amount of abuse and procreation for an animal that we just bring home, love for little bits, and usually will end up in one of the shelters here. Like I said, I am a business owner, and I believe in fair commerce, but I do not believe at the sacrifice of an animal. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, sir.
My name is Ken Foose. I own Exotic Pets here in town. I've been the owner there for 25 years. We do not sell dogs, not because I'm opposed to selling dogs, but because I'm more of a snake guy. This ordinance is not going to work. What you think you're going to do is not going to work. This is an emotional issue. There are no facts that have been laid out. What facts that have been stated have been misrepresented. Nationally, and especially here in town, 3% of all dogs come from pet stores. You're talking about 2 pet stores here that sell dogs, yet only 3% of the dogs owned in this town came from these pet stores. If you go down to Lead Animal Shelter right now and look at their huge selection of dogs, it comes down to Schnauzers, Chihuahuas, and Pit Bulls. If I were to walk down to Lead right now to try to adopt a dog, that's my choice. A Schnauzer, a Pit Bull, or a Chihuahua. If I go to Petland, I can pick out anything.
Thank you very much.
You guys should give the owner of this other store you're trying to close down a little more time to talk.
Thank you. We're at, please, sir, go ahead.
Okay.
Please.
Hi, my name is William Bendick, and I'm here today as a 37-year native of this town, as well as in favor of passing this bill. I'm here as a representative of Southern Nevada Pug Rescue and as a proud dad to 3 rescued pugs. As the other rescue reps said earlier, breed-specific animals are in abundance, and there are puppies as well as senior animals who need forever homes. I understand that these stores are businesses and feel that government should not have a say in how they do business, but I am here to speak for the voiceless, animals which should not be treated as products but as living beings. These stores should embrace this opportunity to stand for progress and use the immense number of available animals in this community to create a different business model. I am happy that this bill is even up for consideration, and I thank the council for its time.
Thank you for coming. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and
Hi.
Council. My name's Tiffany Bates. I'm just a resident of Las Vegas. I have nothing to do with dog sales or anything. I'm just a resident. Just this morning, just for giggles, I went on Animal Foundation website just to see what they had. Okay, for dogs, they only had 56 dogs. Rows and rows and rows of empty kennels. Only one of them was purebred. It was a husky. Everything else was pit bulls, chihuahuas, mixed schnauzers, just like how Ken said. Of that, they had no puppies. They're all full grown. Only 3 of them were under a year. And then for cats, they only had 12 cats. Only 2 of them were kittens and 1 was under a year. So I don't know where everyone's getting this pet overpopulation because they don't have anything at Animal Foundation.
Please, everybody, time out. Everybody was courteous when you spoke. Please, let's be fair and kind.
Because everyone is saying all this stuff, but no one has the numbers or the facts to back it up. I don't get where everyone's getting all these random numbers. You can look online, and I got it myself from there. I'm nothing against shelters. I got my dog from there last year.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your coming down. Ma'am.
Holly Haley, Nevada State Director for the Humane Society of the United States and Las Vegas resident. Pet shops say they don't get their dogs from puppy mills, and this claim is simply untrue. We provided the council with documentation providing the Petland here has brought puppies from puppy mills with USDA violations. Violations that include dogs and puppies living in rusted, sharp-edged cages with algae-covered water bowls. Puppies living in wire-caged floors that allow their legs to fall through. USDA standards are very low, and they even admit that their enforcement is a failure. But even USDA has cited breeders who have sold to the Petland here in Las Vegas in spite of Petland's claims that they are careful who they do business with. We've worked with several pet stores in multiple localities to convert their stores to a more humane model, and it does work, and we would be happy to help the Petland and pet shop here.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hi, my name is Melissa Behar, and I'm just a resident here.
That's pretty good. Don't say just a resident. You're very lucky. This is cool. Go.
Thank you.
Don't count her on that. Can you start her again? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm opposed to item 40. Pet stores only account for about 3% of the population here. Pet stores are not the problem. It's the backyard breeding. Like everyone said here, backyard breeding is the problem, not pet stores. You are not going to see any decrease. It's just you're only going to see a rise. With the pet stores gone, that's just an open window for more backyard breeders. I implore you to not pass this. This will make it near impossible and near impossible to acquire certain purebreds, like hypoallergenic poodles, Yorkshire Terriers, that families who have children who are allergic to dogs, which is a good number of people, they're allergic to dogs and they will not be able to get them, or it will be much, much more difficult to get them. It's going to be alienating them.
Thank you.
Like the dogs.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, please.
My name is Olivia Simmers. I'm in support of this bill.
Would you repeat your name, please?
Olivia Simmers.
Okay, thank you.
I'm in support of this bill, and I hope that you will vote yes.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Christopher Beth. I'm with the Petland Corporate Office, and we oppose this bill. And at Petland, we believe that our customers should have a choice, or any customer should have a choice of where they get their pet. If they want to go to a rescue, great. If they want to go to a shelter, great. If they want to go to a breeder, great. But if they want to go to a retail pet store, we would love to be able to serve them. And to that point, I'd like to share with you that between myself and Mr. Fawcett, the owner of the Petland Boca Park store, we sent out over 10 letters certified to all the local rescues to work with us, and we did not get one response to work with us. So we are ready. We are happy to help, and we want to be part of this solution. Thank you for your time.
I'd like to hear that. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes?
I want to make sure that he knows that the person that just spoke, that we'll be giving them more time, right, as they get to speak on the issue. That public comment is reserved for the general public, not the persons, with an interest in this situation, that they'll have plenty of time to talk. A financial interest.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, I'm Dale Bartlett.
Okay,
Councilman.
wow.
No, I have the prerogative of the chair. We're going to treat this fairly.
Yep.
So we did have, and I did ask our representatives, councilmen from North Las Vegas and Senator, to have their time up front, which they have put on the back. So some of you could go over in this line. There's nobody left after this lady. All right, your turn, then yours, please.
Dale Bartlett with the Humane Society of the United States. I think that protecting local businesses is honorable. It's a thing that the councils ought to do. I think that there are some business models, however, that don't deserve to be propped up. We don't want to close these stores. We have worked with stores in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Illinois, Wyoming, across the country. We've worked with stores to help them make that conversion. So if Petland is having troubles finding rescues to work with, we're happy to help facilitate that problem. The truth here is, though, if you walk into a PetSmart and you walk into a Petland, you walk into the same place. You don't know the difference. The only difference is that one of them sells commercially raised puppies. Guess which one's more profitable? The one that doesn't. So the claim that we're going to go out of business if we can't sell dogs from puppy mills is a false claim, and you shouldn't buy it. Similar ordinances have been enacted now in 110 localities. They were challenged in 6 different judicial court districts, including the 9th. Judges in 6 out of 6 have said that these ordinances are responsible and reasonable measures taken by communities to prevent animal cruelty, protect communities, and
thank you.
I'll let you go. But
Thank you.
also, there is data on euthanasia rates and shelter intake rates going down
Thank you.
significantly.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Abigail Anderson. By the way, these are pictures of our facility. My husband Kenneth and I own a family-operated kennel facility that is USDA, state, and AKC inspected at least once a year. Very strict regulations that we have. All 4 of our children and their significant others are involved in the business. We pride ourselves in bringing forth healthy, quality puppies that are well socialized and loved on a daily basis. We encourage our clients to come see our facility so that they have ample opportunity to see and understand where their puppies come from and how they are treated and cared for on a daily basis. We are not embarrassed to show off our facility. We are very proud of all the long hours and hard work and dedication that has been put into making it as what today. In October of 2015, Jeffrey Fawcett of Petland Las Vegas came to visit our facility along with a few other stores. After Mr. Fawcett toured our facility, he then was able to see for himself what a beautiful place that we had. He then purchased puppies from us. These stores saw on that day that our family mows and it maintains 11 acres of land specifically to provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait 1 second. Where is your facility?
It is in Missouri.
I'm sorry?
It is in Missouri.
Okay. Thank you. Please, everybody. You know you're being so unkind. Don't do that. That's infantile.
It's not fair.
Please. Who's next? Please come forward. You know, we appreciate it when you treat people with respect. You say something to all the children that are growing up that whining and calling out is just wrong. Ma'am, please, your turn.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Gina Grayson, Nevada Voters for Animals. On behalf of our over 6,000 supporters, we come to you in strong support of this ordinance. I want to thank all the council members who have worked on this and spoken with us and met with us regarding this to try to make this work. I would like to just quickly address some of the concerns that were mentioned at the recommending committee, that there would only be Pits and G puppies. That is not true. I hope that you'll bring Tim Schattler up here, Assistant Chief of Detention Enforcement, to talk about the puppies that are seized and taken to the shelter. And there are a variety of puppies, golden retrievers, Yorkies. There are lots of puppies. That, you know, if we go after the backyard breeders, pretty much they can pick their inventory from these backyard breeders and bring them into compliance and get their animals fixed. I also spoke this morning to Petland in Pittsburgh. I spoke to Pets Plus Natural in Pittsburgh. They have 8 stores. It's working for them. Just real quick, I'll say I love it. There's a way to do it. Love being all rescue.
Thank you.
And they're willing to help. So I just want to say it does work.
Thank you.
And I'll provide that
Ma'am,
information.
you're next.
Thank you.
Nikki Burnside, I'm from Missouri also, and I wasn't prepared to talk, so I don't know what I'm going to say. But my mom was a breeder for 30 years, and I took over her kennels when she passed away. And we think Petland is an amazing company. We sell puppies to them. We sell puppies to the general public. Our dogs are raised in a home environment. I don't know of any puppy mills per se in Missouri. I'm sure they're everywhere. But for a respective breeder, we'll sell to a pet store. We'll sell to on the internet to people that walk up and want a puppy. It's not necessarily our puppies or Petland. The rescuers buy dogs from our auctions in Missouri and sell them. And they come purchase what the same dogs Petland might be going to buy, but they pay more money. And so what I think is it's not the people that raise them, it's not the people that sell them, it's the people that buy the dogs that discard them like a piece of trash and go get another puppy. That's where the problem is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, that's a big piece. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Sydney Anderson. I too fly here from Missouri so that we could get our message out there and be clear. All of our puppies are all given large, spacious outdoor runs to play and get all the exercise they could possibly need. We provide them with squeaky toys and chew toys to entertain them even more. They all love to run and play fetch, and we love to reward them with doggy treats. We have spent well over $500,000 in doing so because we believe in using the best resources and materials possible. Every space is set up with automatic waters and automatic feeders so that every animal has access to food and water at all hours of the day. Every housing facility is equipped with heating and air, and clean towels and fresh shavings are placed in each space to provide a good place to lie down and rest every evening. You may ask, what makes this special? Well, we, along with other licensed breeders in the Missouri Pet Breeders Association, feel the same way and strive to provide the best for the pets that we raise. We are continually making new improvements to our facilities that strictly for the betterment for our animals. This is not a typical 9-to-5 job. This is our lifestyle that we have chosen to live. It is our lifestyle where the health and well-being of our animals is at the utmost importance, and that we intended to keep it that way.
Thank you very much. I know you had more, and I can see it, but you spoke so fast you got almost all of it in. Yes, sir, please. Come right on up, please, if you would, because you'll be next. Please.
Is that on?
Mr. Riggleman, why is that? Can you help him with the video, picture or something?
Yeah, perfect. I don't currently have the time to go over everything on that sheet, so I presented it to everybody. I would just like to highlight a couple areas because it's been brought up several times today. The Animal Foundation is the only open admission shelter in the area, and they perform animal control services for the majority of Las Vegas and Clark County under 3 annual municipal contracts totaling $3 million. Their dog intake has declined over the past few years and is projected to decline again this year. They took in 18,700 dogs in 2014, and for 2015 that number was projected to be 16,800.
Would you give your record, please, add 3 more seconds, give them to the city clerk, that copy, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Adam Fawcett. Adam Fawcett, I'm a...
Your name, but we're going to have to give him back 15 more seconds, please. And also a copy of this for the record, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Please
yeah, I got
continue.
several copies of...
Okay. Please continue. Sorry.
Again, my name is Adam Fawcett, and along with my father, Jeff Fawcett, we are the owners of Petland Boca Park. To continue, the number is projected to be 16,800 when all the numbers are in this year. Through the first 10 months of 2015, 6,384 dogs were adopted, or 45%. 3,336 dogs were returned to their owners, for 24%. 1,470 dogs were transferred to other agencies, that's 11%. And 2,576 dogs were euthanized. The numbers are expected to be lower this year, but I don't know where 20,000 comes from. It's not here. These are actual numbers from the Animal Foundation. To continue, we only sell puppies that are less than 16 weeks old. We don't sell any puppies less than 16 weeks old. It is not legal to spay and neuter a dog less than 16 weeks old. We are not, that doesn't pertain to us. That pertains to the owner of the puppies.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not done. I just wanted to...
Did we, Madam Clerk, did you give him back the time? Thank you very much. We appreciate this.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Brian Wachter. I'm with the Retail Association of Nevada. This is a very emotional topic. I think, though, if I could take a step back, I want to talk about just being pro-business in general, and the idea that the city council or any council would want to pass a law that would deter a retailer from selling a specific item because of a moral issue or because they have personal feelings against it is difficult. You have on the agenda this afternoon an ordinance that would further disallow a certain product to be sold at certain stores. I think it's a slippery slope, and just because you may not care for the product, I think you should take another look at whether or not that means that you should ban that product from being sold illegally. So I appreciate your time, and
Thank you very much for coming down. Thank you. Excuse me? Who keeps doing that? It is so rude. What's the matter with you? Gosh. Please, sir.
Madam Mayor and
Just a minute.
Las Vegas Council.
Excuse me, please.
Excuse
Sorry.
me? Excuse me?
He will, Your Honor, he'll get a lot of noise, so just hold on a second. He ought to be given more than a minute. He's the owner of the business. And probably ought to speak last instead of now.
Well, we're going to have the
Felipe,
owners,
I
we'll
want my
have you at
staff.
the end. Councilman, please.
I want my staff to be out there
This was only
and
at the
tag
end
who is
with
making
your
noise.
representation purposefully. Let's hear from the public unless you want your minute.
I'll step back and allow
Right,
the
because
others
we
to
have,
finish.
as I said, Senator Menendo and Councilman Churchio, and then you and your representative and somebody else, whoever it was. So please, ma'am, you go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dorothy Scringe. I'm from Ozark, Missouri. I've lived here in Vegas for now 6 years. Being in Missouri the majority of my life, I've been around the puppy mills. I've been there, I've seen it and done it. I just want to touch on a couple of the things that people haven't brought to attention yet. First thing being, as they stated, they don't sell anything older than 16 weeks. I have witnessed puppies being thrown in rivers because they didn't sell. So as a kid, I mean, and I'm not saying it's right, and it's sad that unfortunately it was a family member that was part of this, but what happens to those puppies once they hit 16 weeks if nobody buys them? So I'm for this, and I appreciate you guys' consideration.
Thank you very much. Sir?
Hi, my name is Joshua Cowart. I'm a 26-year resident of Las Vegas. I had a whole list of things I was planning on talking about in my 3 minutes, but since I don't, I am also a father of a victim, my 6-year-old son was attacked by an adult rescue dog. Ended up with 22 stitches from that situation. I will never purchase an adult rescue myself because that puts my child at risk, just like it already has, and it puts many other children at risk. I would never purchase anything but a purebred puppy, and I wouldn't go to a shelter to get a purebred puppy. As the council, I think you guys are here to protect the businesses and help this community grow and thrive, and to pass a law that could harm our local businesses is something that goes against what you guys are appointed to do here. The other thing I just want to bring out is talking about the whole 3%. 3% of these dogs are in these shelters are coming from coming from pet stores. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Debbie Coburn, and I'd just like to say that I've been in rescue for over 20 years, breed specific, and Because of that, it's given me the opportunity. I've been to puppy mill auctions. I've been to the puppy mills. I cannot tell you the horrendous environment that this is, the conditions of these animals. I worked with National Mill Dog Rescue, who actually goes to the auctions and buys some of the puppies. You know, we've gotten Yorkies for as little as $5. Rescues don't like having to pay for animals, but in order to keep them from being taken out in back of the barn and shot or having their neck broke, we do it. They rehabilitate, you know, where they find new homes for them and everything. I'm not so much involved in that end of the rescue now, but I'd just like to let you know that this horror stories you hear about the mill dogs and stuff, it's accurate. We've got documentation that Petland does buy from these mills through what they call Class B brokers. Petland also has stores in Pennsylvania and Texas
Thank you
that have
very
now
much.
transitioned to what we're asking for.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Kate Anderson. Abigail is my mom and Sydney is my sister. With everything that they said, it's easy for everyone here to judge. It's easy for people that have never raised puppies or grown up on a farm to say that people like us are dishonest or possibly substandard. It's easy to point fingers and claim that we are the bad guys, but if what you claim is to be true, why is it that we spend so much time taking care of our animals? Why is it that we spend hours upon hours making sure that every space in our animals are in, that they're clean and that they're disinfected, and we are constantly trying to meet these regulations and we go above and beyond to meet them? Why is it that we put in that time? Why is it that we choose to go without in our own home at times so that we can provide the best for our animals? And we do. If you saw my home compared to my kennel, you would realize that we definitely sacrifice for our animals because we love them. And that's exactly why we do all of that. We love what we do and we love our animals. This isn't some kind of
Thank you
thing.
very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you.
it. Ma'am?
My name is Colleen Wiley. I'm a resident of Ward 6. Hi. I have volunteered for several different organizations. As you can see, Puppies Are Not Products, Best Friends. I used to go up there a lot. Right now I volunteer with Hearts Alive Village. We get little ones in, we get big ones in. I don't know where the one lady was seeing what was at Animal Foundation. I was on there the other day. There were 5 German Shepherds. There were some Schnauzers. There was like 8 cats or whatever, or 18 cats. 14 years ago, I adopted from the Animal Foundation a purebred 4-month-old German Shorthair Pointer. Okay? I adopted her because, you know why she was there? Because she was 4 months old. It's not just about puppy mills and that kind of stuff. It's the breeders here in the valley and outside the valley, because that's where she came from and she was too old.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Sir?
Hi, Mark Menendo, State Senator. I want to first say thank you to this council and your honor for having this conversation. This is something that's long overdue and needed in this community. As you can see by the number of people that have contacted you, have come to a public meeting to talk about this issue, it is near and dear to people's hearts, but they also know that this is a problem that really needs to find some type of solution. I don't know if this ordinance, which I do support, and I commend Councilman Beers and Councilman Coffin and everybody who's been trying to work together to find a solution, the folks that have been rescuing, the folks that have been fostering, the rescues, that the Hearts Alive, everybody's been working diligently to try to keep these animals alive. They want a solution. They really do. They do it out of the goodness of their heart, but they want to be out of business. They really do. So trying to find a way to come up with that solution, to me, this is a step that I think will help in that. So I appreciate if you would consider voting in favor of this proposal, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Councilman.
Council, Richard Churchill, 417 Horse Point Avenue, North Las Vegas, Nevada. Also Councilman, Ward 4, North Las Vegas. But I'm speaking here really on as a resident.
No. You were from the general public?
Yes.
Okay, well, these are the other special. If you'll have a seat, because we're going to go back to the minute. Thank you.
Well, I'm speaking here really as a resident and one who has a rescue, and I don't know if you have it on the overhead, but I've worked closely with the animal rights groups even before I got on council. And I could tell you, and you all know, that the society that we live in right now is pretty much a disposable society. Very few people even buy cars anymore. They lease them to get rid of them, to get new ones. I've seen that to be the case when it comes to purchasing animals, which in many, many cases are not considered animals to our residents, to our constituents. And let me go back to, and maybe I'll put my hat on as a councilman. Let me go back to what was said as far as this as being an emotional issue. It's an issue that needs to be addressed. It's not just necessarily emotional. Council people, electeds, aren't, in my opinion, elected to take care of businesses and grow the businesses. That's part of our duty. But we're elected by the residents to address their needs and concerns. And I could tell you, in North Las Vegas, we have a PetSmart very close to me that complies with our desire over here, your desire over here. And on the weekends, when those nonprofits come in there, you can't even get in that store. There's a multitude of people looking to adopt. They purchase products there. They go back with the animals that they purchased or even didn't purchase there to bring other animals there to be groomed. And it's good PR for the community. But I will tell you this in closing, and I know I'm taking up more than a minute, and at my own council meeting tonight. I've been talking about doing something like this in North Las Vegas for a long time, so I appreciate what you're doing over here. And we will, as a council in North Las Vegas, hopefully be able to take your lead over here very shortly. This is an incremental step to doing some very good things. It's kind of walk before you run or crawl before you walk. So I appreciate what you're doing here today. I hope you will approve this as a first step to doing some very good things for our constituents out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, for coming down. Appreciate it. Okay, where's the lady that was sort of after the fact? Thank you. Would you come on down, state your name, then I'm going to close this portion of public comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council. I am Michelle Manos, an educator here in Las Vegas, graduated from UNLV, and I'm a doggy mommy of some really sweethearts that we got from Lead Animal Shelter, where we volunteer diligently, my husband and I, to help the animals of our community. We are killing 30,000 a year. We have a purebred Yorkie from the kill shelter. He's our son. We love him so much. Please do what's right for our city today, and I will continue to work 110% to help those 30,000 animals. Please vote for this to pass. Thank you for loving our animals, and thank you all so much. Have a great day. Happy New Year.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close public comment now. I'm going to ask you come right on back, and or together your advocate here, please, and give you the 3 minutes that we gave the others. Okay?
I won't even take that.
Thank you.
For the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street. I represent the Petland store at Boca Park, owned by Mr. Fawcett. There's many reasons that this ordinance should be approved, but it's been discussed that the overriding one is the public will be deprived of the right to purchase the dog of their choice. Really simple. But I have a suggestion for the council. I know many in the audience are not going to agree with it, but I'm trying to come up with some compromise that is reasonable. I think that Petland and businesses like it should be able to continue as long as they do the following. One, they agree not to sell any dogs purchased from puppy mills. We'll never agree what the definition of a puppy mill is. So I suggest the city's animal control define what a puppy mill is. Okay? That way we have an objective voice to decide what that definition is. Number one. That was number two. We will agree at our store to exhibit rescue dogs for adoption, in addition to the products that we, food products and dogs, cats, etc. that we have. The third thing we will agree to do, at no charge, we will spay and neuter all dogs and cats that we sell. As was stated earlier, they may have to come back because you can only do it at a certain age. So when we sell them at a puppy age, they may have to come back, a few weeks later. But we'll do that at no charge. So with that, I'll leave my remaining time to Mr. Fawcett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on this ordinance.
And your name, please.
My name is Jeff Fawcett. I am the owner of Petland Boca Park. I've owned the store since July 1st, 2015. The store has been there for 16 years, successfully operated, and I paid market value at a substantial cost back in July with an SBA loan. And I appreciate and recognize the passion around rescues, and I'm not opposed to rescue. I don't think it's me versus them. I think that there's a coexistence of both customers that want puppies and customers that want rescues, and oftentimes they're both the same. My point is that today I've witnessed numerous people come up here and express views about my business that have never even been in the store. They tell me I buy from puppy mills. Well, I don't. Petland has taught me how to buy properly. I've met the USDA. I've met the officials from the state of Missouri, and we don't buy from puppy mills. And to make sure of that, I travel to Missouri and Indiana and Oklahoma to make sure that's the case. So I've spent my career in a number of industries being a high-level professional in all aspects of my business life. There's no reason for me to come into this pet industry and change. And so I stand for personal values, and I will not buy from a puppy mill. There's no reason to. The other issue that is at hand is the rescues, and I understand that, and we have offered to exhibit, just like PetSmart or Petco, animals in our store that can be adopted. Thus far, we've not had a communication with them. I'm not scolding them. I'm just saying that thus far, there hasn't been a willingness to come and talk to me. I think probably the political environment that we're dealing with today probably has prevented them from coming. But I open the doors because a number of Petland stores are doing adoption. I can't exist on adoption alone, but I can offer exhibits of that, and I can also sell puppies that people want. I would ask you to oppose this bill. I think it takes away free choice. It takes away the traditions of America where people bring a puppy home and they raise it with their family. We run a quality store, and I leave it in your hands with that being my message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you.
it. Thank you. Okay, well, we're just going to have comments now, and then we'll take the motion on this, and I don't know who would, anybody? Do you want to start? Fine, because I'd like to make some comments too, because this is a huge issue. We've been dealing with it in different ways for a long, long time, and we are a drop. For every tourist that comes in with an animal is going to stay or move here, and they just leave their dog. We have so many. We absolutely have a huge issue. So please, Councilman Anthony, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, when I saw this agenda item a couple of months ago, I had no idea what it was about. Didn't know what it was trying to accomplish, but I've learned a lot from both sides. I've received emails and letters and the hundreds from both sides, primarily from Petland and primarily from most of you that are in the audience, and met in my office, and I learned a lot. And unfortunately, I learned that this puppy mill operation that is operating in this country is the hidden scandal that we have in this nation. It's absolutely horrendous that we have these operations that are just in the profit of pushing out dogs. And the problem is, the two problems are that a lot of them end up in pet stores and there's nobody paying attention. I mean, I know the USDA has been thrown out there as far as regulating in this industry, but I have seen no evidence that the USDA or anybody is really doing anything about puppy mills. They're just spitting them out and they're going to pet stores. So now I understand what this ordinance is all about, and I absolutely support it. If this ordinance passes and we don't have pet shops selling dogs in this city, it's not going to shut down puppy mills, but at least I voted in good conscience to do what I can to shut these things down. So I am going to support the ordinance to stop selling dogs and cats and potbelly pigs in pet stores. I guess the more complicated issue for me was what to do with the pet stores that are currently in the city that are selling dogs. And I primarily sell dogs because I have 2 rescue dogs and I like dogs. So, and when I first thought about it, I thought there were quite a few pet stores in the city of Las Vegas that sold dogs and cats. Never really paid attention. I go to PetSmart. I walk in, I usually go on a Saturday because they have all the rescue dogs out there, and I get to say hi to the rescue dogs. I go and buy my dog food and I come out. But come to find out, there's only 2 pet stores in the city of Las Vegas that sell dogs. And one of them is Petland. And that was interesting to me because it seems like the pet store industry is kind of going through the process itself of stopping the sale of dogs within their stores. PetSmart doesn't sell dogs. Petco doesn't sell dogs. A lot of pet stores do not sell dogs anymore. They just got out of that industry because they didn't want to get into a situation where they were purchasing dogs from these puppy mills. So I found that sort of interesting. The second thing is, Mr. Fawcett, I went down and I met with you. I went to Petland. Jay Brown, I went down to your store. Very nice man, nice store. Employees in there, very nice. And he's put quite an investment into that store. So according to the literature he gave me, it's about $1.5 million to start that particular store. So, and he's telling me that he can't operate without selling dogs. And the first thing that came to my mind is, well, how are all these other pet stores operating and making money without selling dogs? So I kind of had an issue with that, but I still wanted to be in a position where I shut down these the pet stores. That's how I wanted to vote to support this ordinance. But I still kind of felt for the man because he did put a lot of time and effort and money into his particular business. But from what I've seen, he is in a position where he can retool his business to operate and function without selling dogs, just like all the other pet stores are doing. So I believe that he can do that. And I believe that he told me that he would take rescue dogs into his store, not to sell for profit. He says he can't really do that, but to sell and then reimburse the foundation for the cost. But I think that's going to attract customers into your store to buy other stuff. So I believe that you can survive. What I'm kind of struggling with is either we grandfather you in and kind of leave you alone to do your business, or if this ordinance passes, you shut down tomorrow. And I don't think that's fair. So what I'd like to do is just ask the makers of the ordinance to maybe consider a time period to allow Mr. Fawcett and his Petland store to continue their operation for a certain period of time until he can retool and eventually get out of the business of selling dogs. I'm not talking about 10 years from now, but some reasonable amount of time to get him out of the business and to allow him to retool his business to be like other pet stores. So I will support the ordinance, and I would like to listen to what the other councilmen have to say.
You ready? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to know where you all were on the Centennial Hills Hospital item. You left us hanging there a little bit. Just throwing that out there. Mayor and council members and folks that are here, I appreciate all the passion that goes behind this. And when I first saw this ordinance that Councilman Beers had produced with Councilman Coffin, I thought, well, that's a great idea. I love that idea. And like Councilman Anthony, I've been educated a little bit too since then, and on the face value, it's a brilliant idea. Love the ordinance, love the great way to reduce our overpopulation of pets in the Las Vegas Valley. And I've had the pleasure of meeting you, sir, as well, and your lovely bride as well, and senior operation. I didn't visit you up there, but I had senior operation before. Where are the folks from Missouri? Raise your hands. Thank you for coming to Las Vegas. I hope you have a good time. Bring more cash the next time you come back, please. No, it's important you understand this. Petland is not the problem. People are the problem. And the city of Las Vegas has been very aggressive in our efforts to reduce overpopulation of unwanted pets. Chief Shatler, would you come down with the mayor's permission? Mayor, may I ask the chief a couple of questions? Since many of you were here during the time period, we were mulling over our spay and neuter ordinance. Does everybody remember that? Yes, there was a long line on this side and a long line on that side, and people were crying, and people were having temper tantrums and outbursts, Mayor, interrupting the council and the mayor. But since then, I've asked Chief Shatler to kind of help us all understand a little bit better, and I know these aren't exact numbers, but it'll be a good picture of how effective we have been as the city of Las Vegas in unwanted pet overpopulation. So, Mayor, with your indulgence, Chief.
Tim Shatler, Department of Detention and Enforcement. So yes, correct. There aren't any specific numbers that speak to what the spay and neuter ordinance has done in the way of spay and neuters. But there are a couple of indices that we do look at. One is animal intakes, and those over the 6-year period that, so we enacted it in 2010. So the 6-year period up until 2015, the intakes of animals, and this is county-wide, which is important because every jurisdiction in the county enacted that ordinance, so we're all in step. It's reduced by 33%. So we went from 45,000 in 2010 to around 30,000 in 2015. So that's one of the numbers. The second one is just, and it's one that we all are passionate about as well, and that's the euthanization rate. Over that same period, and it's a reflection again of the number of animals that are coming in, but it as well has gone down, and it's gone down by 65%. So from 30,000 roughly to about 10,000 is what that's gone down.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate those numbers. Mayor, may I continue?
Please, please.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. And if you all recall, the detention and enforcement had come to me 7 years ago probably, and as well as the folks from LEAD, and said, look, we're having a big problem with backyard breeders. That is a #1 target right now. These backyard breeders that are breeding the pit bulls, the chihuahuas, the schnauzers, and I never saw the schnauzer part, but that's a new revelation to me. And so we had to give our officers the tools to go out there and catch these bad guys, the ones that are breeding that female dog. You know, every time she comes in heat, and they're selling pit bulls out the backyard for $250 a pop, or whatever they go for. I don't know the street value. That being said, we're trying to be very, very aggressive, and it's hard not to support the principle behind this ordinance. I love the principle behind it. I don't certainly want to shut down any businesses. Now, my fundamental problem with this ordinance is this, and this is the reason I can't support it, but I want to support it. I can't see a government allow a business to go into business and then all of a sudden say, I don't like the way you're doing your business, I'm going to change your business model for you. That's a big fundamental problem for me when it comes to government interacting with businesses. I've said this to the Humane Society. I've said it to some of you in regards to the support or non-support of this. I've said it to the Retail Association. That's my #1 challenge. I want to support this, and I want to reduce the overpet population in Las Vegas just like the rest of you do. Just like the rest of you do. I believe this man to be an honest man who is doing an honest business and is going to follow through with his commitments to this community. He lives here too. He wants your business. He wants my business. So I'm going to support him and not support this ordinance, and I apologize to you, Councilman.
Okay, before I turn it down further, I can't tell you how much I support the larger voice here. Having been an animal lover, both of mutts and purebreds, back in New York City, certainly here in Las Vegas. I think the first 2 dogs we bought in the '64 and '68 were from Missouri. It just dawned on me, and I was sharing it with Mayor Pro Tem, out of St. Louis, actually, and it was a pet shop called Richelin's. And of course, at that time, we were a very small community of less than 100,000. Obviously, you know the size, and you know how many people come in here and dump animals, whether it's cats or dogs. I absolutely am horrified at what I've been seeing for the past 15 years about puppy mills. I don't believe we're doing the right thing here. We have 2 pet shops. This is too much of a broad brush in this. And I'm not sure what the ideas could be. And just sitting here and listening to you all and believing in exactly what you are about. I asked different animal shelter people, if we didn't kill, that's the whole big thing, to not kill, aside from the population, but a no-kill. If we could adopt that and could have the veterinarians and the personnel to take care and keep all dogs alive in a healthy manner with proper grooming, food, and everything, we would probably have to build probably a 150-foot high-rise into the atmosphere to keep all these animals healthy and assured of the full life that they deserve. The problem is we have people coming in from around the country with us, many times driving, and they have one dog, they have two dogs, they have cats. And we know the cat population, unless, which we have been doing, unless we go in an aggressive spay, which means then the feral cat you can put back out. To me, the issue, we are not hitting the issue by this ordinance. We're way off, because you are right. This has got to stop. I don't know of any puppy mills that are in southern Nevada. We don't have, again, and this is an obnoxious, repetitive saying, but we don't have the data. And I don't know if Deputy Chief Shatler has the data. Do we have puppy mills? Maybe there's a way that we can get anybody that comes into town that's new and moves into a apartment, buys a home or rents a home to register their animals. I think we are going about this the wrong way with a broad brush, and for whomever these people were that said it's not going to achieve anything, this is 3% of the population of the animals. We are going to be right back here in, who knows, 6 months. We haven't even touched this. The key is to stop the puppy mills. This is about more marketing. This is about getting the word out. The other piece was, and I think we've seen it and heard it again, these dogs are fabulous, and they tend to be brighter, in my opinion, mutts, having had both purebreds and mutts. The mutt, for some reason, I mean, they're all human, but they are just so much better at getting everything together. My sense is that I don't know why we can't figure out a way financially, and maybe it's something that we can look at from the city, because we only have 2 pet stores in the city, for heaven's sakes, that sell animals. What are we talking about here? My sense was maybe we could get together and open in certain spatial locations that serve our whole city community, shelter animal pet stores, where people who specifically can go online, just as argument here, but I want to see more investigation. We're not solving anything at all by this resolution. Nothing. We're solving nothing. The problem is we all know these puppy mills are absolutely abhorrent and need to stop. Where are they out there? You know AKC and the FDA can't get to them even, because they would have stopped them if that were possible. So we can't be responsible for what's going on in the rest of the world, but we can be responsible for what's going on in here in Nevada. When I travel around in the different commercial centers, be it the county or the city, I know how wonderful different large groups, whether it's Home Depot or it's whether Office Depot, I think you missed Office Depot, but they always have, they announce that they're selling at reasonable prices the dogs from the shelters. And people love them, and they love to touch them and feel them. We know that many of the dogs that are in the shelters today have been so abused, and they look sweet, and they're just such unhappy animals. And we have had relatives buy dogs from specialty breeds, one of which is the most beautiful dog you've ever seen, has grand mal seizures. It was never told to my relatives that this particular dog had grand mal seizure, which is why that dog, we ultimately found out, was released onto the streets and picked up by a loving, caring person. And so, to me, we're not dealing, this isn't going to solve it. And what we need to do is have these dialogues. I know you've been doing it because you keep coming down to us as we keep hearing about what's going on in the city. Nobody wants to kill an animal. Nobody wants euthanasia for animals unless they're really sick and the quality of life isn't there. So I am more of a proponent, this is doing nothing. Let's just not make a Band-Aid out of something. You're talking about 2 pet shops. We're 600,000 people. Maybe we need to figure out, how do you register anybody going into an apartment that has an animal? Let's hit on the management. Register the animal. Maybe it's a way that you can charge a fee that we could support building shelter pet shops. I mean, there's too many ideas here. We're too smart, and we could be leaders. When you talk about 100 cities adopting a resolution like this, there are hundreds of thousands of cities. We need to be the leaders here. And it only happens when we have the dialogue. I would like to know the data, and I don't know who can give it to us. Do we have puppy mills here? I'm not talking about my family, let's say, buying a Schnauzer and breeding Schnauzers because I've got this great AKC world champion line that came in from somewhere, and breeding. And maybe we need to look at that. I just think we're going way out here and doing something that is not well thought through. And I cannot support it because it's not going to make a difference at all. And I need to know that these animals are taken care of. And I know that we can do better in getting the word out. Close down the puppy mills, demand of AKC, demand of the FDA. That's your job. Close them down. And then all we have to be doing here is people that are moving in that are bringing animals and don't like their animal anymore or are moving and it's too much trouble to take care of the animal. And get the tourists that are coming in here with animals. They have to stay in a hotel. Let's unite in an all-out effort to get control over this. This is a teeny tiny Band-Aid on an enormous problem, and we can figure out what to do if we work in a positive frame. And so I am not voting against this because I'm against what I believe. There is a problem here. These puppy mills need to be stopped. Las Vegas is leadership. We can make something happen. And so I am going to vote against it, but I am absolutely 1,000% with you. And I don't see us building that 150-story high-rise for these animals to keep them alive. We've got to figure out a better way. So I just want to explain, I appreciate that this has now come to a point that we are looking at this. But don't be fooled by a Band-Aid. You got 100 cities, big deal. There are 1,300 cities of 30,000 or more are part of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Let me go back on January 19th, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and say the city of Las Vegas about an ordinance to stop, have all 1,300 mayors join in and say, put these puppy mills down, close them out. And so that's where I am. We need a bigger voice. And this is not the right way to go. This is just wrong. We're talking 2 stores. And we're not in control of the county. So I think I've said enough. Down here to the left.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you're 1,000% with us. I'm just sorry we don't have your vote, Your Honor. But I do want to thank you. I do want to thank you, and I also want to thank Councilman Beers for inviting me to be a co-sponsor. He knows I'm very strong on this subject because I'm a renowned cat person. I married a crazy cat lady, and it happened. Obviously, that's how it happens. But now we take care of a colony of animals formerly called ferals, then colony, and now community cats. And we also have an abundance of cats in the house. So I'm in violation. Tim Shatler, if you have to write me up, I'll just write the check. But in fact, so I've been looking at this for a long time. We have done our very best with that particular part of the population in our neighborhood by intercepting, by trapping, neutering, and returning. And now we have that as our model here in the city, and I think the county is in league with us too. So we're trying not to kill animals. We're trying to stop their reproductive capabilities while they enjoy what's remaining of their lives. It isn't all that long out there for either a dog or a cat. It's quite short. When they're out there, they're still basically in the wild. They're just not reproducing. So
I had hoped that we could let this gentleman sell animals that we have in the foundation. He says he can't. And so I'm sure there's some legal gymnastics that could be done to help get some of our inventory into his hands, but let's just say he still holds that position. He can't. And I feel like this is a big step. And, you can't cross a town with waiting for all the lights to turn green before you go heading for North Las Vegas. You got to take one at a time. And I think that while it would be nice to have all the 1,300 cities and the mayors in league with us, I think we just have to say, let's start here. Let's join the 130 that have taken this step, and let's just add our name to the list of those who we feel could benefit. Certainly, one of the very first field trips I took 4.5 years ago as a newly elected member of the council was under Councilman Ross's sponsorship. He took me over to the foundation, and we looked at the rows and rows and rows and hundreds, thousands of animals. They had just killed a bunch, so there were a few empty cages, but it was a sad, sad thing. And I felt that there must be something we can do, and so that's when I became activated. And again, I'm going to support this. If somebody proposes a sensible amendment, give some consideration to this business person that they need time to shut down. Should that viewpoint prevail, then I will support an amendment. Otherwise, I'll support the bill as it stands. But I haven't heard a motion yet. I'm waiting for the sponsor and others who did talk about making motions. And anyway, it's definitely not the city versus business. Not all businesses are what you would say are desirable. A city determines what is desirable. There are a lot of businesses we don't allow, and a lot of businesses we don't allow in certain areas too. So it isn't just, as I think the representative of the chamber may have said, making a moral decision about what should or should not be there. Well, we make moral decisions all the time about what kind of businesses should be open. So we're not breaking any new ground there. So Councilman Beers, I'll certainly support your motion, should you be making it, and I'm willing to listen to others who argue on this, and I'm proud to be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been very interesting, specifically having an opportunity to sit through recommending and learn so much information as it relates to the issue before us here today. One thing that comes to mind is the oversaturation of animals entering our shelters annually far exceed the number of pets that are being sold between the two stores that exist within the city of Las Vegas. So just from a number standpoint, the great majority of pets are being purchased not from pet stores. When you just do just a simple math, I'm very concerned with the broad stroke of the ordinance before us here today, because there's a very important issue that the city of Las Vegas, and in particular this council, has been addressing for many years now as it relates to pets in our community, the spade and neuter program that we all stood behind and supported. And according to Chief Shatler, it is effective, and I believe that we can do more, but it is a move in the right direction. In relation to the sale of pets, I believe that the recommendation that has come forward from the owner was a very good gesture and good faith effort in relation to being a part of the solution rather than being taken down as though they're the sole problem of this issue before us here today. And I believe that when you have the community and business clashing and items come before the municipal body to serve as the referee, if you will, I believe there has to be a compromise on both sides. And I believe that the compromise is actually a great compromise in relation to the onus of condition that the owner placed on himself in relation to not purchasing from a pet mill, and the two other conditions that was brought forward also, I believe, is a clear sign and signal that they want and they are a part of this community trying to address this very important issue. The additional thought that I have is, let's take a step back for a moment and envision the two stores that operate within the city of Las Vegas no longer being in existence. Does that solve the problem? It does not solve the problem. We still have a problem to address because people are going to continue to purchase pets from any source that they feel personally is a viable source, specifically if that person, entity, or business has the pet that they want or that their family wants, whether it be from a shelter, whether it be from a pet store, or whether it be from a puppy mill. And so for that, I have to assess what's before us here today and really approach this with a fine-tooth comb and recognize that the store is really not the problem. It's an approach to solve a problem. And so therefore, with the store owner having the ability to come forward and place conditions on himself in order to remain in business and be a part of the community, to be a part of the retail community that we as a municipality provided he and his company the green light to move forward, this municipality is not in a position to now go back and change that business model. All we can do is apply conditions to assist and move the company in the direction in which the community, are here asking for. And I believe that the conditions that are in place right now are very great conditions and conditions that we as a municipality can regulate now, because we can check and verify how in fact the company from this point moving forward purchase their pets. So if in fact this company is found to be in compromise of the conditions that will be placed on their license, now we can pull them back in to eliminate their complete business. Now, as a business person myself, and specifically as this businessman before us here today, spending over $1 million+ on a business that he and his family operates, I truly believe I, nor you, nor he are willing to compromise purchasing a pet for $100, $200, $500 versus the millions of dollars of infrastructure and capital that they've placed into their business, your business or my business, to basically take our license, have our license taken away over something very small. The risk does not outweigh the reward. And so for that, if in fact the maker of the motion would take that into consideration in relation to the conditions that the owner has placed, I believe that that's a very fair start and place for this municipal body. But we also have to continue to move forward to address the real true issue, and that's how do we, as a community, as a state, and as a nation, take down the puppy mills across the U.S. Those are my words, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And Councilwoman, please.
I think you made some nice comments, Councilman, and I think they're important comments to recognize. I'd like to go on record as saying I abhor puppy mills. I've been becoming more and more aware of them. I think it's one of the worst things we have within our country right now. I adopted a German Shepherd probably about 4 months ago, who came to me from someone who's such as those people who are supporting this bill. you operate and take in animals and work with them. This was a former Metro officer. He was very careful to come and see if our home was all right and how the dog would fit in, and was there a large enough yard. Did an absolutely excellent job. And I greatly respect the work that's being done by those people who are trying to help these animals who are placed at such a tremendous disadvantage and who lose their life so easily. But the problem I have is, and I've had this for a while now, is what is the purpose of this ordinance? What is the purpose? I was told by those people who want to pass the ordinance that the purpose was to reduce the number of puppy mills, and also to reduce the number of dogs without a home. In other words, reduce the number of dogs that we take into our shelters. And I would like someone to tell me how passing this ordinance will stop the number of puppy mills. All right, you popped your hand up first, the lady in the back row. And Mayor, I'm taking some time here because this is a big decision for me. The lady in the back row, yes, you had your hand up first.
No, I don't think we can, to be perfectly honest, we've heard from anybody,
Okay, you tell me then, Mayor, how does this bill stop puppy mills?
All right, what I'm saying is the vote, excuse me, Councilman. As far as I understand it, we have a resolution here that's on the table to either approve or not approve. And with due respect to you, if it passes, it passes, it's done. If it doesn't pass, it just fails. And unless somebody else wants to make there's no resolution on record at this point. This either passes or doesn't pass. And at that point, we can go further with more discussion unless one of your peers up here, Councilman Beers, whose bill it is, would like directly to respond to you. I don't really want to reopen public comment. Everybody's had a chance, and we did about an hour and a half of that. And so, Councilman Beers, could you explain to Councilwoman, in your opinion and through this resolution, how this addresses
how it does one of the two goals of the resolution? How does it stop? Well, I'm really not happy, if you want to know the truth.
Okay.
I like to ask questions, and I like to ask it from the people. But no, I'm being put in this position.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Beers, because, and I do respect you very much, as you know, how is this going to stop puppy mills? When I talk with some of the people who are helping us take care of the animals, they didn't even tell me there's an actual puppy mill in Nevada. Right. Although they will say that there are backyards where, families may, and I don't know if you count that as a puppy mill or just as a family that's misusing their animal.
Well, our existing ordinances, I guess there's a couple pieces to that. One is that our existing ordinances have a license for someone who wants to breed dogs or cats on their property.
Right.
And outside of one of those licensees, your animal at the age of 4 months must be spayed or neutered.
Right, and I understand that. I remember all of that. But what I'm saying, is that a puppy mill? Would you define, okay, so
No,
as far as I know, we don't have puppy mills here in Nevada.
Oh, we don't.
Oh, we don't, okay. So that's what I
They're
want.
very large-scale operations,
Yes.
and you heard the Humane Society and the Animal Foundation and a number of activists say that they believe that this would reduce the number of unwanted pets in the valley, and you heard the store owners say it would not.
I got it. I got that. Okay, then, so we're not going to reduce puppy mills. That's, and we've talked about puppy mills and
I
puppy mills
disagree.
and puppy mills.
Councilwoman, I disagree very
Oh,
passionately.
you think we are going to do?
Oh, absolutely. You heard a whole room full of people say this will reduce unwanted pets and
Please,
slow down
please,
puppy
audience,
mills.
don't talk, please, or I'm going to be shut off. So be nice, please, so I can get these questions.
You heard-
Because we can't have disturbances.
And it's hard for us to hear each other up here, so if you would all please give us the time. You heard a number of people who say they thought this would reduce puppy mills, reduce the volume of dogs that are produced by puppy mills.
Bill-
Because, and the reason is because
they sell through pet stores. Still, there are a handful of pet stores that treat dogs as merchandise.
Yeah.
Not very many, only 2 in the city. But you heard a number of people contend that this would reduce animal cruelty, the number of unwanted pets, and puppy mills. And the
Okay.
store owners say it would not.
I would have to say, Bob, that I'm sorry, that doesn't help me understand the stopping of puppy mills, as such. The mayor's not going to be happy with me, so let me move quickly on.
I want you to do that. I think probably if Tim Schattler, Deputy, are you here still? I think, certainly this is your area, and if you can respond, perhaps Councilwoman can get from your knowledge base and the data that you have, can't be hearsay
See, because you
stuff.
can't just take, somebody said puppy mills, somebody said puppy mills. I have to know I don't know puppy mills. I need to know by someone who's an expert in the field that perhaps doesn't have the passion that sometimes leads us all in one direction.
Excuse me, would you re-announce yourself?
Tim Schattler, City of Las Vegas, Department of Detention and Enforcement. So your specific question?
Will this bill stop puppy mills? And
No.
They won't.
No, the bill will not absolutely stop puppy mills.
No, okay. So that was one of the goals of the bill. That's what I wanted to know. The second part of it is, will this bill reduce the number of dogs without a home, animals without a home?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the part then that I want to focus on. That's the puppy mill thing, which we've gone over and over, and it's so horrendous, I cry almost every time I see one of those animals. And when I see this beautiful animal that I have at home, who went through so much, lost an eye and had drug-oriented owners and all that, I understand why you don't want to have that type of home. But I think we have to factually think through this, so that what it is we're talking about is reducing the number of animals. Do you and Michelle, because I know you've conversed, do you feel that this is the best way we could do it, or is there a better way we could do it? Because if we go through all of this, all of the passion and energy of both sides in the council, I sure would like to do it the best way possible.
I would defer that to the council.
Your
It's
Honor.
really not my
Okay.
decision to do
Okay.
that part. I enforce what you guys come up with.
I know that's...
Your Honor, I'd like to help, if I could.
You want, pardon?
I'd like to help if I could.
Could you what?
She
I
wants
would
to
like to
help.
help if I could.
I could go on and move to the next
because I
thing.
think you had your time, Councilman. and
Well, it's a
really,
question of
I mean, if in
discussion
fact
and
it's a
debate. You don't-
specific, no. This is Councilwoman's time. She
Oh, I'm
has
after
questions.
the councilwoman. I'm not trying to usurp her time.
No. I mean, I think we could go ahead and put it to a vote if everybody's had a
Well,
chance to speak.
your
And if
time
it
out-
passes, it
you
passes.
out-talked
If it
me.
dies, Councilman, you've had your chance. Please give Councilwoman her
Yeah.
final time.
And then quickly, I'm going to move on quickly. I'm sorry, but is somebody here, 2 people, mentioned that there was a Petland in Pittsburgh that changed their model of business? Is that true?
You would have to,
Yes.
you would have to ask.
I mean, there's a regional director here from Petland. They should know also. And then did our other, what is it, Pet Smart, or what is it, the other one? Did they change their model? In other words, did they sell puppies and now they don't sell puppies?
I don't know.
Okay, they did. Okay, that's all right. I got that. That's it.
Your Honor.
I want to tell you, whatever happens today, you did a great job. You have presented something that educated us, and I believe that whatever happens today, passes or doesn't pass, that we're going to move forward, and I believe that we will stay on it, because so many of us were not educated as much as we should have been. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Beers, I think it's time now. This can go on ad infinitum. Would you please make your motion on your resolution, please?
Well, we can recess until tomorrow.
What is tomorrow?
No? Okay, all right. I was just making a suggestion.
We can obey it. How about that again? And then you can pick the 20th when I'm not here.
I would like to thank Senator Menendo and Councilman Churchio, if they're still here, for making time to come down today. I appreciate it very much, guys. This is a movement. It's a shift in society's morals, and we may decide, a majority of the council today, to not do this, but we'll be back. We'll look at this again. This is an evolving issue for American society. We pay closer attention to some things than we used to. The arguments that have been made against the bill, I just can't muster much excitement for them. We don't allow consumers, at least in Clark County, the freedom to choose a brothel in which to spend their money. Although at one time we did. And that was an instance of the city council authorizing a particular kind of business and later changing its mind. I once had a Ford Pinto. It turns out that if they get rear-ended, some of them explode. The government forced Ford to change its business model. And I think that's, as I've listened to this protracted debate over, I think, more than 2 months now, that since we've introduced this. That seems to me what this is really about, is a change of business model. Most of this world, most of the pet store world, dare I say almost all of the pet store world, has changed its business model, and they don't sell dogs. There's in fact only one national chain and 2 stores in the city. 3 in the entire valley that we know of that would be impacted by this bill. So, having been educated on it, I think where I'm at is I'd like to make a motion that we approve bill number 2015-98 with the second amendment and a further amendment that it not be effective for 1 year. Normally we go about this sort of a thing and talk about how we phase something in. Since there's really only one place or 2 places in Las Vegas, really a small percentage of the business that engage in the practice that this bill seeks to eliminate, I think there...
Excuse me 1 second. Does your co-sponsor need to accept your amendment of a year delay?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, because we're going to vote on it.
No, Councilman Coffin, who's your co-sponsor.
Right, and
He does not have to
he does
accept
not.
that. Okay.
I mean, we're not bound by the recommending committee, as my understanding, so we get to do what we
Right,
want up
correct.
here. And so I would move that we approve this bill 2015-98 with the second amendment and with a further amendment to have an effective date in 1 year.
Okay, so there's a motion here. Yes?
I just have a question on the Second Amendment. So, what you're saying is the ordinance, so if the ordinance does not go into effect for a year, that means pet stores could open in the city and sell dogs for the rest of the year? Or are you saying that the banning of pet stores happens immediately, but those currently in existence have 1 year left to sell dogs?
I don't know, are there drafting considerations?
I just want to be clear on
The way it's drafted, a new store could open up and sell until the year was up. You could also reword you could also make it so that it did not affect business existing as of today for a
12
year.
months. Okay, that's what I meant, what Val said. That businesses that are existing today have
have
to
that?
comply in 12 months. That will give them time to reconfigure their business model. If they need bigger space, they can look at getting bigger space. And that's my motion, Your Honor.
Okay, so there's a motion, and do you, City Clerk, have that clearly? So we
Can
know.
council summarize that motion?
Yes, not so much the motion. I wanted to make sure the council and the public understood what's in the Second Amendment. What we did with the Second Amendment before this additional piece about the effective date, it consolidated what originally were 3 categories: an animal shelter, a nonprofit humane society, or Nonprofit Animal Rescue Foundation into two. We believe that consolidation still picks everyone up. It adds to the prohibition the practice of displaying animals in cooperation with an animal shelter. And it also, let's see what else it did. It also added a new subsection that talks about if a pet shop is in compliance with the prohibition, the animal regulation officer can waive or exempt them from compliance with some existing provisions that have to do with the operation of a pet shop. And then there were definitions to accomplish the consolidation piece that I talked about. So that's the Second Amendment as originally brought forward to today. There would be an additional section added that says something to the effect of businesses in operation on the effective date of this ordinance shall have 12 months to comply.
Okay, so that is the motion, and we're going to go ahead and take a vote on this motion, please. Everyone, please vote, and please post. You're voting on the motion with the addition of a year from this date here. Okay. So please vote and please post.
I'm not voting. You can't make that 2 years to give a person a chance to take the time, Bob.
If you would support it, I would support a 2-year amendment.
I have to tell you, I can understand why you have to change a model. And I can understand that we are changing models all over the place now. Although what I don't agree with you with the back being hit in your car. Because I think that wasn't not necessarily a change of how they modeled their work. It was more a change of a functioning of one certain thing in the car. But in any case, that's what I feel. We have to be fair to this man.
Would you be happy with 18 months?
Huh?
Would you be happy with 18 months?
Why can't you be nice and just make it 24, Bob?
How do we do that, Val? How do I change my motion at this point? 2 years.
Just say you're amending that
I would like to
portion of it
amend my
2 years.
motion so that it is a 2-year compliance
All right.
period.
And Bob, if we do this, will people be able to continue to meet and see if there's a way that this might be improved?
No, you have a thing that goes into
Okay.
effect.
Well, it goes into effect.
Well, then you have to come back and
Within
change the
2
motion.
years.
If this exact thing goes into
Okay, I'm going to vote yes. Okay.
Would you like me to withdraw the motion and start over? Not everybody's voted. Well, now everybody's voted.
Okay.
And that's with the amendment, Bob.
Moving right along to agenda item 41. That motion passes, and bill number, please, let's be respectful of everybody. We appreciate that you're happy. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 41, bill number 2015-100. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2015-100, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve agenda item number 41. Please exit quietly. We're still continuing with City Council.
What's the problem, Luann?
We're just waiting for Councilman Coffin and Councilman Anthony to vote on agenda item 41. Thank you. That passes. On agenda item number 42, Bill 2015-101. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Bill number 2015-101, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Councilman Barlow, do you want to make a motion?
Move for approval.
Thank you. Agenda item 42, this motion to approve, please vote.
May it please be recorded as voting yes.
Okay, on the
I heard
first.
the mayor in where I was at the time. I couldn't shout back.
On item 41, you won't be recorded as voting yes, Councilman Coffin?
I wanted to be.
Open your mic up, please. Open your mic.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to be recorded as voting yes on the previous item. 41. I just could not return as fast as I would like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 43, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 43 through 48, bills number 2015-99 and 2015-105 through 2015-109 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. New bills. Items number 49 through 53, bills number 2016-1 through 2016-5 will be heard at a recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, January 19, 2016. City Attorney, would you please read the new bills?
Thank you. Bill number 2016-1, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2016-2, an ordinance to amend ordinance number 6479 regarding the extension of the corporate limits of the city, to correct the legal description of the annexed territory and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2016-3, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to update provisions regarding the relocation of off-premise signs that are required to be removed in connection with the installation of publicly funded improvements and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2016-4, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to prohibit the use of motor vehicle sales used on Rancho Drive between Vegas Drive and Craig Road and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2016-5, an ordinance to amend LVMC 6.50 and certain sections of the Unified Development Code, Title 19, to clarify alcohol land use and licensing requirements and regulations, and to specifically delineate the types of proposed establishments that are entitled to apply for land use entitlements and alcoholic beverages licenses, permitting the sale of packaged liquor, and also the types of establishments that are entitled to sell all types of alcoholic beverages, including hard liquor, and the types of establishments that are limited to the sale of beer, wine, and coolers only, and for other related matters.
Thank you very much. New bills 2016-1 through 2016-5 are assigned to council members Barlow, Anthony, and Ross. Thank you very much. And now agenda item 54 has been withdrawn without prejudice. And so now we move on to agenda item 55. Please set the date, instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous buildings and nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we're into citizen participation. Agenda item 56, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, please, and give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please come forward, sir, and state your name.
My name is Anthony Caspianca. Mayor, Happy New Year. Council, Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. To you,
yep,
too.
Belated Christmas, too.
Thank you.
Yes, I address in the council and the mayor to state that, in fact, I am poor, and we have to do something about these landlords. For the government says my check is only an unlimited amount of funds, right? I can't afford my electric even. I've called, thank you, Councilman Coffin, for your office. Very helpful with working with, Felipe Ortiz. He's been fantastic. And we have to do something about these landlords. That's why there are so many homeless people here, because as I state, the government says you only get $753. How can you afford the rent if it's that much? Then it states you have to have a roommate or roommates, right? Now, the government says, if you have that, my check gets reduced even more. Now, if you have roommates, what do roommates do? Person leaves. Person goes on to the next place, right? You're lost again. You're on the street again. I've been here for 6 years. Well, I've been going here for 6 years.
Excuse me, Councilman Coffin, are you able, or was your assistant able to help in this matter?
Felipe Ortiz is in the back of the room, who has worked with this gentleman, and make sure that Felipe continues to visit with him.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah,
In fact,
he sure will.
Thank
go
you.
see
Thank you so
Felipe.
much, man. And tell Mr. Goodman I said,
Thank you.
Merry
I sure
Christmas,
will.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Council,
Thank
again, extend it to your family, from my family to yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 50. Oh, I'll close the public comment. Anyone else? Not hearing or seeing anybody. We'll move on to agenda item 57. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? We'll start down here to the left. Councilman Coffin. Nothing?
Well, Your Honor, I could talk for a long time, but I don't.
Okay. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple of items. On Thursday, January 14th, Coffee with the Councilman. Please join me for the next Coffee with the Councilman on Thursday, January 14th, from 9 a.m. until 10 a.m. for coffee and conversation at the new Starbucks located at the corner of Lake Mead and Martin Luther King. The address is 1925 North Martin Luther King Boulevard and Mount Moriah. So please come on out and let's celebrate the grand opening of this new Starbucks located in the historic West Las Vegas community. In addition to that, King Week for the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration, the Las Vegas Arts Center will showcase tribute to Dr. King during Peace Week on January 12th from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. There will be a slideshow presentation celebrating the life, legacy, and contributions of Dr. King. For more information, please call 702-507-3989. And on January 18th, Monday, January 18th, the Martin Luther King Jr. Parade will be in downtown Las Vegas. So please come out. I believe the kickoff will be approximately 8 a.m. on that morning of the holiday, the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. So please come out and celebrate with us in the downtown community. And it's going to be a wonderful, wonderful affair. On Saturday, January 23rd, Discovery Children's Museum. The force will be strong at Discovery Children's Museum on Saturday, January 23rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. as fans experience the phenomenon that is Star Wars. So you don't want to miss that. So please check out the Discovery Children's Museum, and you can go on their website at discoverykidslv.org. And of course, you may continue to follow myself and the Ward 5 staff on social media, as always, Facebook, Twitter, and by contacting my office directly through email at lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward5, and of course by contacting my office directly at 229-5443. Happy New Year's to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Tarkanian, you're next.
First of all, I'd like to mention that at the Museum for Children in Ricky's Ward and also at the Springs Preserve in Ward 1, which is on Valley View, all through January, they have some absolutely excellent programs for children. And if anybody has the time, I think it'd be wonderful. As an educator, I think it would be very valuable for the children. Secondly, I just wanted to announce that Republic Services will have a bulk pickup for single-family homes on Friday, January 15th, for the Pittman Elementary School area within the boundaries of Washington, US 95, Jones, and Torrey Pines. And it will take place in conjunction with the normal trash pickup that day. Lots of times people don't realize when we have these through the city, and we don't have them all the time, we have to sort of share this gift to us of taking large items. You place these large items on the curbside on the evening of Thursday, January 14th. Have small items in a tied bag and limit the weight of each item to 50 pounds or less. If you have tree limbs and brush, bundle them in lengths less than 6 feet and under 50 pounds. And if you have things like old refrigerators or stoves or washer dryers, please remove the door on these items for the safety of the children. Hazardous materials such as paints, oils, tires, batteries, propane cylinders are prohibited. And if you need any additional information, because these are big days and we have big pickups like this, please call our office at 702-229-6405. Thank you.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay, Councilman Beers, you're ready.
I am, Your Honor. Why, it's a new year upon us, so we are starting Coffee with Councilman back up. We'll be this Friday over at the Angel Park Golf Course Clubhouse, sipping coffee and talking neighborhood problems. Invite everyone to stop by. If that's not your style, then a evening event, Thursday, January 21st, 2016, 5:30 to 7:30 will be at Taro's Mexican Cantina, way out on West Charleston on the outside of the Beltway in the Albertson Shopping Center there. We're also starting our Ward 2 walkers back up. They start at 8 a.m. every Tuesday and Thursday at the Wallapai Canyon Trailhead. This is located on Wallapai, just to the north of Alta. It's a 0.8-mile gorgeous paved walking path through beautiful desert. On this day in music history, 58 years ago today, Gibson patented the Flying V electric guitar. Lonnie Mack, Albert King, many, many, many others have played that beast right there.
Where's the rest of it? There's
That's as
something
much as you
missing on
get.
the right.
That's as much as you get to see, right there.
Really?
Also on this day in music history, 63 years ago today, Your Honor. How much is that doggy in the window?
Oh, my God. Patty Page.
Was released,
Wow.
went on to become a #1 hit in Billboard and Cashbox. Patty Page, as you can see there, the Singing Rage. And that's all we have from Ward 2, Your Honor.
Wow, the licorice stick, or whatever it's called. Okay, Councilman Anthony has split. Does he have anything?
He does not, Mayor.
He had nothing. All right, please go for it, Mayor Pro Tem.
That was a home run, Councilman, an absolute home run. How much is that doggy in the window? Classic.
Oh, isn't
Ward
that
6
nice?
announcements, Mayor. Yeah, you know what? Chief Freeman and Chief McDonald joined me and a bunch of youth leaders in the community, Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, during the holiday break to do a open house here in City Hall and get to know their local government a little bit better. So I want to say thank you for all those kids and parents and scout leaders that came down to help me make that a success. Next big event in Centennial Hills Ward 6 will be the Centennial Hills Crime Prevention and Preparedness Night. Sheriff Joe Lombardo will be joining me out at the Centennial Hills Community Center. Great opportunity here. The city marshals will be out there. Our CERT training folks will be out there. There'll be some fire education. Nevada Child Seekers, of course, will have something set up. It is Wednesday, January 27th from 6 to 8 at the Centennial Hills. And this is Centennial Hills YMCA. It's the Centennial Hills Community Center, and the YMCA is our partner in that facility. So I look forward to that event. We got a lot of RSVPs, and I think the sheriff is looking forward to coming out to that as well. And then after that, in February, just in time for Valentine's Day, we are having the Sweets and Treats 5K 1-mile fun run walk, which will be Saturday, February 13th, out at Tule Springs, Floyd Land Park at Tule Springs. Check-in starts at 9. Runners start at 10 o'clock. This is a great event. The first 100 registrants will receive a free T-shirt. It's going to be fun. You can register at sweetsandtreatslv.com or at the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center as well. So that's going to be a fun event out at Tule Springs Park. And our continued relationship with the Nevada Child Seekers Mayor and Council, unfortunately, we do have another young lady missing. Her name is Tierra Blount. Her nickname is TT. She's 15 years old, 5'3", 125 pounds. Beautiful young lady, African-American Cuban descent. She does have a mole on her right eye. Was last seen, or had last contact November 27th. 2015, in the area of 28th and Bonanza Streets. Most likely wearing leotard print tights and a black and gray hooded jacket. She may be carrying a black and gray backpack. Anyone with information to her whereabouts, please help us get her back to people who want to take care of her by contacting the Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. That's an important thing. And we're getting these kids back, Mayor. They're actually
Because
finding
we'd
them.
love to hear that. I mean, I was just going to ask you, as we get response back and we find out from Metro, yes, got a connection.
It's actually
can
through
you get
Nevada
that?
Child
Or
Seekers
will
that
you
keeps
get
track
us
of that.
that
Yes, I
information?
will do
think
that.
it's important.
You bet, you bet. And if you want to stay in touch with me, easy to do, of course. Always find me at lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 6. I'm also available on Facebook, Twitter, and my number down below, where you can email me at councilman-sross@lasvegasnevada.gov. So thank you, Mayor.
Wonderful. Love your social media. You certainly have a lot of comedians, too, that work in your office. Okay, just for what I want to be sure that everybody knows that, well, actually, Thursday night at 5 o'clock right in here, State of the City, which I'll be presenting. But on Saturday, we have Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, which is, in quotes, LEAD, L-E-A-D. Saturday, January 9th, at the Policeman's Memorial Park from noon to 3. The Honor Guard will be presenting the colors, and Frank Cinta will sing the national anthem. This will be emceed by Jason Feinberg from Fox 5. He will be the MC and introduce, of course, our wonderful sheriff, and we'll be talking about how appreciative we are for everything that our law enforcement has been doing. So if you can get out there, again, it's Saturday starting at noon. And our next city council meeting is Wednesday, the 20th, and Mayor Pro Tem will be chairing that in my absence as I'm off to Washington, D.C., if it doesn't snow, for the U.S. Conference of Mayors. But again, with everybody, wishing you all a Happy New Year. Thank you for joining us, and we thank our Public Information Office and everybody that works in technology and all the people who help run the city from administration. Thank you for all your work, and thank you, our city clerk, for keeping us in line. And we appreciate it. Thank you very much, and take care, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.